All right, we live? Are we live? Are we live? Are we live, people? Are we live? Are we live? Are we live?
Are we live?
Bang, bang, bang. Welcome to the 2023 Talking Giants draft live stream. We're going to be streaming for every single minute. We're going to be awesome. We're going to be streaming for every single second of the draft and then some. The Giants have pick 25. Usually we're used to doing this, and you know the Giants pick is done in the first hour, and then we're celebrating the rest of it and watching, making fun of other teams for making dumb decisions. So we'll see how this board falls for the Giants. Obviously here, myself, Bobby Skinner, Justin Pennick. You guys all know the football grump of the Just Giants podcast. He was with us last year. You're here.
Give it up.
You're here all 3 days, right?
I'm here all 3 days.
Okay, that's nice.
This is the first time I'm going to be here.
And then Robert Smith, who
Wow.
does stuff
Yep.
with
Thank you.
He's a
Thank you.
frequent guest of the pod.
A
comes
real
with the
grinder.
Senior Bowl.
Show what you're watching right
What?
now.
Oh, I'm just
What are you
refreshing.
watching?
I was refreshing myself on Devin Witherspoon.
Wow.
But-
Still grinding film.
Covers the Bears, so he's got pick 9, so that'll be exciting
Woo!
to have something to look forward to in the early part of the draft.
Yeah, I will say, first of all, thank you for everybody being here. Hang out with us throughout this entire weekend.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be live every single second of the NFL draft. And even hey, it's really worth sticking around day 3. The Giants have, most of their picks on day 3 of this draft, right? They have 2 fifth-round picks. They have 1 sixth-round pick. They have 3 seventh-round picks, at least as of right now. Definitely that could change.
Yeah, last year it was 5 top 100. This year it's 7 outside of top 100.
Yeah. I mean, especially
Okay.
the 3 seventh-round picks. It's like pick 240, pick 243, pick 259. That sounds right.
240, 243.
Got some priority UDFAs right there.
Yeah,
There you go.
There you go. That's what they're labeled on Dane Brugler's The Beast Guide, right?
Right.
But also I want to thank Manscaped for the 3rd
Thank you,
year in a
Manscaped.
row. Manscaped, we are running it back. So, we'll talk about some balls. We'll talk about how we can keep our faces clean too, since Manscaped's doing that now. So, check out Manscaped. They'll even do a little promo code right now. You can use promo code Giants for 20% off plus free shipping. Thank you to Manscaped. 3rd year in a row. Really glad that they're coming on and they're aboard for the weekend.
All right, so Justin, who is your as we get started, who is your New York Giants realistic, not a guaranteed, but realistic want for pick 25?
Yeah, I mean, I think our top 2 are Kalijah Cansey and Brian Branch. It's one of those things of if those 2 guys are on the board, I think they're going to be the 2 best players that are on the board at pick 25. It's 2 guys that we've done mock drafts on Pro Football Network or wherever we do mock drafts, and it's like these guys should be graded as top 20, top 15 picks, but they could fall. Brian Branch being a safety, Kalijah Cansey and his size concerns, short arms, and being only 281 pounds, those are reasons why those 2 players could fall. I'm very happy with Zay Flowers. I'm very happy with Jordan Addison. I have Jordan Addison a little higher than Zay Flowers. I think, Grump, you differ on that. I think you differ on that, Bobby. You may differ on that. Do you have Zay Flowers a little higher than Jordan Addison?
Yeah, probably, but
And, not to cut you off,
Go
I'm
ahead.
on a little monologue
Go
right
ahead.
now. And I think the Giants, I kind of know the Giants have Zay Flowers a little higher than Jordan Addison too. So if I don't think Flowers is going to be there. Hopefully Addison's there. Hopefully there's some good options that the Giants can have. And then kind of after that, there's of course some corners that could be taken. But after that, it gets a little complicated where the board could very well look like at 25 guys that we're still excited about, but maybe guys that we're not overly excited about, at least in the pre-draft process.
Dude, I while you were talking, I just got those pre-draft, I would just want to shake and let's freaking go. We're here. There's so much that work that goes into this crap. And the people on the stream will notice, you're going to see me looking into the corner. Whenever I am on screen, I have to look at myself because it's just I want to make sure I'm not looking weird. But then it's then I'm looking at
Then you're
myself.
looking-
Now
you do it all the time.
Now usually I'm head up, so that'll be fun. So and we have the Devils Rangers game on. So who is your Grump? You're not guaranteed, but realistically could be there at 25 guy.
Mine's Zay Flowers, which is annoying because we were just kind of talking about that. I wish I had something a little bit different to talk about. But I really like Zay Flowers. Personally, I have him as the highest-rated wide receiver in this class. I think that's the trend of the NFL, is that over the Quentin Johnston type. Not to say he's not a good receiver. I think all three of the guys that we talked about there, Johnston and Flowers and Addison, they're all first-round guys. I don't think Flowers should fall to 25, in my opinion, but it's absolutely possible. And if it happens, I'm probably tripping over my shoelaces.
I think that there's a world where none of those three guys are there. Because think about how last year, where everyone. Yeah. Now, I do believe last year's class of wide receivers was better when you have the Olaves, the Garrett Wilson, but Jahan Dotson went top 15 last year.
Yeah.
Right? And I would have Zay Flowers and Jordan Addison ahead of Jahan Dotson. And I like Jahan Dotson, but I would have those two guys ahead of them. So I think there's a world where there's no wide receiver there. But part of me likes that world because, okay, there should be a stud defensive player there, too.
Right.
So.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with a lot of things. I think Joe Shane's done a very good job of giving out 1-2 year deals all over the roster to cover any immediate holes, to allow us to let the draft fall to 25 the way it falls. And then you just kind of take what happens, or if there's nothing you like at all, then you dangle the pick on the phones. I don't know why I'm being snapped.
Yeah, because it's such a great point.
Oh, okay.
It's such a great. It's an affirmation.
I wasn't sure if I was doing something wrong.
No.
Are we not allowed to talk about this?
And I agree with you. Really, I was talking. This was a pod talking point. This was a mock draft day pod, a little talking point that I had yesterday. And it's like, look at the Giants roster. I feel like the talking points of this year's draft class is similar to last year, where it's like draft good players, right? But there were definitely more dire positions of need last year, where edge rusher, dire, corner, dire.
Tackle.
Tackle. Like, they needed a right tackle, where this year the message is still the same. And your draft speech, believe it or not, I think was similar to last year, where it's not about forcing need, it's about getting good players. But Joe Shane and the Giants have done a good enough job, and I know you have something to say. Joe Shane and the Giants have done a good enough job filling out a roster where even if they were to go into week 1 tomorrow without this draft class, they would be okay. Like, they would survive the season, where last year they could not survive the season without a draft class and then the UDFA class that they had. You have something to say.
I was going to say, last year my speech was because the Giants roster had so many holes. Like, unbelievably thin rosters. It's insane that team made to the playoffs and won a playoff game. And that's a credit to the coaching staff and their top players. Like, their best players played as well as they could have. But last year it was like, because there were so many needs, whenever you would do like a mock draft, it'd be like, well, you didn't get tight end, or you didn't get linebacker. You just like, there's too many needs on this team to think that you're going into this draft and fill the needs. And I use the Colts 2018 draft as an example, which was a successful draft. Go look at that draft. They drafted with like 10 or 11 picks, like four or five positions, So it's about like, because you're not going to fill – when you draft for need through 10 picks, guess what? You're not filling needs, because the guy you get in the 5th round, the 6th round, the 4th round probably is not going to hit. So that's why, especially on day 3, you're just simply trying to get the best players. And the Giants obviously got Daniel Bellinger with their first 4th round pick last year, and that was a nice hit for them.
Yeah, and maybe transition kind of abruptly here. Something that I'm excited to watch, just this year as a Giants fan, is seeing how the top 10 unfolds. And that's something that we were talking about, Robert, where as the last couple years have gone, Giants fans haven't had the opportunity to kind of sit back and watch a top 10 unfold, and without thinking, how is it going? What is the repercussion of this pick going to have on our 5th pick, on our 4th pick, on our 9th pick, or our 11th pick, right? So we can actually sit back this year. We'll start sweating when it gets to like the late teens, but we'll see the craziness of trades. We'll see the craziness of like what the Chicago Bears do, and we can kind of sit back and just watch and evaluate it from kind of like an NFL standpoint.
It should be fun. And I mean, especially for the Giants fans, I feel like watching whatever Philadelphia is going to do this year is going to be huge. Like right now, we've got recent rumors from what Joe Banner's talking about and others that the Eagles are working the phones. They're trying to trade up. And if I had to guess, it's probably for Jalen Carter, who, if I'm a Big Blue fan, I would not really like to see him next to Jordan Davis, Hassan Reddick, and the other threats that the Eagles have assembled. But but you got to live with what you got to live with, and that's why you got Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal.
Yep.
I will tell you that I'm super excited to see how the board falls for 25. Like, having a rooting interest as friends with you guys, like, in 25 makes it so interesting, because if a guy like Quentin Johnston falls, that's really intriguing as far as what that could add to Brian Daboll's offense. His offense, because then you
keep correcting yourself to the wrong thing.
Oh my gosh! Now I'm getting it wrong.
I'm gonna give everybody.
You've done it like
Dable.
20 times.
I'm
this
gonna
week.
give. I'm gonna give. Oh, Big Devil's Cole. Let's go.
Oh, loud.
I'm gonna give.
Jack. Let's go Devils.
I'm gonna give about 500 of you
no.
a heads up right now. Robert is gonna go back and forth on Dable about 100 times throughout this weekend.
You've got me to the point where I couldn't look you in the eyes and tell you which one's right. Like,
so don't give him too much shit for it. Don't give him too much shit. But he's a big time.
I came in with the wrong one. Justin corrected me,
and now you can't.
Now
decide.
I'm confused.
You can't decide which one. Sure.
Hey, Jack, is it quiet? The stream. There's one person commenting.
We're good in our ears.
Yeah.
But
Volume
apparently everybody's thinking.
I texted Julian. They're working on it.
Okay.
Perfect.
They're working on it.
Let's talk about Jalen Carter for 1 second. Since you brought him up going to
Sure.
the Eagles, that's like a nightmare scenario, right?
Right.
Jalen Carter is my highest rated player in this draft, and it's really not particularly close, right? Are we all in agreement with that on talent alone?
Even though he's not like the perfect specimen, I have Will Anderson Jr. ahead of Jalen Carter.
But so that's 1-2 then?
Yeah, 1-2. Very close.
I think they're both really phenomenal football players. I'm with you that, for me at least, that kind of player is so rare at the 3 technique position that I bumped him off of rarity. But at the same time, I keep wondering whether I've got prospect fatigue with Will Anderson. Like, whether I've just seen so many guys that are so good at that edge position.
He's basically been projected to be the first-round pick for almost 3 years now.
Exactly. So is my brain trying to reinvent the wheel? Am I trying to be fun with it? Because that stuff happens. You know what I mean?
I mean, Aiden Hutchinson went 2nd overall last year. Is nowhere near the athlete he is.
No.
And even with Aiden Hutchinson's year that he had before going 2nd overall, Will Anderson Jr. smoked him that year as far as production. So
Yeah.
And Hutchinson played great in the NFL too.
Yeah.
He started to dominate the NFC North down the stretch, which is great returns for Will Anderson. I'll tell you one thing I really am very curious to see. I don't want to pivot too hard because I could talk about the Giants all night. That we may do a decent amount of that. Me personally, if there's one thing I feel like the Giants need, I think they need an X receiver. Whether that's just plug in Jonathan Mingo or A.T. Perry in that area, or if somehow Quentin Johnston does fall to them, I feel like having a threat that can deal with or having a threat that sits on the line of scrimmage, that can handle press, and that can attack the deeper areas of the field will help Darius Slayton and Darren Waller and some of the other threats that that Dable wants to use go ahead and succeed within that offense more. From a play calling perspective, having that guy, he may not be your wide receiver 1, but a capable X receiver, unless you guys see it differently, doesn't really exist on the roster right now. And so somebody like that helps free up Wandale, because if you draw space for the corner, imagine this in a cover 2 or a cover 4 setup. If your X receiver goes and draws the corner and the safety, you've taken 2 guys out of coverage, and that leaves you a lot more space for somebody like Wandale to work, whether that's underneath in the intermediate. I feel like that would help them a lot, but I don't want to belabor the point, because I agree with Bobby. At the end of the day, if you've got you're not going to get any of the Giants blue chippers down at 25, but to use that terminology, Bobby, if you pass on a defensive blue chipper to force a need with a red chipper or worse, that's a bad process. If you got a good player on the board, you take the really, really good player. But it would be awesome to see a dynamic offensive threat in Big Blue that helps open the offense up a little bit.
Yeah, if there was one position you asked me that I wanted for the Giants, it probably would be wide receiver, right?
Right.
And unless there was some elite, if you could tell me I'm getting a Quentin Nelson type guard or something like that. But if there's one position I wanted, it would be wide receiver, because it can help this offense take a really big step if you got a legit wide receiver 1. And I think Zay Flowers can be a big part of that, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think Zay Flowers, again, my pro comp, I'm sticking with it, is Tyler Lockett for Zay Flowers. And a guy like Lockett really does help your offense. I think Flowers can be that. Addison, why I have him below Zay Flowers, even though it's pretty close as far as like just overall how good of a prospect are these guys. Good save. Is because I don't think Jordan Addison has like that explosive, like that natural explosiveness to his game.
I'll
right?
agree with that.
Like he can uncover deep versus off coverage
agree.
and stuff, but you put him in press man, he'll beat you, but he's not going to beat you vertically.
Right. And I think Jonathan Mingo is brought up a lot with the Giants. We were talking about him before. One other added element is that he's an insanely good blocker for a wide receiver.
Yes.
And in this offense, or at least the offense we saw last year, I don't know how much it's going to change, but I mean, a lot of like little bubble screens and wide receiver screens, a huge part of this offense, jet sweeps, stuff like that. It's really important that the wide receivers block, and I think it's one of the unsung things that Isaiah Hodgins did. He was a pretty good blocker.
Well, and that's one of the key roles of that X receiver. Like,
Right,
not to
yeah.
belabor the schematic point, but remember the Z receiver is the one that can move, right? So that's the guy who's going to go in motion. For those who don't know the whole like X Z slot, sometimes people call it an F thing. The football books are kind of dumb, honestly, sometimes. But the point is that if you put, say, a Jonathan Mingo or an A.T. Perry, anybody that could play that position, the X can't move and they sit up at the line of scrimmage. That's your blocker.
Yeah.
Like, that's your screen blocker for, in your case, Bobby, you're going to move, say, Wandale. You move him from the left side of the formation across to the right side of the formation, and he takes a swing pass. Mingo's the one who's going to step up, block his corner, and then it's Wandale one-on-one with the safety, ideally. And so if the Giants go in that route, I can easily see that being an impact player, even if he's doing, let's say, the more intangible pieces of football. You know?
That's a good way of putting it, yeah. And I mean, even take it outside of the passing game, it's Saquon Barkley on the perimeter as well. I mean, it's every part of this offense. The wide receivers got to block, especially since the offensive line can't really block all that well.
Also, I want to give ourselves a pat on the back. You guys remember Monday night in Alabama, we're getting ready for our Senior Bowl preview pod, talking beforehand. We're like talking about all those wide receivers and like talking about Jonathan Mingo. It's like, man, if there's like a mid-round guy that you could see becoming a wide receiver 1 star, it's freaking Jonathan Mingo. And Jonathan Mingo has been like the biggest riser
Yeah,
since
he's been
then.
a huge riser.
So give us all like let's pat ourselves on the back for
I'm taking credit.
for getting
Justin's
a feel
gonna
for
take
that.
credit.
I'm taking credit. I liked him before everybody else, and that's rare.
So we got good eyes. Our eyes are getting better for this draft.
Our eyes are
shit.
getting better. Oh, also, I'll do a plug here. First of all, we got almost 600 people in here, which is crazy. We're about 25 subscribers away from 25,000. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe, please. That would be great. I know we're going to hit 25,000 tonight, so that'll be really cool. So we can celebrate that together, and also like the stream. I'll do like the little YouTube thing. If you like the stream, then more people can come hang out. We can chat with people. Maybe more people could come in here and be dumb, and then you could tell people how dumb they are for their draft takes. That's always fun in the chat. We don't really moderate it that well, so
Oh yeah, we got to have the chat pulled up. By the way,
I have the chat pulled up.
I need 64 more followers before the draft. My goal is to hit 30K. So 64 of you go follow me on Twitter.
I'll make a burner account for that
Thank
just
you.
now. Getting you one more.
There you go.
How about you, Smoking Woody? You don't even follow me.
Smoking
Anyways.
Woody. What is that?
Don't egg him on.
We're gonna have
He'll come get you.
while we're doing announcements, we're gonna have Bleacher Report on for in about 10 minutes. They were with us for both weeks of the playoff streams, and it's really, really cool that if you go on the Bleacher Report app, you will also see like the four of us, and we like the Giants section of Bleacher Report. We will be there. So in about 10 minutes, we're gonna kind of reintro ourselves and maybe have like a pick 25 discussion again for a little bit. So that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
All right, so we're a few minutes away from the Panthers being on the clock. So we think Bryce Young is going 1, and obviously we could save some of this on the clock. Do you agree with the Texans not going quarterback?
Do I agree with the methodology?
That's
Yeah.
not the zeitgeist.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree too, right?
Yeah, I think so. They're pretty bad, and I don't really love all of these quarterbacks.
No, the one quarterback, man, we talked about it today, is that we did it on the way to early draft preview, so I got a good feel for him, and obviously he improved a little bit this past season. Is Anthony Richardson, man? Like I think that dude's can be a star. He actually does go through his reads. Like there's some really good stuff about his game. When people say he's raw, they're right, but it's not as raw as people make it out to be. You know, like the big flaw in his game to me is that. Now, the Florida offense probably encouraged a little bit. Like, he would just kind of want to run around a ton a little bit. But when he wasn't running around and he's trying to like hang there in the pocket with pressure, his footwork would just go to shit, and then he would throw these like there was just panic throws that he would make, and not only would they be bad decisions, but he would miss by 10 yards sometimes. But I think that's the type of stuff. All right, and Adam Schefter, Eagles and Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia's defense coordinator Jonathan Gannon. The Eagles traded pick 94 in this draft and 2024 fifth round to the Eagles for pick.
God, Howie Roseman is such a baby.
I feel like there's two stories in there,
Yeah.
and that the first one's getting buried by a trade. I don't really know how to trade.
So
settles
here's
a temporary
what
They
happened.
settled it. They settled it outside of investigation.
Right, but then why are they in the same tweet? You know what I'm saying?
What do you
Those are
mean?
the terms of the settlement.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, those are the
Okay.
terms. So the Eagles freaking get pick 66. That pisses me off.
The whole thing pisses me off. They cried. Oh my God! Literally changed the rules.
They changed the rule where guys couldn't get assistant GM jobs until after the draft, which is total bullshit. So what happened with that? I'm pretty sure, at least I'm just reading the tea leaves, is that because remember, no one thought Jonathan Gannon was leaving because he didn't take any interviews with any teams, and you're not allowed to take a first interview after the divisional round if you are in the playoffs. And then he was hired 2 days later, so they must have been working that out, even though they didn't have a formal interview.
Oh, okay.
A formal first interview. That's what I would assume that it was, because anything what else could make sense for tampering unless they were doing it before the season was even done.
Everything is and also isn't tampering. It's very frustrating to see justice doled out kind of intermittently. But whatever. They couldn't just have 2 first-round picks.
Yeah,
Huh?
what the fuck is that? Come on. I've had it.
You've had it?
Yeah,
Justin's
I've
done
had
for
it.
the day. No more Justin.
No, because I'm already I could very much see Kalijah Cansey's, hypothetically, Kalijah Cansey is on the board at 25. Cowboys get him at 26. And I'm like, fuck this. And then the Eagles already have pick 10
And 30.
and 30.
Do you think the Eagles taking Bijan Robinson at 10 would be dumb?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Just because running back, or
Yes.
say
I don't think it's their biggest problem right now.
I know, but they're kind of in a position where they can get a luxury.
Yeah, are they? They have 2 corners that are gone next year.
Next year.
Yes, and I would argue that Darius Slay wasn't even good last year.
Well, Bradbury signed a 3-year extension.
He allowed a touchdown to
Kenny
Kenny
Golladay.
Golladay.
Well,
Yeah,
but, I mean, he was
wasn't-
legitimately bad.
Yeah, Slay wasn't great last year. He was a little overrated.
But yes, and
Devil's
Bradbury signed a 3-year extension. He had a phenomenal year, but I still think that's kind of an outlier.
He's had 2 all-pro years out of the last 3 seasons. And he was really good the year we signed him out of Carolina.
His wife hates you, Darius Slay.
Yeah, she's an idiot.
Who she really hates is her husband for stinking it up the last
Wow.
couple of years.
It's so funny that Matt
Just taking it
Patricia
out.
is back on the same team as Darius Slay.
I didn't even realize that.
That was the first thing I thought of. Oh, yes, I'm very glad Matt Patricia is joining the Eagles.
I look at the Eagles like this. They have a very good situation. They did just lose a bunch of guys, but they're still pat. But if they want sustained success, getting Bijan Robinson is the mistake. If they want the sustained success, they have guys that are getting old, like Fletcher Cox, that are a very important part of their team.
Drafted Jordan Davis last year.
Yes, but that's their biggest thing has been depth in the trenches, not one particular guy.
Yeah, so if Skoronski is there, I think that'd be the smartest pick
I think that's
for them.
the smartest pick for them,
But
because it also allows them to move him inside and outside.
Yeah, but if Carter, Anderson, Wilson, Skoronski isn't there, part of me thinks man, just fucking go get Bijan Robinson, and that would be sick. Be on that offense, but
I guess I don't think it needs to be Bijan.
Yeah, that's really my thing. Yes, I think they need an impact running back.
Yeah.
But who's to say that's not Charbonnet in the second round?
Gibbs at the end of the
Gibbs,
first.
yeah.
I mean, now they got pick 66, so that's going to be a running back.
Right. A top 10 pick is a really good football player. And, I mean, Bobby, to use the reaching argument, you could reach on, a Brian Brzee if you thought that he was going to be a bounce-back candidate and probably still get more value than you're going to get out of Bijan Robinson. But I'm not trying to be a running back hater. Bijan is awesome. It's just the value of a top 10 pick football player is hard to overstate when you just lost your 3 technique, you just lost a linebacker, and you're going to lose more guys next year.
My biggest
I
thing
kind of
is
want
that
the Falcons just to draft Bijan, just so it's like, all right, Kyle Pitts, we'll take him. Drake
Now that-
London, we'll take him. Bijan, we'll take him. Just have the best trio of
Just
like
go.
bad positional value.
Desmond Ritter.
of all time.
Go
I mean,
get him.
obviously London doesn't fall in that category, but I
Honest-
also hate Desmond Ritter.
Honestly, Bobby, maybe since this is a Giants show, maybe we're down for the Bijan Eagles pick, if only because maybe it's not the best value. And there's got to be something that undoes that Eagles dynasty that's a brew, right?
I hope so.
I'd be down for it just because it does. They don't need it. Like they were the number 1 rushing team in the NFL last year. They produce explosive passing plays. It's not like, if you try to stack the box, they'll go over the top. You got A.J. Brown, you got Devontae Smith. It's JSN that would make me be like, fuck. Because
Right.
now they have, like, not only does it clear Washington as the best receiving corps in the division, not that it matters what Washington has if they don't have a quarterback, but it's like one of the best in the league if it's A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith.
I'm just trying to get the ball out
Jackson
of
Smith
Boston
and Jigga.
Scott's hands. That's all I'm trying to
Yeah,
do.
you've got that right.
I don't know. I still think Jalen Carter is the nightmare pick. That to me is like
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
what we're gonna do
Oh,
for the
yeah.
next 10 years.
In my
Like,
brain, it doesn't.
That's worst case scenario for us if they get Jalen Carter.
It doesn't comprehend that he makes it to 10.
I don't.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
I don't like that view, guys.
I don't think he's going to get past the Bears. They're going to have to trade up if he's going to get Jalen Carter.
If we stand up, this is a good view.
Whoa.
Whoa, Bobby, you're standing on the wire.
I'm sitting on it.
If we stand
Look
up,
at this camera.
this is a great
this
view.
This is cool.
Like the
This is cool.
Giants make a pick. Whoa, Kalijah Kancey.
Wow.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
staged. Just screenshot that. That was the whole
Clip the reaction.
That's
have
great.
It, have it ready to go.
Whoa.
One
Just
year,
use it for every pick. Just
talking
change the
Giants
bottom.
15 years from now, when it's like we're old and settled in, we're just gonna say the wrong guy that was picked.
Boys, we're
The
on the
Giants?
clock in 2 minutes.
So what do we got? We got to do accounting for Bleacher Report or something.
We will
right?
do a count in for Bleacher Report. We'll have Jack let me know when I should be doing that count in because I will count them in. I will
This is
count
gonna be
down
so
from
great.
5. Thank you.
This is going to be so great. This is going to be so great. I love the draft.
That was on the. That was Jack on the mic.
The voice of God.
Now Jack is off the mic.
There we go. Oh,
That's
I
the
love
guy.
that we have a camera
That's the
now.
guy.
That
Can we hear
goes
Jul?
into-
Where's Julian? Julian.
Julian's over there.
Julian's quitting after this weekend. Fun fact.
Justin is very salty about that.
I am. Julian has been our right hand man. Basically, our and my right hand man for the last 2 years, and this is the weekend that we send him off into the world.
It all started with the Trailer Park Boys sticker.
It all started with the DM to Bobby that says, "Do you guys need any help?" Bobby's like, "No," and then he DMs me, and I'm like, "Yeah, we really fucking
Definitely.
No, I talked with Julian on the phone. I was like, I love these shirts, but they're like extremely fucking copyrighted.
we could never.
We
sell
put
them.
one on the store for 30 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. So this weekend is a celebration. Some are saying we're gonna celebrate Grump.
Me.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
my-
sacrificing.
we're
you.
celebrating you.
Congratulations.
We're gonna rip your nose ring out.
Ooh.
That's what we're Saturday to mix things up. We're just gonna
Tough day for me.
just gonna
huh?
rip it out.
All right.
You can get another one.
Yeah,
It's true. Right next to the.
yeah, and then we'll pierce it back in on air.
Ooh.
Or
Are
we
you
should
doing
pierce
all this?
Justin's nose on air.
No.
Yeah.
Look at how many people are there.
This is the culture of violence.
Look at
Like,
how many
this is-
people are there.
So here's my thing.
Are we ever going to do that one year?
host the draft like
No,
at,
go
No,
there?
just go.
No, I'd never want to.
I feel like
I
think
feel
it'd
like
be
you're
one-
showing up for all the things I don't like about the draft.
I never
like
want
the
to.
fanfare and the concert and the national anthem and the.
They do the national anthem
I
for
have
the draft.
no idea. I have no idea.
We got a good
Probably.
question from the chat. Are you guys watching NFL Network or ESPN? This is very important to you.
So I was always an ESPN guy, but we switched to NFL Network last year.
Okay.
why?
They're a little bit quicker, and they're just better analysts, right? Like the NFL doesn't like put together their A team really. I mean, or ESPN. Who does ESPN have on it? Like,
Kuiper.
just Kuiper, and I feel like Kuiper's kind of old news at this point. We said it the other day. We're talking with Jake that like Kuiper is, if you are not a psychopath like all of us and all the people that are on this live stream, that's the guy you go for the draft. If you are like that, you go to the online people, the Bruglers, the Jeremiahs and stuff.
Everybody stop. Bleacher Report. I'm counting us in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bleach Report. All right, what's going on? We're restarting. We are resetting. This is the 2023 Talking Giants NFL Draft Stream. We are here with Bleacher Report this year, so I want to welcome on all the Bleacher Report people. In fact, I'm gonna pull it up on my Bleacher
Congratulations,
Report
Bleacher Report.
You get us.
Yeah, right.
Happy birthday, Bleacher.
I say bad move Bleacher Report. They get us.
So this is a New
Bad
Jersey.
investment.
This is a New Jersey Devils, New York Rangers. No.
That's what this is. That's what this is. Nope, this is a New York Giants live stream. We'll be talking about the rest of the NFL draft too. To my right is Robert Schmitz from Windy City Gridiron. He is a Bears fan.
Yes.
But he also does some stuff with us on JM Football. We're trying to get him in the mix more. Robert Schmitz is one of the smartest football people that I know, and you are also tremendously good at just doing whatever this is, radio, content, whatever you want to call it. You're a very knowledgeable guy. And speaking of knowledgeable guys, the Football Grump from the Just Giants podcast.
Thank you. Thank you.
He is to my left, and I am Justin Pennick from Talking
And
Giants.
I'm Tim.
And that's Tim from Florida, also known as Bobby Skinner, the first and better half of Talking Giants.
Food for Tim. Food for Tim.
So we are. I got it pulled up right now on the Bleacher Report app. So
Love
very
that.
cool.
So welcome, Bleacher Report. Let's do it. So we are also live on our Talking Giants YouTube. We talked a little bit about this on there through the first half of the show so far. Bobby Skinner and I are kind of split on our dream board at 25 with Kalijah Cansey and Brian Branch. Mm-hmm. And we're also down for a Zay Flowers, and we're also down for a Jordan Addison. But the Giants are at a point with their roster that they can kind of take a good player and the best player available at 25, at least within reason, at somewhat of a premium position, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we put together a 15-man consensus. These players won't be there for the Giants at pick 25. So we put together the four quarterbacks, obviously. Maybe Levis falls, but let's be real, quarterbacks just go earlier. So we had the four quarterbacks, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the three offensive linemen, Paris Johnson, Broderick Jones, and Skoronski. The corners, Witherspoon, Gonzalez. Porter Jr. we put on there. He was the 15th guy. He could maybe possibly fall. Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, and Lucas Van Ness, and then Jalen Carter. So the 10-man big board I put together for that because after those 15, there's 9 other picks before the Giants put together. Pitt, defensive tackle Kalijah Cansey, Brian Branch, the safety out of Bama, Miles Murphy, the Clemson on the edge. He could be a surprise fall guy who I really like. Didn't have the best year this year, but I loved him going into the season. A very strong edge defender. Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnson have the wide receivers bunched up. Brian Brzee out of Clemson. I think I might be changing just like being kind of peer pressured and bullied to putting Deontay Banks over Brian Brzee. But then Brian Brzee, Emmanuel Forbes, and B.J. Ojolari is my realistic top 10. So very, very excited for that. If we get any of those – now, B.J. Ojolari would be like, man, things went really wrong.
Right.
Even though I do think he is a first-round talent and would love for him to be a Giant. I think he'd be a really good player. It's like I would like those 9 guys way more than I would like to have B.J. Ojolari on the team.
Okay, here's a question, Bobby. Do you subscribe to the idea that you're looking for 2, let's call them premier pass rushers? Because I know there are some teams that they want one guy who's basically going to specialize in the run defense and contain role, and then another guy who's going to be the primary pass rush threat. I see Ojolari as more of a, let's call him a pure pass rusher. Like, he's decent in run defense.
He's very similar to his brother Aziz, so that's why – and listen, I think B.J. is a better prospect than his brother Aziz.
Right.
And that's kind of why I have him as a first-rounder. But, yeah, there is some issues in the run game. I mean, he has some good disengagement wins, but, like, if he gets hands on him, he's not going to win the run rep. And that's why I like a guy like Miles Murphy out of Clemson so much. Is like that guy is going to freaking set an edge.
Yes.
And if he can add some hand usage, which is, like, that's the most coachable thing in the world is hand usage and stuff, he can become a really good edge defender as a pass rusher too, I think.
This Eagles thing pisses me off so much.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, the Eagles got the 66th pick for the 94th pick,
Yeah.
and
2025 second.
2024. Yeah.
Fifth, not
yes.
second. Not.
2024 fifth. Wow,
And then
I got that
here's the
really
full
wrong.
here's the full explanation from like Ian Rappaport.
Let's see if I got it right.
Cardinals and the Eagles have agreed on the settlement of an issue concerning an instance of impermissible contact by Arizona during its head coaching search this past January. The Cardinals self-reported to the National Football League that GM Monty Ossenfort had a phone conversation with then Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon in the days following the NFC Championship game,
Knew
a
it.
period during which contact is not permitted under the league's anti-tampering policy. To resolve the matter between the two clubs, the Cardinals and Eagles have agreed to swap third-round picks in the 2023 NFL Draft, and the Cardinals receive Philadelphia's fifth-round selection in 2024. How much you want to bet Howie Roseman's like, yeah, you could talk to him. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You want to take the call? Go. Yeah, I'll let you do it. Fucking shit.
That would be metal. That, like
He did.
I can see it. I can
like,
see it. though.
Howie, I got a question, man. Or even like they go to like whoever's respond. Like, I got a question, man. Can I do this? I know I'm going to get this job. The Cardinals spent, we were literally sitting there being like, are the Cardinals ever going to hire a head coach? Are they going to do it? And then lo and behold, now they get extra picks. And we have the commissioner on the stage. He's going to talk for about 10 minutes, and then we'll
my
make
gosh,
the first
does he
pick.
really make a speech?
There's a speech.
You're
There's
right,
people
there's a
out there.
speech.
There's a
Everyone
woman,
has to boo for 5 minutes. Like, it's the funniest thing.
There's a
every
woman
year.
in a dress that looks like Eric Stone Street. Oh, he just did. It is Eric Stone Street. And that's also a lady from SNL. I don't know her name.
Oh, you're right.
That's a lady from SNL, and that's Eric Stone Street. I
Is
guess
she
he's
taller than Roger Goodell, who's like 6'4"?
Is Eric Stone Street the guy from
Modern
Modern
Family.
Family. Big
I
cheese
was
guy.
thinking. I was thinking of Cobra Kai.
Sure. No, I don't know if he's fit enough to be on that show.
Well, there was a fat guy that beat the shit out of.
Nice. All right. All right.
So Carolina's on the clock first.
Dude,
This has
so
been like
I know
foregone
who the
conclusion.
Panthers are probably going to take, but I look at my Twitter and Shams. Like, I'm unfollowing you. I'm muting you, Shams, you dickhead.
Whoa.
Whoa, what's happening?
Hey, Shams, he tweets out who the first round pick is 5 minutes ago. It's like, you're a basketball reporter. Like, do you need engagement that much? Is it that much of a drug for you that you got to go and do that for a different sport?
I mean,
Like, get a life, Shams.
the answer
Touch grass. The
answer
NBA
is-
playoffs are on right now. Go touch grass, Shams.
The answer is yes, Bobby.
Well,
That engagement is that much of a drug.
The life of being like those guys has to be miserable. Like, how do you enjoy going through day-to-day life?
Throwing fire.
Wow.
Chucking out flames, Bobby.
I mean, I've done this rant on Simple Man Radio before, so I won't do it again. But
it's a pretty good point, though. I mean, he is a basketball reporter. The NBA playoffs are current, and you're tweeting about a completely different sport, and you're spoiling the pick already.
I mean,
Which,
that's a
like, isn't
game.
there like radio silence thing with that?
I don't think so.
No,
I
there's
thought for the first round there was like a
I think it's only for certain reporters. I don't think Schefter can.
right,
But
yeah,
I mean, why? What authority does the NFL have on this NBA report?
Right.
well, nothing at all. I was just
yeah, and there's other smaller reporters that will.
We need to enter into a social contract with that eventually. We need to start. I mean, I don't want to advocate this on Bleach Report. We need to start bullying.
It's the
All right,
strangest
people that
thing.
do it.
All
Can-
right.
Can we just
We do. All right. That's the answer.
think about what this is? You have people who sit around and watch something they could just get the results
Hey,
for
look, it's Patrick
tomorrow, right? But they have to watch it and also find out 2 minutes before they're going to
Yeah.
find out. Like,
Yeah,
why
that's the
watch
thing.
it all?
It's not like you're breaking a story. Like, that's the most
Nothing.
annoying
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
It'd be like if you're breaking a story, yeah. Like when people got mad at Adam Schefter for breaking the Tom Brady retirement news, people were like, let him do it on his own. It's like if he wanted to do it on his own, he shouldn't have told anybody that would be willing to tell Adam Schefter.
It's true.
He's breaking news. But for the draft, it's like, cool. You had someone tip you off 5 minutes before. Like that's what a great scoop.
You
for
watch
something
somebody
we
pick up the
all are
phone.
watching and know something is going to happen in 5 minutes. Like, congrats, Chris Mara texted you 5 minutes before the Giants made their pick.
I mean, assuming that the pick is going to come in as what I imagine it is, it's also you could argue that people have been tipping this for months at this point.
Well, the
Like,
first
yes,
pick,
the
yeah.
first pick.
The first pick.
But
Shams
like I said,
arguably
we already
the
knew
first
who was
five,
going
but-
first for the most part.
But you're talking about Shams tweeting out that the first pick is the first pick, right?
Yeah.
So he hasn't tweeted the second one?
I don't know. I just muted him. I'm not looking at his Twitter.
Not looking at it ever again.
Totally. No,
And I love like the NBA draft. I know this is a side rant. People probably don't care. So the NBA draft, I muted all those things, right? And then Woj starts coming on TV and spoiling the picks like 2 picks before. I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. All right.
All right, so the number one pick is going to be
There it is. They're on the clock.
We
we
think
got
it's going to be
we got
Bryce
9
Young.
minutes and 50 seconds till we find out. But yeah, we all assume it's going to be Bryce Young.
Sure.
When the trade initially happened, when Carolina moved up to 1, did you guys all know it was going to be Young?
No, I thought it was going to be C.J. Stroud.
That's what I thought.
I thought for a while it'd be C.J. Stroud, and you had supposedly they loved him. Josh McCown was doing some stuff for Underdog Fantasy. Did a video on like how much he loved C.J. Stroud, and at the pro day being like we'll find a court in Charlotte to play basketball type thing. So I thought that would be what it is. So, yeah, I thought it'd be C.J. Stroud until it just kind of started coming out there.
My understanding had been the whole time that the Texans loved Bryce Young. So I assumed that anybody who was going to go up to 1 and not down to 3, or I guess up to 3, wanted specifically Young. But the Stroud thing seemed like maybe it bubbled up a little bit, but I don't know. I feel like Young separated himself really, really well. Apparently he had a bunch of killer interviews at the Combine, and that's the kind of stuff that as soon as people start talking about how somebody interviews, that's where none of us
We
know.
can't do anything about
Well,
it.
we
Yeah.
can't confirm. We don't get to sit there and talk to these guys and
I mean,
talk
I
ball
guess
with them,
you can talk to guys at the Senior Bowl, which he wasn't at, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not even versed in understanding and asking the right questions. So,
Robert is. He was a questionnaire down there.
He was.
What? Oh, yeah. I mean, I was just trying to work it. Like, talking to my guy, Payne Durham. Like, can't wait to see where he's drafted on day.
What
Oh,
Payne-
that's gonna
what
be
did
that's
Payne
gonna
Durham
be
say?
when Payne Durham is drafted by someone else on day 3. That's gonna be, no pun intended, but painful.
so this is really interesting, and I brought this up. I went through.
Not really. I'm not gonna be that sad of blocking tight ends not on my team, but still.
But he's fun.
Yeah.
He's so fun.
He's
And
so fun.
honestly, he's an impact receiver just within very, very short areas.
Probably-
Like, if you gave him 10 minutes to run up the seam, I don't know if he'd get there. But, like, then he'll be able to run you like a 5-yard out or a really solid stick in the end zone and flash a little bit of extra hands ability like he did in the Senior Bowl game. But that's precedent, Bobby.
Does
you and I
Payne
know
Durham
that.
have the biggest disparity between fun and speed? Because fun is a lot of times like correlated with speed. With Payne Durham, it's the opposite.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
probably.
is he the slowest tight end to ever walk God's green earth? Yes, but he's fun.
He's the most fun, boring tight end ever.
He reminds
but
me.
he's part of really fun plays too. I mean, you can watch. First of all,
He catches everything that's thrown his way.
Am
I
it's not
crazy?
just the catch; it's after the catch.
Yeah.
He's very difficult to tackle.
He compared himself to Mike Allstott.
Yes,
he said
it's
that's
not
who. He said
unreasonable.
like that's the guy who inspires me, and I was like, Mike Allstott, you're a badass.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, part of me keeps looking at Payne Durham, keeps seeing Heath Miller, and keeps thinking to myself, we are sleeping on this guy who everybody sees a low ceiling, and I see a really high floor.
I agree with you.
And that's the kind of thing that I think gets forgotten sometimes because how often does a 3rd-round pick get picked that does nothing in the NFL?
Oh, if you're the Giants, frequently.
All the time. For everybody. Honestly, it's got like a 30% hit rate, I'm pretty sure. So I
But
guess
also, he's like a day one blocker at the lowest, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
he's never going to be a
Yeah.
bad blocker in the NFL.
he'll play special teams for you. Blocking, probably not chasing things down, but like field goal block, pump block, like there's a lot of things that a guy like that can do for
He's
you.
a 4-year role player.
Exactly. I mean, is he the guy that you're going to give a fat contract extension to? Not unless he catches 10 touchdowns, but I doubt he's doing that.
All right, so let's tackle some Bleacher Report questions first. We got Javi Castillo and Garen 16 kind of asking some similar questions. I'll kind of just lump it into one. Wide receiver, guard, center, or cornerback tonight, Bobby?
I'm going to say tonight. I'm going to say wide receiver.
Yeah, out of all those, I think that's most.
What
that's
about
most
you?
likely.
What do you think position drafted tonight?
It's strange because it is purgatory, and it could be just about all of those, just depending on how the board falls. But my gut tells me it's going to be corner or wide receiver, and I'm leaning towards wide receiver. I think they're more likely to fall.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if Deontay Banks is there, that's not a sexy pick in my brain, but it's like that's a safe pick. It kind of feels like if we draft Jordan Addison, I think we're more excited because it's a wide receiver. But Jordan Addison is a very safe pick of this draft where maybe the ceiling isn't so high like Zay Flowers. The ceiling is high. Here we go with draft cliche phrases, right? The ceiling is very high, but the floor is also high. Is that the correct
Yeah.
way to kind
Yeah,
of phrase
yeah,
it?
sure. Yeah.
And I think Deontay Banks, it's a similar thing in my brain. Not like a Joey Porter Jr. is sexy and it's fun because he's just built for a press man system. His arms are so long, right? And you know, like Emmanuel Forbes, even reaching on him a little bit would be like, whoa, you know, this guy's kind of a freak. He's really light. It's a thing to talk about. But Deontay Banks just feels like a safe pick there. So if he's there, I could see them going there, especially if the board starts stacking up like Branch is gone, Cansey's gone, all the receivers are gone. There's somebody that's going to have to be left, whether it's maybe like a Brian Bruzzy, Deontay Banks, stuff like that.
So, Justin, earlier, you, me, and Bobby, we did a first-round mock.
Yeah.
And when we got to pick number 14, Bobby shocked me, and the Patriots took Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
And the moment he did, the wide receivers evaporated,
Yes.
and they were gone
There's gonna
within
be a
about
run.
10 picks.
There always seems to be a run early in the draft on wide receivers and corners.
Right.
Always seems to be a run.
And so my thought is, it wouldn't surprise me if the Giants, I'm not trying to be a bummer, I promise, guys, if the Giants want a receiver, but they're going to end up with a very good corner that they didn't expect.
That's what's not a bummer for me, you know. 'Cause
I think it's a good player.
Yeah.
So here's the other thing. I think we haven't talked about this yet. I don't think. To me, there's like a cluster at the very top of this draft of just draftable like first round players, and then I think the next there's like a void, and then there's a log jam of day 2 guys. Of just, in my opinion, there's just a lot of talent there, and there's a lot of receivers there that are going to be day 2, and they're not going to be Zay Flowers, they're not going to be JSN. Well, JSN's kind of a day 2 guy.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be Jordan Addison. They're not going to be Quentin Johnston. But they're going to function really, really well. So if the board falls in a certain way, there's no need to force. There's plenty of wide receivers that will be impact wide receivers in this draft.
Sure. You know, we love Jonathan Mingo too. You know, that could be a guy that's a round 2 target, or you know, honestly, I do see Mingo as kind of like a round 3 target. We do have the pick in for the first pick of the draft. It's probably still going to be 5 fucking minutes
So
until
we
it
have
counts
th-
anyway.
we have that
it
big
takes
rant
a really
on like
long time.
what's do not spoil.
Don't spoil.
Don't you do it.
I want to answer one more
Well, I'm
question.
going to say
from
the
Bleacher
John Boy
Report.
Media Football Twitter did. So I am
All right, we're
deleting.
firing.
I'm deleting that tweet.
We're firing.
I texted Hoodie Glaber to make sure it wasn't him before I. So part of me wanted to respond personally and be like, "We don't do this." So I just DM'd that account, said, "Don't spoil any more picks," and deleted it.
There you go. You should have went in
All the
gen-
replies were like, "We don't want you to spoil picks."
You
I'm
should
like,
have
"Yes."
went in the general Slack and just blasted the one person.
No, I won't
come
do
on,
that.
come out here
I'm a nice
and
guy.
apologize.
Henny Gang 620. This is something that may happen, even though I don't see him. We haven't talked about it yet. Henny Gang 620.
Kyle, by the way.
Kyle. Fire,
Okay, well then fuck Kyle.
fire the head of social media. We could talk shit about Kyle. He'll talk it right back. I want Hopkins. We got the picks, people. We got the picks. People getting traded for a 6-rounder. Let's do something big.
Panthers
So-
trade the pick. No.
No, but I mean, there is a possibility of a veteran wide receiver possibly being traded. I think
I think Hopkins will get traded today.
I don't think to the Giants, but I
No.
think like in a Giants perfect world, like I think I can see them loving like a Brandon Ayuk, but I don't think they would be willing to offer for Brandon Ayuk, and Roger Goodell's at the podium. This is what we do
The
every year.
Carolina Panthers.
There it
select
is. There it is.
Alabama quarterback Bryce Young.
Stunned.
And
shocked.
And we're off.
So Kyler Murray, you are no longer the shortest quarterback to be taken 1-1.
Wow.
Right?
Wow. Wow.
Big day for
No,
Kyler
I
Murray.
thought
Let's see.
5'10" and 1/8. Isn't Kyler Murray shorter than that?
I think Kyler Murray at the combine
It's 5/10 and 2/8.
was
I don't know.
like
don't
one
5'10"
quarter.
and
I would love to
1/8. So
pretend.
they're the same.
height.
They're the same.
So we need to figure out like to the sixth, like what
We need to put them next to each other.
what percentage of it.
There's
is.
No
that weird
shoes.
picture, right? Didn't someone like tweet
Mina
around like the
Kimes,
picture? Yeah.
Mina Kimes, yeah. It was a tough look for him.
All right.
Somehow
Justin.
they lie about somehow they're able to like make themselves taller for the combine because
He
not
looks
far.
very short in this shot right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did him dirty.
Back up. Back up, Bryce.
Get him a
Back
step
up.
stool.
Point
Come
the
on.
camera down. Come on.
They had to get a shorter door guy.
They made him. That was
Man, he
dirty
just-
look.
He just made a lot of money. Good for you, Bryce Young.
We're sitting
Good
here
for
shitting
you.
on him for being 5'10".
Oh no.
So I guess him and Kyler are the same height. But remember there was like the rookie pictures photo, and it was like Kyler was next to someone who was like 5'9" and was like an inch shorter than them at that rookie photo. I remember that being a thing.
So what do we think about
Right.
Bryce Young as a quarterback in the general scheme of first overall picks?
So definitely not a first overall pick that like you love in the grand scheme of things, like
Panthers
you said.
take Jake
But he
Sturgill.
is, to me, probably the best
Big
quarterback
badass.
in this
The moxie.
class. Richardson might. I really can see Richardson end up being better as long as he's not put in a horrible situation.
So yeah, I think the nightmare scenario is Richardson going to Las Vegas, right?
Why is that a nightmare?
Nightmare
they
for
got
who?
Devontae Adams now. Their offensive line is very,
I
very
mean,
bad.
the fact that he would be playing right away,
Oh, yeah.
and I also
well, no, they
have
signed Jimmy G.
They have Jimmy G.
that's true, but also Josh
Oh, look.
McDaniels just being notoriously bad.
Yeah, being with Josh McDaniels, but hopefully Josh McDaniels will get fired by then.
Do you
See-
think Tim Tebow was in that Excel spreadsheet of lessons learned or whatever?
Yeah,
Kyler Murray.
another Florida Gators number 15.
What?
Kyler Murray
runs for-
Kyler Murray's not fat. Kyler Murray looks fat in that picture compared to Bryce Young.
Well, Kyler Murray's thick.
Yeah, he is.
That's
Like,
what I'm saying. He's not
Where
fat.
Bryce Young
not
is
only
very-
is and not only is Kyler Murray thick, trying to tackle like Kyler Murray is one of the only players in the NFL that sets himself down more often than an opponent sets him down. Like Kyler Murray, in plenty of cases, especially when he starts scrambling at the second level, will force defenders to just stand there
Oh, yeah.
and let him kneel. Because if they try to go get him, he makes a move and runs around him.
Oh yeah, it's like that. I mean, that game
he's a
against the
blur.
Raiders this year, the 2-point conversion. It was like a 25-second long play.
Can I also say I hate it when people get compared to Drew Brees. Like Drew Brees is everybody's favorite comparison for this guy is kind of short, not outstandingly athletic, but I like him and he's going to throw for 1 billion yards because I said so.
And also and suddenly somebody's being compared to someone who holds like every passing record.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, not to say that I think Bryce Young sucks. I think Bryce Young does so many things that are intangible to quarterback. I mean, his pocket management is best in class. Yes, everybody wants to talk about his ball placement. He's tough as nails.
But even
for
with
a
like
small
that
guy.
good pocket management, like he has to drop deeper in the pocket.
Yep.
Because of that height, and that leads him having to manipulate it more so than other guys have to.
And when
Because
and
that's
when
going to create pressure.
And you know what, Bobby? I think if the Panthers had taken Bryce Young after having lost 14 games and ending up, first overall, I'd be much more comfortable with it if I was a Panthers fan than having to give up a pick number 61, a future first-round pick, a future second-round pick, and the only good receiver on our team. Like, as soon as you give up all that to get a guy who is a statistical outlier at that position, I don't know. It's just tough,
Can I
right?
can I tell you what I'm doing? I just bought myself 2 minutes there. I love tangling things and then untangling them.
Wow.
So that's what I just did there. And now I'm going to crinkle it all back up. I'm going to put it in my
Look
pocket.
how much shorter Kyler is than Bryce is on the screen.
Wow. Bryce is super tall.
And then there's Julian. You can't really see him.
And
next to
Julian's
him.
actually below Kyler Murray in this picture. Wow.
I'm just glad Julian was there.
It looks like Melissa Stark is like looking down on Bryce Young. Although she might be wearing heels.
She is.
No.
You
Hey,
can't
Melissa-
be shorter
Melissa.
than
No, the
the
pick's
woman
in for
interviewing you.
Houston.
Hey, Melissa, we need
Pick is
to
in for
slouch.
Houston. Will Anderson Jr., baby. Will Anderson Jr.
CJ
So is there a
Stroud.
0% chance that it's going to be Jalen
It's
Carter?
totally Stroud.
No, it could be a quarterback. Like it could be bullshit that they're not taking a quarterback. I'm
would
very
not-
excited for this pick.
This is a cool pick.
We're talking
Houston
rumor
does
mill.
pick twice.
Twitter rumors are that McNair stepped in and wanted a quarterback, which, look, I get it. Like, marketability, you've got to sell something to franchise at some point. I actually really like Stroud. I think Stroud rocks.
They've been kicking the can long enough in Houston.
That's
but
the thing, right? How long can you just keep playing quarterback list and starting Davis Mills,
I
right?
mean, they had Deshaun Watson all the way up until this past.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and also like they're really bad. They have
Yeah,
a
this is
lot
a
of holes.
horrible-
They
if
are
they draft a
very
quarterback,
likely to
This
get.
quarterback's in the worst situation in the NFL, besides the Panthers, probably.
But if they
Besides
don't
the
pick a
Panthers.
quarterback here, they're likely to be picking in the top 5 again next year, where you might be getting better.
Right. I'm excited for this pick. I hope it's not a quarterback for Houston's sake.
It's
then-
got to be.
Then Caleb Williams, you are a Houston Texan.
Oh, man, that would be doing Stroud so dirty. Like,
Also, C.J. Stroud does not wow me. Like, there's obviously great moments, but I am not a big C.J. Stroud. fan.
I wasn't
Like,
a big
haven't
Bryce
I
Young
haven't
or
went
C.J.
deep- I haven't
Stroud
went
fan.
deep dive on C.J. Stroud, but
here we go.
watching him, I don't come away and be like, damn, that guy's gonna be a great NFL quarterback.
That's it. It's Stroud.
C.J. Stroud.
Wow.
There he goes.
So where does
Okay,
Will Anderson
okay.
Jr. now? Does Arizona trade out of this pick?
Our QB's about to go 1, 2, 3, 4 for the first time literally ever. This
Does
has never
Indianapolis move up?
happened. No, I mean maybe, but part of me sits there and thinks, okay, Grump, I've been thinking this for a while. Like, Indianapolis had their shot to move up in front of Houston. They did not take it. Is Indianapolis going to move up at all? Like, this is not Ballard's MO.
Well,
He wants
here's the thing.
value.
So Arizona's on the clock now, right?
Right.
Indianapolis is at 4. They definitely need a quarterback.
Right.
Who else might jump them?
Tennessee,
Tennessee, Vegas,
Atlanta, Vegas,
Atlanta, definitely, yeah.
I don't
Washington if they're a bunch of liars and thieves. But who knows?
I don't think C.J. Stroud is like happy right now. Now he's happy. Now he's on the stage. But backstage, when the camera was on him, I was like, "Are you all right?"
Well,
man?"
he just made well, you got to remember, this man right here, Justin, has been called very stupid in different terms because of his S2 test for the better part of
What
3 weeks.
is that, by the way? Who is administering it? What is it being used? What even is it? Like, they went away with the Wonderlic, and now this stupid test.
I thought they brought the Wonderlic back.
Well,
No,
but
they're
it's not
doing
being administered
both.
at the combine though. We did the combine on we did the Wonderlic on the the football.
All right,
combine this
question.
year. John, what do you
3 years from now, will people be saying the Texans need a quarterback? Yes or no?
Yes.
mean? Yes.
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 But
Then I don't think they should have taken the quarterback.
But
I
then
agree.
4 to 5 years from now, whether if he isn't already, it wouldn't surprise me to see Stroud go to his second team and have it figured out. I think that these Ohio State quarterbacks. So look, you're looking at a Bears fan. I understand that.
Yeah, but
they're-
Justin Fields has the trump card and the
I
thing
know.
that buys him time of being an elite running quarterback.
But hear me out,
Like if
Bob.
it wasn't for Lamar Jackson, he would be known as the guy for running.
We talked about this earlier on our mock draft stream, but in a nutshell, it's Houston's supporting cast here is worse than the team that Stroud played with, and that is uncanny to envision.
You
that
think so?
Marvin Harrison
Oh.
and Jackson Smith-Jigba,
The offense, I'll agree.
and
yeah.
well, that's his whole cast.
That's a good point.
right? Like
Now, you have a great left tackle in Laramie Tunsil. That is nice. That
That's
was
good.
something he'll have better than
but you're going
Stroud.
from
You
pick
have Damian
13.
Pierce,
hopefully
too,
Kenyon
running back.
Green improves into be a good left guard, and you have
So-
that blind side protected.
Totally.
But right now maybe they go wide receiver at pick 12, right?
Yeah.
And that could help. But right now you have Nico Collins, who was a solid wide receiver 2, okay, wide receiver 2. But right now he's their wide receiver 1, and you don't want Nico Collins in that situation.
No, I feel like what Stroud does better than I don't know if all because Bryce Young's release is really
Maybe
nice.
they'll get Marvin Harrison Jr.
But, like,
next year.
They're going to get JSN this year.
Grump, I feel like Stroud's release, like the moment he decides he's going to throw to the moment that the ball is out, is best in maybe not necessarily the NFL, but it's like up there. But that's such a niche thing. Like
Yeah.
some of the other release kings are Derek Carr and Aaron Rodgers and a couple others, right? Like you don't have to have a super quick release to be successful in the NFL. It's just helpful. The problem is I feel like this Ohio State offense takes a year to unlearn before you can then start to learn another NFL offense because it teaches you habits like my wide receiver 1 will be open.
Yes.
And I will have time in the pocket and a bunch of other things that there's a reason looking back through history that a lot of these successful quarterbacks have come from Josh Allen out of Wyoming, Patrick Mahomes out of Texas Tech, programs that generally can't support your quarterback with all of the bells and whistles that they could ever want.
Those stupid asses crying. Sorry.
I don't mind guys crying.
Man, he just made $40 million.
He just got his first job. I get it, man.
He didn't come here to play school.
Was that a Cardale Jones?
Legend
I mean,
tweet.
C.J. Stroud went 10 of 26 versus Northwestern, right? And then the Michigan game throws, 2 interceptions. When it's not almost like perfect for him,
Yep.
it's not great, right?
It's the
And also
golf problem.
he had the great Georgia game, And again, listen, if you are in a situation that sucks, I will never expect a quarterback to just ball every single week type stuff, right? If a quarter like Will Levis, I don't expect Will Levis to ball every single week. If he had some bad games in there, I wouldn't judge him like, oh, he had those bad games. But
Arizona's taking a
you're
while.
Ohio
They're taking a
State.
long time.
They got to be working the
dangling
phone.
that
They got to be
phone,
working
yeah.
the phone. They got to be working that phone.
Yeah, ideally Will Anderson Jr. did.
Jalen Carter is on the board.
Jalen Carter is on the board.
So could there be a surprise and this be Paris Johnson?
Yes.
Is that a surprise?
I think it's possible. I mean, you got to remember that the Cardinals – look, the Cardinals are paying a human being $230 million. And when you pay Kyler Murray $230 million, he gets a say. And so if he wants Paris Johnson – look, I'm not about to say that he's, like, running the show there, but that's a very big voice going – or, like, promoting a tackle. And we talked about this earlier, Bobby. The Cardinals have a 34-year-old tackle and a 30-year-old tackle. 2 tackles over the hill, not great. So I think 3 would be way too high for Paris Johnson within
Yeah,
this
I agree with
draft.
It's just you can't pass up the guys that are on the board to draft
But I
Paris
mean, like,
Johnson.
is the smart organizational thing here a defensive move? They need edge rushers.
The smart would be to trade back somehow, but
Well, yeah.
whoa, trade! The Texans are on the clock.
Trade.
Whoa!
The Texans get back-to-back picks.
Did we talk about this?
Find the details and get. All right, can we get the details on the screen when you
There it
guys find them?
is. We talked about this at dinner.
I was about to be like,
we
when did we talk
Julian,
about this?
we talked about this at dinner.
What'd you guys have?
Wow.
For dinner?
The
I didn't
Texans
get dinner.
going 2 and 3. Here comes Will Anderson. Has to be. Or is it going to be Tyree Wilson?
Ooh.
Because that's an athletic. Or could it be Jalen Carter? Honestly, they just lost Zach Allen. Like, it's not impossible.
What?
I'm muting so many accounts right now.
Oh, no, wait. Not the Cardinals.
I'm
So,
doing
yeah,
everything in
Texans.
my power not to look at your screen right now.
No way.
I'm muting people.
Let's see.
Oh my God.
Can't wait.
This is
Can't
crazy.
wait.
So normally I was
Crazy.
going to say at 12 they would take JSN and pair him up with Stroud.
Hey, by the
Actually-
way, the chat. Do not spoil the picks for the other people in the chat because it makes it, please. I asked the chat. This is a nice request. Do not spoil the pick for the other people that are trying to enjoy the live stream and also be a part of the chat.
I feel like the other thing that
That
doesn't
hurts
help
our
here, Bobby,
That hurts our business.
if we know, Bobby, that the chat is spoiling picks, we can't look at it.
No, I'm not talking about for us, but for the people
Yeah, that
watching
too.
that don't want it spoiled for them, because we're not like locked into the chat. So
You're not locked into the chat?
We had it on the screen last year, didn't we?
yeah.
Ooh, this is sick.
All right,
This is
so this
crazy.
has to be Will Anderson Jr.
This has to be – this could be Tyree Wilson. Remember, Lance Zierlein, who's connected in Houston, Bobby, has had Tyree Wilson at number 2 more than once.
Well, remember when the people said the Browns should take a quarterback at 1 and 5 in 2018?
Oh,
Maybe
gosh, the Trubisky year?
the Texans should do this. No, the year they got Baker.
So
They're
the
like,
Cardinals
they should
got
take
12.
Baker and Josh. Yeah, so the Cardinals now have picked 12. So that puts them in situation to get.
Honestly, that's a great
to get Paris
tackle.
or Broderick.
That's a great tackle spot for the Cardinals.
All right, so this has to be Will
Give it
Anderson
to me,
Jr.
Roger.
Will Anderson or Jalen Carter?
Give it to me, Roger.
Well, so what are I guess the details aren't out yet.
There's your details.
Thank you.
Will Anderson.
Will
There he goes.
Anderson
All right.
Jr. Edge out
Wow.
Alabama.
I'm having to put my John Boy hat on and read the lips. Let's see. Oh, wow.
Is it 12:33?
Which first? Do we know which first they gave up? Because they've got Cleveland's and theirs in 2024. Wow, that is expensive.
What?
Will Anderson, sweet player.
That's a good.
So this is really crazy. They are tripling down on CJ Stroud at this point.
I mean, they're making the argument that a really, really good defensive player is worth a lot of good players, right? And I get
And
it.
not just a good defensive player. This is a defensive player at a premium position.
Exactly. So, like, you're saying – because when you get one of these guys, you got to remember that, like, the offense now can theoretically do anything from doubling to triple teaming Will Anderson, which opens up all kinds of one-on-ones for the rest of the defense. And Houston doesn't have no guys on the defensive line, but they've got nobody that can beat a double team. That's for sure.
Oh, that's for sure.
So
I
I just
wanna
wish
know-
the Texans would have taken Will Anderson Jr. at 2, taken a great defensive player at 12, and then next year with their 2 first-round picks did what they could to get their quarterback.
But what if you do a decent job because those 2 sweet defensive players put you at, like, a pretty good record, and then you get nothing?
then
you
you're
know?
stuck.
You're only at
I
2.
mean, Will Anderson Jr. and whatever player you get at 12 is going to take the Texans, and how many wins is that going to add the Texans this season?
You don't know. I mean, you got to remember that the Bears lost 14 games, and it took one of our third-round picks dropping 2 punts, including one against the Giants. You guys remember that? And muffing it all together. It took multiple, last-second drops, Bobby. It's one thing to be a bad football team, but you still need the ball to bounce against you to lose all those games. You know what I mean?
The Texans still have 10 picks left in this draft. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks. They have 2 picks in the third round, 2 top 10 third-round picks. They have 2 fourth-round picks that are back-to-back with each other, and then they have a bunch of 5th and 6th-round picks. They have 3 6th-round picks.
I think that this is just C.J. Stroud was a pick that's going to put them in a position where they're going to be losers in just a couple of years and be ready for another quarterback. I think that this just cements them. Well, I mean, it's early. They have more picks. I'm being judgmental, but doing this and getting a premium position is going to get them more wins that will put them further in the draft and not actually better unless they can really nail this process. And they're banking on a lot of C.J. Stroud too.
So when we did is C.J. Stroud, do people believe that the Texans need a quarterback in 3 years from now? Now they traded a first-round pick again. Does that change your answer?
No.
I don't
feel
know.
the same.
Wait, did you say being the first overall pick?
No, I'm saying they trade. So does this trade change your thought process on if the Texans will need a quarterback in 3 years or not?
Honestly, I hate to say this. This pick is as much a bet on John Mechie as anything else. Because, you just gave up pick 33.
That's a bad bet.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You don't have pick 33, which would have been a really nice receiver pick or at least a receiver spot in the draft for Houston. So you've got Cooks, you've got Mechie.
They don't have Cooks. They traded him to Dallas.
You're right. Cooks is gone. So
yeah, you have Nico Collins as your wide receiver 1. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good job. Good going, guys. And, I mean, they've got 1 first-rounder next year instead of 2. I feel like, I don't know, Bobby, part of me feels like they paid an awful lot. And it's going to be hard to keep that kind of value because that's 4 controllable contracts and very talented players that they're giving up to get what they hope is a sweet player. But I'm sure you guys, Giants fans, for Bears fans, it's Kevin White, right? Or we use Gabe Karimi, a very good player or at least a high pick that just gets hurt a bunch and the career is over before it starts. You just don't know with any of these one players.
I kind of don't believe in trading up. Now, the back end of the first round is very different to me. If you want to trade up,
Anthony Richardson, right?
You got to probably you
Or
got to
Levis.
give
I
up.
hope so. I hope it's Anthony Richardson.
I think it's going to be Richardson.
This
You
is where I
gotta
want
maybe
him to
give
go.
up, another top 100 pick. But giving up that much value for a non-quarterback, I don't agree with. Because, I mean, they had C.J. Stroud. If that's the quarterback that they want and they believe in, they had him at 2. And then you give up all that value to jump up to 3 to get a non-quarterback.
It's exceptionally exciting, but I don't know if it's smart.
Right.
It's a value game.
I'm surprised somebody from the New England mindset would trade up like that when everything that New England does is usually trade back, accumulate value,
Lions?
accumulate value.
I don't think New England's very good at drafting, though.
Are we talking about Casiero or are we talking about D'Amico Ryans? Ryans came from San Fran, right?
Well,
the GM is
D'Amico
Casario.
Ryans is the head coach,
Right,
whereas the GM is the GM that's deciding that. But I mean, I don't know if the coach is slamming the table. What does that balance look like? And I think it all depends on the balance of power given an organization. There's a lot of organizations that kind of don't include their head coaches on stuff, and you could say that you disagree with that. There's organizations that do include their head coaches on that kind of stuff.
Right.
I don't know what the balance of power is like.
Yeah, they include it, but the GM is the one making the picks.
Yeah, and he's judged on it. He's judged on it for sure. So yeah, I'm rooting for Anthony Richardson to go here. Now I'm glad that Richardson was not taken, in the top 3 or maybe a trade or maybe a team kind of jumps up because now I'm looking at the Colts that need a quarterback. Seattle, Anthony Richardson can sit behind Geno Smith.
Sure, I
Detroit,
think that's a good spot.
There's
him
a
too.
lot of teams.
I want Richardson on the Colts or the Seahawks.
On a good situation.
Go! Let's go!
Devils.
1 second on the power play. Anyway, Colts are on the clock.
Anthony Richardson.
There he goes.
Anthony Richardson.
Good pick.
You're good at
Hey.
reading lips.
Yeah. I got to give somebody his flowers. Chris Ballard just won a really epic game of chicken. Like, Anthony Richardson is a sweet player, and he survived not one, but 2 trade-ups and 2 divisional choices to still get a quarterback that I think has a higher floor and a higher ceiling than the guy selected at 2. You got to remember, everybody keeps
You
looking
think he
at
has a higher floor?
running.
Okay.
Just like the fact that he can run for maybe 1,200 yards gives you an ability to create an offense not unlike the 2012 or 2022 Bears. What's the clap?
Quiz.
Yeah,
What is the most efficient play
Hoodie,
in football?
you should
the quarterback scramble.
you should clip.
Is
the,
that it?
Hoodie?
Like, because it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
You should clip the Devil's goal reaction.
No, but really, like the most
The
efficient,
puck is in, bro.
Just text me the video.
the most
I'll post
efficient
it.
play in football is when it is a designed pass and then
Yep.
a quarterback scrambles and
Oh,
he runs.
I was
It-
totally guessing. Is that real?
It is real. It is real. via Warren Sharp on the NYG Weekly podcast last summer.
I mean, it's huge. Like, the main thing that I look at for Richardson, look, okay, again, Bears were terrible. We lost 14 games. But we had a 5-week stretch where purely because Justin Fields could run the ball decently, we hung 24 to 30 points on everybody in the league.
Yeah.
There was
And
a moment he was one of the most electric players.
that's the thing. And I think Anthony Richardson at 265 pounds running a 4.4, like, he could do that. He could do that in spades. I'm not about to say that I know he's about to be a good quarterback, but like you said, Bobby, I see all the same cues that say he could grow and he could get a
Yes.
lot better, and that rushing floor means a lot to me.
So, Justin, I don't know if you remember this. This was like 2 years ago.
yeah,
I was at a tailgate in maybe December,
sure.
and I said,
2 years ago, December tailgate. Are we talking like Jake Fromm?
Ooh, I don't know, because I remember this, and that Jake Fromm game,
I
was
don't drink.
blackout
I don't
drunk.
drink, but I wish those are like blackout drunk.
I was
tailgates.
blackout drunk for that
I
game.
was not,
But,
but
I,
yeah.
I had said to you
Wish I was.
early on that Anthony Richardson was like the guy, and he
Yeah.
was finally going to get his shot this year, and like that's the big thing that screwed him up is
Yeah.
he didn't get a shot when he probably
2
should
years
have been
ago,
playing. Yeah.
2 years ago, he kind of like had this half on, half off, half pregnant situation.
It was
going on.
kind of what Mullen was just pulling Emory Jones when he was either the game was over and they were winning, or when he was just flat out not cutting it.
And then Rob Sale as an offensive coordinator this year, Anthony Richardson's average depth of target was insane. It's like 14, 15 yards, and like that doesn't happen. And part of Anthony Richardson's critique is that can he work the quick game? And I don't know if we have an answer just because we didn't see that at Florida because Rob Sale he must have got really fucking tired of Jason Garrett because he took the the conservative nature that he kind of saw with the Giants.
That's just the Billy Napier run
that
offense
that
they ran
Louisiana.
with the Raging
But
Cajun.
also, like, I saw what was it, a 2-point conversion that Anthony Richardson did against Utah was like one of the most insane plays.
Oh yeah, that was week. That was week
that was
one.
week one.
That was as Anthony Richardson hype may never ever get as big as it was.
Yeah,
after
that was nuts.
that game was sick.
Yeah, it was crazy. He had a really good game.
So
And
Seattle's
that
on
was
the
before
clock.
the season, and we were all of the thought of the Giants were going to be taking a quarterback in this draft.
Yep.
Like, do you think 1 year ago our plan was that we were going to be drafting a quarterback right now?
So Seattle's on the clock now.
Happy that we're not.
This is a defensive pick, probably. Is that what we're
Jalen
thinking?
Carter.
Jalen Carter.
Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson, I could definitely see.
It's got to be one of those two guys to me, right? And the Seahawks get the most out of their corners, so they don't necessarily.
They like doing wide receiver later on in the draft.
Yeah, and I just want to take the receivers over those two defensive guys,
No, I mean,
especially when you have DK. And,
I would
and
even say,
Lockett.
like, with Jalen, I don't think Seattle cares as much about off the field stuff as other teams. Like,
Malik
I remember
McDowell.
they took what's his face,
Are you thinking about
Bruce Irvin.
Malik McDowell?
Bruce Irvin. They took in the first round. I had it as a third rounder.
Also, they
and-
had on. Never mind.
was that a
Well, remember the scumbag tackle for us,
what, Eric Flowers?
Chad Wheeler, the guy who
Oh,
replaced
Oh,
him.
oh,
yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
But
he
you
literally,
can't
like,
blame the
assaulted-
Seahawks for that.
Well,
I
yeah,
couldn't
he
even
did it
look
when
at
he was
those
on the team.
photos. Anyways, let's move off that.
I did
subject.
not see them. So they're still on the. Is there any? I mean, I feel like they perpetually need offensive line, but they don't need. Do they need a tackle?
No,
No.
they drafted Charles
Abraham
Cross and
Lucas.
then Abe
That's right.
Lucas last year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, so they're good
This
there.
has to be defense.
Yeah, because I mean their defense was kind of like their Achilles heel last year.
And they just re-signed Bobby
Stopping the
Wagner.
run.
It's got to be so sick to trade Russell Wilson, like your franchise quarterback. Like, yeah, we'll probably have a top 5 pick. Like, yeah, it's from the fucking Broncos. That's where we get it from.
Same thing with the Eagles trading with the Saints. They get the top 10 pick.
And then
Crazy, not fair.
Who had I know the Lions have a high pick from the Rams this year.
They do. Yep. No, so you look at the NFC and you'd be
next,
like, you look at the NFC and you're like, oh wait, yeah, it's kind of wide open, but then you're like, shit. Well, the up and coming teams in the NFC that maybe could take a step back next year, well, they all have fucking top
So
tens.
could the Seahawks surprise us and take Will Levis?
They could. I don't think
find
they
it
will.
unlikely.
Sure, the Giants play them this year. I would love for them to draft a player with the 5th overall pick that sits on the bench against them.
Yeah.
That's true. Do we play them in Seattle?
No, I think we play them at home. We played them in Seattle last year. I think we
The last
travel.
2 times we played was in Seattle.
Yeah, so the Giants schedule is something to really kind of keep an eye on when they're traveling to the West Coast this year.
Yeah,
they're going to Las Vegas. They're going to Arizona. They may be going to L.A. against the Rams. I'm not totally sure. I don't really have that memorized on the top of my head.
Well, they can't go to 3.
You don't have that memorized?
Robert, what's your 5-man big board for the
They
Bears
would do
right
2
now?
home,
Right
2
now,
away.
You
now we've still got Jalen Carter on the
San Fran.
board.
Everyone's
Then
San
we've got Tyree Wilson, who I think is like really fun. If no offensive linemen get picked, the Bears might look to trade down, especially depending on where Will Levis actually ends up going. You got to remember, Ryan Poles is looking to turn pick number 1 into as many draft picks as he can. Big nerd energy over there in Chicago right now. And so it wouldn't surprise me if the Bears want a tackle and they want to see if they can move down a couple picks to do it. But it's going to depend on how things fall. I don't think anybody saw Houston trading up from 12 to 3 after drafting a quarterback. So it's time to see how the board drips on down. I'm curious to know what the Bears think of Tyree Wilson. Obviously, his foot injury is a bit unpredictable, wouldn't you say? Like,
It's Liz Frank, right?
is it? Because that's a big deal.
I don't
if
know.
It is Liz Frank.
Ooh, I don't want to slander him.
They have a pick in, but of course we're going to commercial. We have 975 people in here, which is insane. We are
Hey, fellas.
We are 8 subscribers
everybody.
away
Hey.
from 25,000. I would love to reach that.
So
like
subscribe.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Let's go to Bleacher Report for a hot sec. Jesse, pass rusher, Cansey or Murphy?
I think he's just saying like he wants one of those two. I would love for either of those 2 guys to be New York Giants.
But who would you prefer?
Cansey, but Murphy, I really do like Murphy a lot, man. Like I thought Miles Murphy was going to be a bona fide like top 7 pick coming into this season. So I really do like Miles Murphy.
Henny Gang is feeling good energy because he's saying any pick is going to be great. Any move will be great. We are in a great position.
I'm just praying because there is going to be one year when we do a Talking Giants draft stream and we're going to draft a player that I don't like. And it has not happened yet, so I don't want it to happen this year.
What? It's never happened that the Giants drafted a player you don't like?
On a live, since we've been in Talking Giants on a live
my
stream,
word.
we had not Dan Jones.
You're talking about first-round picks.
Yeah, first-round picks. Andrew Thomas, and then Tony, which was trade down. We were excited about the trade down, and Tony was an electric player too. He's just an asshole. And then Kayvon and Evan Neal last year. So
Seahawks
last year, my worry was Charles Cross. I was not a very big Charles Cross
Seahawks
fan.
selection. There is a Roger Goodell. Boo, boo.
It's got to be Carter, right?
What is that logo?
Like, in this moment, like, throw it all out, it's got to be the best defensive player left on the board.
But
I think it's Jalen Carter.
let's
I don't think he leaves the top 5.
Oh, I didn't catch it.
Devin
Witherspoon!
The
Spoon.
worst kept secret is ripped away from them. Detroit Lions.
That's
picking
why you can't
6th.
let garbage get out. Everybody was saying, like, including Peter Schrager, that the Lions wanted Witherspoon, and Seattle decided no.
So
What is
if,
their depth
if,
chart? I'm
if
gonna
Dan
check
Quinn
this.
were still there, I would have guessed this.
Man, Castro Fields and Devin Witherspoon in the same in the same secondary, that is getting nasty.
Yes, they got
Shout out
they
Keith
got
Allen.
the most out of Tariq Woolen last year, and then you bring
Yeah.
Devin Witherspoon in. This is a very cornerback
Mike
friendly
Jackson
defense.
from San Fran. He was a free agent added in 2021.
So yeah, I mean, I would have went Jalen. See, I can't blame a team for not drafting Jalen
Sure.
Carter. I
And-
can't.
but again, we don't know.
We don't know. Them not wanting
like
to
if
deal
there
with
was
it?
no issues with Jalen Carter, I would be roasting this pick. Like, how do you not take Jalen Carter? But I can't be mad at a team for not
Tell
taking
you
Jalen
what,
Carter.
though, part of me sits here and wonders, okay, so, like, look, let me talk from a Bears fan perspective, okay? Let me fan for a moment. So the Lions are now on the clock, but after them comes the Raiders, who have now recently. Can we agree? Las Vegas probably does not want a guy with character questions in town. they've had some bad experiences with
The next one will be the one.
In the last 20 years,
Right.
I would say.
And then I don't think Atlanta wants Jalen Carter just because they've already got Grady Jarrett, and he's a stud playing the exact same position, and they've got other needs on the roster. So I kind of feel like for the Bears, if they want Jalen Carter, this is it. Like either the Lions could very well trade out of the pick if people want it. You know what I mean? But like if they don't want Carter and other people sweeten the deal enough, they could. If the Lions are dead set on a corner, Bobby, Christian Gonzalez is right there.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, I'd rather take Wilson or if they like.
You're
Carter
scaring the
first.
shit out of me because the Eagles picked 10, and you just projected a way in which Jalen Carter could fall all the way to 10.
No,
He'd go to 9.
no.
He's not getting past 9.
You don't think the Bears will?
I think the Bears want.
Okay.
the Bears want Carter
Okay.
very
Please,
badly.
please.
I don't
please
even
do us
like
a
it
good
coming
service.
that close.
So
to be honest with you,
Witherspoon to me is funny because there's a lot of moments on film where he doesn't connect his hands at the top of the route jam, and a guy's able to get away from him deep. But the Illinois defense was really, really good this year. So there's like across the board.
Yes.
I mean, guys like Sid Brown, they had a good stable of pass rushers. None of them were particularly exceptional. I mean, exceptional pass rushers stand out, but they had a great team defense. 25K.
We
Talking
have
Giants versus the world.
25,000 subscribers. Thank you to everybody.
There we go. There
and
we
now
go.
we're back to the stream. Let's
And,
go.
and,
this
and
is
the
say-
Seahawks are a defense that protects their corners from being
Sure.
deep too. You know.
Part of me though, like I think one of the problems that I have, Bobby, is that there are a lot of people who want the like all-tool corner, like the guy who's going to do a little bit of everything, and that's great. But part of what really ties me to Gonzalez and Porter are how good they are in coverage, even as poor as they can be in the run game. Because I don't think either of them really want to put their helmet down and get dirty. Witherspoon wants to get dirty. He wants to be involved in the run game, but I don't think he's as good at cover corner as some of the other guys. Now, like that's the thing. We'll see what happens. That could end up on
Seattle
freezing cold
also
takes.
Seattle also like I feel like whenever they draft a corner, it's just like yeah okay
Yeah, that's the thing.
yeah
Yeah,
like, you're gonna be good.
yeah.
You
So
know?
I-
no matter
I-
where they're drafted.
I think, yeah, part of the reason why Devin Witherspoon was able to get away with a lot of stuff, like you said, that Illinois defense in general was very good. It was very aggressive.
Yes.
And it allowed, like, forcing quarterbacks to make quick decisions means you can occasionally slip up. So Seattle's an interesting spot. I think that's a good spot. They put up a ton of points last year, and that's going to help every defense.
Yep.
So it will afford him some learning curve, and he'll get beat from time to time, and the thing is whether or not the coaches can deal with it and if he can learn from it.
Right. I mean, it's a good pick. I think CB is very similar.
Trade.
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 They're back up.
Cardinals
they went down.
back
They're back
up.
up. They went down. They're back up. It's got to be Paris Johnson, right?
Yeah, they wanted to beat everyone to the tackle.
Or do they want Carter?
No. Oh, could be. We got a
could
fight,
be.
too.
It could be.
The worst fight of all time in hockey. Jesus.
Let's see. Bobby, somebody mentioned that your Dunkin' cup is empty. You got to do something about that?
There's gum in it.
There's
No.
gum in it.
Is there gum in it?
Yeah, there's good.
Don't make me look
If I was
Yeah.
wearing
Don't
shorts
make me
right
look
now, I
for
would
the
do
gum.
the "there's gum on my leg" trick right now. I
What
did
are
that
they-
to somebody recently.
What are they showing?
your
They're showing a
brother?
bunch of burnt out.
I don't know.
I feel
who
like,
it was.
what's your 30? It's just like, you better get your brother.
What
with
is
that
this
one.
commercial?
Okay. It's number 6. Do you mind if I tell you what the trade terms are, Bobby? Is that spoiling?
No, we can get
No,
trade terms.
trade
Just don't-
terms are
don't
good.
spoil
It's
the pick.
number 6 for 12 and 34, which as a Bears fan, dang it, because that makes the Lions better, in my opinion. Now, the Cardinals will probably get
So the
decent.
Lions now have 12 and
34.
Yeah, I think they want a choice
no, but they have
tackle.
another first round
18.
pick.
They have 12,
12 and
18, and
18.
34.
What?
Nasty.
Lions, baby. I mean, Lions are the team that everyone says like, don't be shocked, they're going to be good. That
I don't understand this, too. Like, they traded and they're still on the clock. Like, they don't know who the pick is. They just really wanted the slot.
They got to get as many commercials in as they can.
Well, I mean, like, it will say the pick is in, though.
True.
12, 18, the 17th pick in the second round.
Yo, put some more tweets on the screen. I want tweets everywhere.
Just throw it all over.
Just really inflammatory tweets.
It's Kanye West tweeted
Like,
anything
here's a
lately?
tweet that someone just tweeted at me saying, like,
You a bitch.
I just responded saying no, and he's like, at Bobby Skinner, Devin Witherspoon is a player we should have traded up for. Check this tweet next year. Devin Witherspoon could be the best cornerback of all time, and it would not be worth the Giants trading up from 25 to the 5th overall pick. You'd have to trade like almost 3 first-rounders, a second, a fourth, and Leonard Williams to make that trade happen.
Can we talk about RG3 for a moment?
And Leonard Williams.
Oh, I can't stand him.
RG3
Caption this.
just like dramatically
He's
saying
like
the
Rex-
terms of the Aaron Rodgers trade as if he wasn't obtained by trading like 3 first-round picks to get him.
Yeah, RG3 is a cornball.
I feel like if every NFL analyst, frankly, that
You're a Baylor guy. What's your thoughts on RG3? Fun times.
I'm realizing that, like, Bobby, you
Just
go,
anyone who turns into a caption
you
this
go
guy,
so much,
I don't
yeah.
like you.
For me, I look at somebody like Orlovsky. I look at somebody like RG3. I always think to myself,
I like Orlovsky.
if we really force everybody to live in their worst moments, then I'm going to live in some pretty bad moments myself.
Well, what
Like,
are RG3's worst moments?
mostly being a caption this guy right now. Also getting really depressed on Washington and, like, punting footballs by himself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's
uh,
just being football. You know, like,
that's
I
the
don't,
thing.
I
That's
don't hate
tough.
him for not working out in the NFL.
He got hurt a lot. Like, honestly, his body seemed like it betrayed him by the end of the day. I mean,
No,
you gotta-
Shanahan.
Yeah,
traded him.
Shannon. They kept him out there with like a torn
yes.
ACL.
In the
but you got to remember
muddiest field of
that
all
was
time.
the second one. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
well, yeah.
It was awful. That was terrible. But we got the pick in. We got the pick in. It's got to be
This is a weird
Paris.
stained glass version of the Cardinal.
All right, Cardinals select. It's funny we have the volume
Paris
off.
It
Johnson.
is Paris Johnson. Yeah.
Paris Johnson Jr.,
Wow.
baby.
He's amped. All right.
Okay.
This is fun.
Kyler
This
Murray
worked
gets the
out
guy.
amazing for the Cardinals. Like, they get the guy that they wanted to get.
Worked
They
out.
wanted to get a tackle, and they get all these freaking draft. Oh, I guess
Man.
they did have to trade up again, which
I'll tell you what, Bobby. If the Lions wanted Witherspoon,
okay. Here's
that call had to feel so good that their guy got drafted and they immediately get pick 34 to dry their tears with just to move back a couple of slots.
Yeah.
Like, that's good living. If
So
you're
this
Detroit.
or that. Paris Johnson at 6 or Broderick Jones at 12.
Broderick Jones at 12.
Okay. So now he may not have gotten there, but I agree with that.
I
So,
think the biggest scary with Paris
that's
Johnson.
so funny.
Yeah, what?
Julian, can you go to Danny King's Twitter? and
Danny
put-
was on TMZ.
and put his profile picture up on the screen,
we got
please.
on day 3. We got to play. He was an intern spotlight.
Yeah, I need to.
Did he tweet it out? What like the
First
video?
of all, I mean, Danny King's an underrated, great-looking man, and I
He's a
need
good-looking dude.
I need about 1,000 people to see his face right now.
And
Our Danny King,
Danny tweeted, "I'm literally begging someone to take Jalen Carter before 10."
and then that's when I saw the new profile picture change.
Sorry.
Oh!
2-on-1 short-handed goal, baby.
I shouldn't yell into the microphone. I apologize. I won't do that again.
Yo, this is like a ton of Rangers fans in the chat.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Rangers.
they get
fan.
so-
They're gonna be so mad at you.
People will literally click off because you're cheering for the Devils. That's how.
I mean,
like,
I'm
petty
cheering
people
for
are.
my team. I'm not doing that.
That's how petty people are. We gotta keep.
I get it,
Littleton
dude. It's the
supreme.
playoffs. Come on. I'd be petty too. I get it. I have not been a big hockey shit talker.
This is
year.
taking way too long to get Danny King's face on this fucking screen right now.
Are you really going off on your guys? That's really.
What do you mean? No, I love Danny King. He's a great. I want.
No, I know you're saying it's taking too long. Your guys, you're going
I'm
off.
going
on your guys?
off on him because I need to.
They're
I need-
working hard.
I need over 1,000 people to see
They're
Danny King's
sweating.
face right
They're
now.
sweating for you.
We got to call Danny King at some point.
We will. We will
Yes.
call Danny King.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
there he is. That's what was taking so long.
I've never looked better.
I look so good.
Oh,
We
right
need
there we go,
to
there we go.
screen grab that and tweet that. Just tweet that with
Please,
Talking
yeah,
Giants.
please,
no
please,
caption.
Hoodie, screen grab this, please.
Just tag Danny King in the photo.
There it is. Okay, position yourself.
Okay, ready?
properly.
1, 2, 3, smile. Cheese. Okay, thank you.
There we go.
We're good now.
That's it.
We're good now.
All right, take Danny.
All right, Las Vegas is up. What do they do?
So Vegas needs a quarterback, right? But they desperately need a tackle.
Yeah, they need to tackle bad.
They could.
I think they take Christian Gonzalez.
They
out of
do
Oregon.
need defensive line too. I mean, you outlined a really good reason for them not to take
It's
Jalen
just
Carter.
maybe they take Tyree Wilson. Like by all accounts, he seems like he's a hard worker. He's
I think
not
Christian
that old.
Gonzalez fits
but-
them best. You know, Patrick Graham having that corner on that defense. We saw what he did in 2020 with James Bradbury. And I think for how putrid and bad that defense was last year, I think Christian Gonzalez kind of fits here for sure.
I would take Jalen Carter, though, still.
For who?
For the Raiders.
But we don't. But I mean, at the end of the day, we don't have the same, evals as NFL teams do, and Jalen Carter. does.
It's all the simple stuff, Bobby. Because if you're in that Raiders room right now, and you feel like it is a legitimate problem that your players have to exist in Las Vegas, and you hear things out of Atlanta, Georgia, that give you trouble, it's a hard city to send you to. Like, it's not to say Chicago's a boring town, for instance, but at the very least, it's not Sin City. You know
Dallas
what I'm saying?
is a boring town, but I don't want him to go there either.
I love it. Cheap land value, honestly.
but I mean,
for all things.
You live in
I
Dallas.
do live in
Oh,
Dallas.
I knew you were from Texas.
Not a Cowboys fan.
No.
Not a Cowboys fan. Well, a peaceful
Do you live
Cowboys
in
fan.
Dallas,
Like,
or do you just
live
say
in
that you live in
Dallas?
Dallas and it's like, oh, but I live outside?
It's a very.
I mean, the problem in Texas is that you have like Houston,
Everything's big.
which is a 90-mile radius city.
Yeah.
Really picture that, like 90 miles
huge.
radius,
Yeah.
and they call it one
That's
city.
the size of New Jersey.
So the
Still-
problem is that, like, technically, I live in Richardson.
That's how far it is
but
from
people
home.
claim they're from Dallas that are 30 miles north
Yeah.
of Richardson. So I feel like I am much closer because I'm like, 5 miles from the Loop? I don't even know if it's 5. Like, anyways, that's all.
Everything's bigger in Texas. they
Everything's
say.
bigger in Texas.
That's what they say.
Best
including-
barbecue I ever
including
ate
the
was
disappointment.
was in Dallas.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
It is
Pecan
pretty
Lodge. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was some of the best food I ever ate in my life.
They make some good wet barbecue in Texas.
Wet.
Well, it's different than the dry stuff, right?
Different.
Like the Kansas City style barbecue. It's a different vibe.
The NFL draft is in Kansas City, and that's what we're talking about. Radio.
Hey, speaking of Rangers, do you think we could put the Rangers game?
Hoodie, can we get a janky update? Whoa, he's not even paying attention. That's how I know he locked.
dang.
That's how I
Oh,
know you're locked into the NFL draft.
dang.
What's hey audio Jack? Can we get a janky update?
Audio jack.
Why is it called a
Yeah,
Yankee?
you just
update?
go like this.
John Boy Yankee.
Because he does a lot of audio things.
You just do this.
Talk in the
Yankees,
microphone.
Yankees are up 3-0.
2-0 Yanks.
3-0.
3-0 Yanks. Thank you, audio Jack.
Thank you, Audio Jack. Breaking news.
All right,
The pick is in here for
they're-
Vegas. Is it Levis?
Gotta be Gonzalez.
I mean, they got the
Yeah,
camera
I think
on
it's
him.
Gonzalez.
Oh, maybe it's
you're
Levis.
you're really hoping
Or is
it's
that Lucas
Gonzalez,
Van Ness?
so
Is that
pass or
Lucas Van
false?
Ness or Will Levis?
They're both white.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
even. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't
Man,
really
I'm
know
just
what
like-
Lucas Van Ness's face looks like. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Based
You've
off
never
of,
seen it?
Based off of the thumbnail that
No.
you made on JM Football.
Hey.
By the way, if there's a player that you like that may be
Yeah, I'm
drafted by
hoping
a
I
team,
did a draft breakdown on the Bears pick.
Fun fact: Lucas
JM
Van Ness is dating Bears tight end Cole Kmet's sister.
Wow.
Breaking. It's not breaking. It's actually known.
It's
But
official.
We got ourselves
it's like on
a-
Facebook.
I feel like you can't draft the guy that's dating a current teammate's sister. That's
AJ
just,
Hawk,
it's just
AJ
too much.
Hawk, James Laurinaitis.
I mean, what if
Chris
they-
Snee and
situation.
Tom Coughlin's daughter.
That did they get along?
They
They got along very well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris Nee was the first second-round pick under the Tom Coughlin era was Tom Coughlin's son-in-law. Like, that had to be – we would be like, fucking nepotism to the core. And
Yeah.
guys
You know
are,
what's funny is like John Mara needed
guys are
like
Ring of Honor.
the okay to trade Odell Beckham.
That's
but-
why the Giants had so much nepotism until this past year. It's like it has just worked out for them forever.
Yeah. It's also true. It's true.
It's when keeping it all in the family works until it doesn't, right?
It did for a long time for the Giants.
It did. I
For a
mean,
long time.
honestly, I feel like, Justin, it goes understated how valuable stability is within an organization. Like, just being stable, because other organizations do exactly what the Texans did, and they go, we're all in, baby. And they do something ridiculous, objectively ridiculous, right? And they take a big old Plaxico Burris handgun to their foot and like,
I heard he shot himself in the penis. That's what I heard. That's Snacks' rendition of how that story went.
How am I not shocked?
He said, "Yeah, he shot himself in the dick." That's what. That's
it's all
Snacks'
to
rendition.
it's all to say that, like, sometimes I feel like franchises really do get better because other teams dig their own grave for them, right?
Oh, are you kidding? The Patriots lived in that division.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the Patriots being good meant that every other team took completely unnecessary risks.
Yes.
And they just stayed pretty good.
Raiders, who are they taking? Are they going to take Will Levis? Are they going to take Will Levis?
Christian
The
Gonzalez.
lip reading's
I
actually
think they're
gotten
gonna
really
go Will
fun.
Levis.
Like, honestly.
Let's see. Tyree Wilson,
Tyree
Texas
Wilson.
Tech edge. All right.
Wow. And again,
Tyree
Vegas
Wilson and Max
swinging for
Crosby.
the fences. That's a good combo.
It's a
but
good
still-
pick.
Robert's a Bears fan.
No, I mean, that's a good pick.
No, but hey, you're being professional. You're being radio. You're being good.
It's a good pick, too.
It's a good pick, but you are hoping Jalen Carter
I mean,
gets to 9.
Yes, but here's the problem. Jalen Carter is like, I can't use the word I'm thinking of. Let's just say, Jalen Carter's look.
We need Jalen Carter to be a Bear so
No,
you can celebrate and him not to be on the
yes,
Eagles.
but it's more like I'm not as
I
worried
will
about
celebrate.
whether Tyree Wilson is going to be a problem in the locker room, right? I'm not as worried about whether Tyree Wilson wants to be the best version of Tyree Wilson. Like, with somebody like Jalen Carter, the question is, has he been keeping things in neutral because he knew he was going to be a top 10 draft
Nice
pick?
choice of words.
Like,
there. Go with more driving metaphors.
right? Or like, honestly, you say
Put the
driving.
pedal to the metal.
You say drive. You talk about like
He's
a driving
willing to go
metaphor.
180 every
Is-
snap of the game.
Is Carter driven? We don't know.
He just picked up the commissioner.
I mean, Tyree Wilson's dream just came true.
Yeah.
Right?
He
Like,
also looks fly as hell.
honestly, him
Those
in
are
that
great sunglasses.
Those are great. That's a great suit.
him in that Raiders uniform is going to look scary because
Him
he
and
looks
Max
like
Crosby.
he looks
Yeah.
like one of those 6'8" creative players that you give 80 acceleration or like 90 acceleration for goofs.
Long.
You know? Long.
I think I now
I love
wanna,
that pick.
They still have Chandler Jones on their contract too. That's a nice little trio. Even though Chandler
It's
Jones
It's a
was,
good
all
set of
about that.
rushers.
was down, had a little bit of a down year, he still had ability. Like Chandler Jones didn't have a good year last year, but I actually did a video on him versus Slater week 1, and Chandler Jones won that matchup.
I think I want to pull off the blazer with no shirt underneath now.
Oh, you had that GQ photo going for a really long
Well,
time.
yeah,
Justin-
that's the Odell Beckham Jr. GQ photo, and then I recreated one of Kayvon Thibodeau's
Oh, that's right.
early seasons looks
I
where
did.
Justin.
where I wore a scarf and sunglasses.
You and me.
And Josina
We're gonna
Anderson
hit-
quote tweeted you.
She did really.
You and me, we're gonna
She
hit
was
the
like, "This
gym for an
honky cracker."
entire year. we're gonna get cut. We're gonna come back to this draft stream this time next year. Blazer, no shirt,
Yes.
sunglasses, the whole first round.
So what we have to do is we have to start the stream with you not in the room,
yeah, exactly.
you
Then we
have
have to
come
walk
in.
in.
and then I walk in.
Then you have to
or
walk
you
in.
have Julian back, like
He
you
looks-
like the
Well,
elevator
well,
opens.
Julian's leaving.
He
this
looks
week,
super
so.
cool, man. He's on top of the world.
Well, we're just
like,
gonna call the
honestly
new guy
good
Julian.
for Tyree. That's so fun. Like watching these guys like dreams come true is super understated fun. Like this is the best moment of a lot of their lives. I remember I was talking to somebody the other day. Okay, here's an interesting question while the pick is in.
Bijan Robinson. Let's see if it has. This is the Bijan Robinson where we can start seeing that pick.
So we've seen that a lot of people these days aren't coming to the draft, right? They don't want to be there because then the camera's on them when you get to pick 25 and everybody's nervous. But being able to walk on that stage and get introduced and take that picture and put it on your desk and in your room for the rest of your life, like that would be so cool, man.
I
Yeah, if
get
you're
why
gonna
people
get-
don't want to go, but if I knew I was a first round pick, I'd want to be there.
Absolutely.
Yes.
If I knew I was going to be a first round pick, I'm not missing that.
This is gonna sound shitty, but that's in Kansas City. I'd be a little less stoked than when it was in Vegas.
Yeah. Last year remember the picture like license plate guy had with like Kayvon and Neal
That was
last year?
crazy.
Yeah.
Last year was a great vibe.
Sam Prince talking for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll get Lawrence Tynes tomorrow. That'll be good. We'll have to make sure we clip that.
Oh,
for
that is
socials.
good. That's awesome.
We'll have to make sure we clip that up for social media.
So Atlanta, is it feasible that this is Will Levis? That would be stupid, right?
Rangers scored.
I don't know if it'd be that. Okay, so I
no, they
see
didn't.
Levis like the next incarnation of Jay Cutler. Like
Really?
He's SEC background, got the tar beat out of him in a program that's not particularly great.
I mean, Vanderbilt's worse than Kentucky,
Worse.
but
Cannon of an arm, no support on his offensive line, quick release, decent
You sound
decision
like, you sound
maker.
like Mel Kiper.
Like, what can I say? Just talking quickly, using a little bit of that rhythm.
fluff your hair
And
more.
right, that's what I need. All that to say that, like, I think Will Levis has become underrated because everybody kept talking about him at 2 and how he was a suicide choice way up there. But I don't think he's got bad tools.
No, I think he's pretty good. I just think getting him after getting Desmond Ridder is not the move.
Well, I mean, if one of them's good, then great. You have one good quarterback. Do you like Ridder? Like as a future franchise guy?
That's a good point. I hate Ridder, so.
That's the issue.
And quite frankly,
I hate
Washington
Ridder,
took RG3 and Kirk Cousins in the same draft.
And then it worked.
So,
Yes.
so my brother was a Redskins fan.
Until they
like,
dicked around with Kirk Cousins for too long.
my brother and a couple of my best friends were Redskins fans, and I'm like, you got to start Kirk Cousins right now. Just mess with him, and then that day, they were like, Kirk Cousins is a starter. I was like, I told you.
You knew all along. So is this possible then? This is the first wide receiver.
No.
Okay.
Unless because
Yeah, I
they
don't
have
see
Drake London. Like
Yeah.
maybe it's Jackson Smith-Jigba, but he doesn't really fit their offense. Like there's a lot of offenses that JSN
Keep
fits.
Jalen Carter in Georgia.
Bijan makes more sense than JSN.
You know,
which is
Falcons fans
stunning.
are just craving for Jalen Carter right
I
now.
bet you they aren't. Like
You think so?
They're all Dogs fans.
yeah, but I mean
College football fans defend their own no matter
Dude.
what.
yeah, but they've already got Grady. Like I know you can put them both in
He's
the rotation.
not as good as he once was.
Also, like, how much longer
Who
will
admits
Grady
that,
be
though?
there?
I don't know. That's a good point.
I mean, it's
I'm
fair
trying
to
not
be
to be biased.
at 8 to be picking for
course I love
beyond
Carter at
the
9.
next 2 years, dude.
Carter at 9
I don't
just
want
makes
him
things
to
crazy.
keep falling anymore. It has nothing to do with you either.
I want to keep him out of the
I'm
NFC
hoping-
East for you guys.
I appreciate that.
I'm hoping you guys draft Broderick Jones because I have 2 videos on Broderick.
At
That's a
Jones.
pretty
9?
shot.
Darren Waller looks weird at number 12. Daniel Jones and Darren Waller at the draft party together at MetLife Stadium.
I thought they hated each other.
Shout out to all of you who are here watching this instead of there. This is a much better place to be.
Yeah.
Like the stream if you're enjoying
The
it.
very
and we love you
selfish
guys.
person in me is like, I wish they didn't do the draft party because I want more people watching this. But that's
Correct.
The
But
draft
you know
party
what?
stinks.
The people who are at the draft party, they don't hear me being selfish, so it's okay.
So the first year they did the draft party at
This
MetLife,
has
you
been
could
an-
walk on the field
Well, they've-
and there was tons of stuff.
This
They're
has
on
been
the
an
field
electric
this
draft.
time.
oh, I
I
thought
think-
they had like a
You know what I'm saying?
motocross set up right now.
Aren't they on the field for this, Justin?
Yeah, they're on the field.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Then
Last
then
year
it's
they
cool.
weren't.
Three-
I remember the Daniel Jones year because remember everyone.
There
in
were
the
like 3
stands.
years in a row. There was nothing.
3 completely unpredicted trades so far in the
Falcons.
first round. This has been electric.
This has been a pretty
great.
cool. That's usually the sign of a weird draft, though.
And it's been weird.
Atlanta Falcons.
No pick has been like, wow, that's like a surprising pick. Maybe the Witherspoon one.
This could be Miles Murphy.
Yeah, I'm ready to be surprised right here.
Yeah, I have no clue what
He's
they're
warming
gonna
this
take.
up.
I'm ready to be surprised.
Is he introducing this very impatient kid?
I don't know what he's saying.
Reed
You could see how look how nervous
We
that
need
kid
closed
I would be too.
captions
Are you
on.
kidding me?
Oh no, yeah, pacing back for he's looking at the car.
is. Sam
Spelling
Smith
bee.
wasn't nervous.
Looking at the
Or
cards.
Sam Smith. Sam
Oh,
Prince.
Sam
he's going to
Smith.
read it.
Good singer.
Go, kid, go.
I couldn't read you my name in front of this crowd.
As you say, RKS.
One year we just need someone to go just
Oh, big
breath.
breath.
dude, he's struggling.
Big breath. Oh, big nervous smile. Okay. Okay. Okay.
A lot of words.
Oh my gosh, they drafted Bijan.
Bijan
Whoa.
I told you.
They drafted Bijan. They drafted Bijan. That offense is going to be awesome, man. Like Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and Desmond Ridder, who obviously is the most electric athlete in football. And we just, Bobby, you just love Ridder. You want to go ahead and talk about Ridder again?
I mean, I hate Ritter, but I kind of am. It doesn't make a ton
Metal.
of sense, but kind of it does make sense. Like, we're just going to take the best player. I don't care about position of that. Like,
I
we're
mean,
going to have
it-
Kyle Pitts. We're going to have Drake London. We're going to have Bijan Robinson. We're going to have a freaking dynamic offense. So when we do figure this freaking thing out, it's going to be sick.
BPA, part of BPA should be positional value. Let's just, like a premium BPA at a premium position. The Bears are trading number 9 to the Eagles. Howie Roseman has moved up. Who's telling me to be quiet?
Wow, we just had the Bears on the clock, and now they're not.
You killed me. Oh, dude, this is what I was afraid of.
I mean, okay. I love a good free pick. Like, that's the thing, right? I love Jalen Carter.
I don't.
Look, man, it goes back to what we
Oh,
were.
no.
It goes back to what we were
Fuck.
just talking about, right? But at the same time, hey, Grump, Are you sure that's who the Eagles are taking?
No, but I'm scared now.
Hey,
I'm scared.
Who else would they trade up in this draft?
Yeah,
It has to
I
be
just
Jalen
want to
Carter.
point something out.
It could be Christian Gonzalez.
It could be weirder than that, right?
Well, I mean,
The Eagles have a certain edge on their football team that has kept them winning games for now 4 years. Grump, what is it?
Montez Sweat.
It's
Nope,
an
not
it's an
Montez. Josh
extraordinarily good
What are the
Offensive line.
details?
Oh, yeah, well, I was going to say the
offensive
trenches in
line.
general, but yeah.
And so where are they starting to lose guys?
Well, they're starting
The
to lose guys on
offensive
both
line.
trenches, I think, though. That's
Both
the problem.
trenches, absolutely. But we're talking about like a team that could very well have a unique like interest in Northwestern's Peter Skoronski.
Yeah.
That's who Bobby Skinner marked to them. Like, I don't – if I can be blunt with you, Bobby,
Jalen Carter was off the board.
I don't know why the Eagles would trade up for Skoronski with the Bears.
Well, okay, hang on. The Bears could take a tackle, and if you view Skoronski as a tackle,
I don't. I don't think the Bears do. The Bears kicked Tevin
Yeah.
Jenkins off the tackle and into guard. And he had 34 and 1/4 inch arms. So I don't imagine that they think Skoronski's a guard. But all the same, I'm sitting here wondering, what if what if the Eagles aren't coming up for Carter? Because they've got somebody on their mind, but we'll see. I would hate to see Carter in an Eagles uniform, though, because, of course, then he'd be a beast.
I'm sad right now.
He
This
may suck in a
sucks.
Bears uniform, but he'd be good in an Eagles uniform. You just know it.
Do we have details on it?
I love it, Justin. No, he's not lying to me. He just posted a tweet that he hates the Eagles.
I hate the Philadelphia.
What did they
Eagles.
trade? Did they trade up that free pick they just got
Motherfucker.
for being babies?
We haven't seen the details
Eagles
yet.
traded a number 10 and a 4th rounder for next year.
Why would you do this?
Why would
do
you-
this to us, Robert?
Come on.
You were supposed to have Jalen Carter. Damn
Just
it.
take him. Robert.
Let's see.
Well,
I'm really pissed. I'm really fucking pissed.
maybe
off.
he'll get arrested.
Eagles gave up a
What if you
fourth-round
guys just
pick
got pick 30 for that? That'd be kind of crazy.
it would be crazy.
in 2024 for 3 guys?
I can't. If I'm not going to play Madden this year, but I would be sick to play with the Falcons.
Yeah, just don't pass the ball.
Are you guys spoiling the
Kyle
pick on the
Pitts.
screen? Or is he just guessing?
Oh, man. No, that's Ari. He knows, right? It's Carter.
This is literally my worst nightmare.
No.
This is the one thing I didn't
no.
want to happen today.
Fuck.
I was like worried that they would get like Kalijah Cansey or Brian Branch. And lo and behold, they're getting like arguably the best fucking player in this draft. This is really, really infuriating. I hate this.
I'm
I got a tweet about it.
really sad.
That's
I
wild.
hate this.
So what are the trade terms?
It looks like they literally
A
did this for a
4th rounder.
2024 4th, which is really
They
small.
gave up nothing this year.
I mean, they
They
basically
gave up the 10
right. I mean, it's a free pick, I guess.
They
but
gave the 4th rounder.
of 2024.
I mean, clearly
so
the Bear-
nothing this year.
clearly the Bears didn't want him. Like
Wait,
that,
what?
that's the problem. It's the interview thing,
What
right?
Did, what did they give up? For
They gave
this?
up 10,
They gave up a 2024 4th
and that's it.
to swap picks.
They only moved one spot.
Right. Exactly.
So, I mean, it's not going to take a lot.
And in the word,
So your Bears didn't want Jalen Carter.
that's the thing.
Really
They didn't
badly
want
they
him.
did because they got almost nothing for it.
I mean, neither did the other 9 teams, or the
Well-
other 8 teams, right? Like that's the trouble here because we've been talking about this all week long. With Carter, we don't know,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. it's
Like we don't know.
So
we know
where's
the film
Jalen Carter
suite.
gonna go then?
the
Phil-
Giants'
Phil Lee?
backfield.
What do you mean? Where's he gonna go?
Or sorry, I'm tripping.
What were you saying?
Nothing. I'm just I zoned out.
This is really, really
So
frustrating.
who?
Well,
The
I wanted
only
him to
other thing
trade
it could have
back.
been would be Christian Gonzalez for me, which would have made sense, but it's not going to be. So
I wonder if it's gonna be Broderick or Darnell, the tackles.
yeah. Oh, for Chicago.
Well,
Chicago.
I guess the Eagles had a little trouble stopping the run last year. You know that kick.
Yeah, I love that. That was like, their weakness is stopping the run. It's like, yeah, they're ranked like 14th against it. Like, that's how good their team was. They were ranked 14th in something, and that was their weakness.
This is so.
By the way, this is a pick that they just traded away that they got from New Orleans too. Fuck. So it was they literally
Chris
gave away
Olave.
like nothing.
For Chris Olave. Maybe we can clip a hoodie. Maybe we can clip a little like Eagles frustration and put it on socials.
Oh, just put no. It's not even.
Just caption us saying we hate the Eagles like 75 times.
And then all these.
And now they're gonna select.
Then real mama.
Fuck! I kinda
That's
fucking-
ridiculous.
Then real mama Eagle will quote
What can I
tweet it,
throw?
being like, "Cry, Giants fans."
I don't know if you want to throw that baseball.
EDP?
Like, I respect you wanting to throw
Huh?
the baseball.
EDP?
There's not a
Yeah,
great way to throw
EDP,
it.
ESP, all those scumbags.
I don't know who ESP is.
He's their that beat reporter who said he can luck into hitting a home run.
Julian,
Oh, Elliott Shore Park.
Yeah.
Julian, come in here. Let me punch you in the fucking face, please. Brick killed a guy.
You might want to lay low for a while.
All right, so Robert,
Yeah.
clear as cut, clear as day, no trade down, da. Who do you want the Bears to pick right now?
Right now, I guess it would be a tackle or Jackson Smith.
Give me a name though, a name.
I've heard some disconcerting things about Darnell Wright, which have me thinking that they would pick Broderick Jones to
Who
try
do
to
you
take
want?
the athletic.
Yeah, who do
safe
you
guy.
want? Not what you hear.
I want Jackson Smith-Jigba because I'm a
All right,
receiver
say that,
fiend.
yeah.
Like,
Say it with your chest.
I think that
Yelling at him.
I think that the best pick though is Broderick Jones. No matter how much I want a receiver at this point, you get a strong, athletic tackle that can move in the screen and the outside run game. You get all kinds of physical ability. Has a lot of technical issues. Bobby, you talked about this on your video. He leans in pretty much every time he engages somebody down the edge. But, Bobby, I don't know if I've seen anybody with a stronger gait. Like, his hips don't open because nobody gets through them. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Like, if he loses, it's because he completely blows his hands.
Let's see what Bleacher Report is saying about the Eagles before we get on the Bears. So we'll let Robert
Do it.
go off.
Yeah. Maybe a Bleacher Report. Let's get some more questions in here. I know the
Just
chat's.
some Eagles reaction.
I know the chat's going. Maybe we'll get some Eagles
I'm
reaction.
gonna pull up my Broderick Jones.
Rico
report.
feels like we're definitely going to get a wideout. He feels it in his big blue
Yeah,
bones.
no wide receiver yet, so that's good, I guess.
So I mean, but we just talked about how JSN could be going to Da Bears. Could be going to Da Bears.
Oh, I doubt it.
Why
For what
does
it's
the-
worth.
Why does the first selection take so long? Don't they have months to decide? That's a great question.
Well, I mean, you could theoretically be holding the phones open,
You
but
could.
the answer is money, advertising. God damn it.
Jalen Carter, quickness.
yeah, but I mean,
leverage,
Broderick
power,
Jones
quick
again.
bullets.
He's not the greatest athlete in the world, but he's a pretty damn good
Ooh,
one.
he's a pretty good athlete.
He's
What
got
you
the
talking
he's
about?
got the strength. Yeah, but he's not like a Thomas type athlete. But he's got like that strength and base that you want, and just great balance. Like you're never really going to get him off balance, even when he does miss some stuff technique wise.
What are we doing with the browser on the stream?
Yeah, what's going on?
There we go.
Okay.
Bleacher Report. Eagles made a move. Giants get to it.
Yeah, we should have
Reaction to
traded up
that.
to 5 for Devin Witherspoon.
No,
according
no,
to that,
Giants
one guy
are-
on my Twitter.
Giants aren't in a spot to trade up.
Jalen Carter, fullback. That's one of the reasons the Eagles drafted him.
We could get a top wide receiver with all these picks, with all these bad picks. Well, I mean, it is. I mean, I'm not for the Giants pick. I'm not stressing to see like, oh, what happens with the top 10. More just curious from an NFL standpoint. Bijan Robinson was certainly a surprise and a guy that I'm like, yes, I like to see Bijan Robinson going
I
before
called
the
it.
Giants pick.
Falcons were taking Bijan Robinson.
That's
I
one.
called it.
That's one less player that I know that we wouldn't be taking, right?
Okay.
Jesse is saying smart move by Philly, but only so many spots on the field for their D line. But I mean, that's the
That's
best
not
part.
even true though. They rotate them like crazy.
That's the
They
best
do.
part. They
They have like
rotate
5,
and they're all
10
fresh.
sack guys.
They're all fresh. They're all fresh. So
Okay, Bobby, who do you think is the best pass protector in the draft day one?
Paris.
Paris? No anchor problem? No worry about whether or not he'll get bullied like he did against Lucas Van Ness?
Oh, I don't think he's going to be very good day
Right.
one, but I think he'll be better than Broderick to start at least.
If there's one guy that sticks out to me that we'll see. I mean, look, there's a lot of intrigue going on right now. But if the Bears took a look at the board right now, they thought to themselves, we're going to move back. We don't want – they obviously didn't want Jalen Carter, and I'm trying not to enter the spin zone because obviously this is what every fan does, right? But at the end of the day, we said it earlier. I'll say it again. We weren't in the room. So if they didn't want him, then we're just going to have to see what Jalen Carter does in Philadelphia to judge whether or not they were basically being a little too high on, or like a little too hoity-toity about their company culture, or whether they had a point.
Or
right?
are you just so Robert? I'm gonna have you.
Yeah,
That's
let's
the
be
that's
real.
the that's
Let's
the
be
analyst
real.
that's the analyst take, right?
Right.
How are you feeling as a fan?
I'm bummed that they didn't think Carter was good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the obvious dream where they thought he was, but the other problem is that I've always had this cognitive dissonance question in my head of, well, if they thought he was good enough, why wouldn't Seattle think he was good enough?
Yeah.
Like, if they thought he was good enough, why wouldn't Detroit think he was good enough?
Yeah. All those teams would need a player like that, right?
The Eagles really are in the position. You talked about gratuitous, like they are in a position to take a risk on Bijan. This is the team that could take a risk on Carter and benefit from being correct or not.
So, like we said, they drafted Jordan Davis last year. If this
Jordan
doesn't work
Davis
at all,
and
they're
Jalen.
not screwed up.
Remember the freak that Jordan Davis was last year. Like, let's not forget, because he didn't play much for the Eagles or do a ton for the Eagles this year. Remember the freak that guy was.
He's like the biggest
and
dude
then
I've
we're
ever
like,
seen.
but yeah, Jalen Carter's like a good bit better. Like, now they have both those guys. How? It's insane that they
messed
just
up.
went to the Super Bowl. They just went to the Super Bowl, have that 30th pick, and they just got. And your
Okay,
guys'
here we
eyes,
go.
the best player in the draft.
Darnell Wright. He's a good player.
He is a good tackle. I
Look,
like him.
The biggest question that I've had about Darnell Wright is twofold. First of all, there's that like scathing article that I was showing you just a little while ago about him being immature and not taking hard coaching well, which would surprise me because obviously they interviewed him at the Senior Bowl. He was there in Mobile, but the most interesting question for me, Justin, is whether or not almost any of the film you're going to see from him at Tennessee applies, because does that man look 330 pounds? To me, he looks 350. The
Yeah.
guy we saw move at the Combine was a different man altogether. But, Bobby, I don't know about you. I feel like Darnell Wright has some of the fastest hands and some of the most complex pass rush defenses in the class.
Well, yeah, and I just I did a video on him versus Will Anderson Jr. I know everyone's talked about that before, but he did have the best film versus that guy,
Right.
And he did look super good at the Senior Bowl.
And he's the only natural right tackle, which is obviously the position that the Bears needed help at. Look,
So who's the left? You guys are keeping Braxton Jones. At left
they'll
tackle?
keep Braxton there. I mean, my argument would be, Bobby, that not necessarily that they think that Braxton's a better left tackle, but that moving the tackle that just barely got acclimated at the left-hand side creates risk. Right? Because then you'd be taking right and you'd be moving him back to left, a position that he struggled with at Tennessee, versus the right side where he seemed to keep his feet under him. Look,
So here's my thing with Darnell Wright is that
go for it.
when we started this draft season and the Senior Bowl, and we were all like early second, maybe a late first, right? And now he's going 10th. And here's the thing. I can't justify him over Broderick Jones to me. Like, Broderick Jones, obviously, I think Broderick Jones has the ceiling to be a really good player. Now, maybe Broderick Jones doesn't have the work ethic. But, you talked about some of the issues that Darnell Wright may
Exactly.
have. So I can't justify it over Broderick Jones, to be honest.
I can see it, if only because Darnell Wright's footwork is a little bit more natural. The big question that I keep asking, we see this with a lot with guys. I mean, take DeJuan Jones as an example, Bobby. College tackles will play awfully heavy. Like, did you guys watch? This is a really deep pull. Did you watch Larry Borum out of Missouri a couple years ago? He played at 375, slimmed down to 325 for Chicago, literally within the off season that he was going to play.
He shed 50 pounds.
Yes, because in college, if you're huge,
It's
you
enough.
basically just get in the way and bump the guy. But in the NFL, you can't do that.
So that's like the biggest thing that I usually see with these big guys that dominate, and they're like, they're everybody's draft darlings. You kind of look at them as like, are they just pushing their size on people, or are they
Right.
really winning?
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
With Wright, I'll tell you, I loved his hands from day one. I mean, Bobby, you can go all the way back, not to be like I called it, because that's stupid talk, but if you go back on my Twitter feed, you'll see tweets from February where I'm like, this guy is not a late second rounder. I don't know why we're talking about him like he is. I mean, anybody that's willing to pull off snatch traps like he does is sweet in my book. Look, I'm not about to try to pretend that the Bears have a billion ways to win this or to win for their team. They've got too many holes. The Bears, for any Giants fan scoring at home, basically in the similar situation that the Giants were just a year ago. A lot of ways to make the team better.
Yeah.
Adding to the offensive line, now you've got some pedigree across all kinds of the positions. Theoretically, with DJ Moore, that helps you create a passing game that creates a holistic offense for your young quarterback so that you can get a good look at him in the future. We'll see if it works. Like any draft pick, right? But I get the reasoning. It's just a matter of if they thought he was coachable. And good enough to fit.
So do you think Darnell Wright's better than Broderick Jones and Peter Skoronski?
If it's Skoronski, yes. If we're talking about right tackle, absolutely.
Yeah, as a tackle.
With Broderick Jones, I think Broderick is a better tackle prospect. I think he's raw, and I don't know if you can just project him to right tackle. With Darnell, it's 1-to-1. He's coming straight out of right tackle and fitting in. I can see how somebody could see both sides. Let me put it this way, Bobby. I can see their logic. Does that make sense?
You got to find
you
that
got everything
Darnell
you
Wright
wanted.
versus
They
Will.
traded down, and then they got the guy.
You got to get that Darnell Wright versus Will Anderson Jr. film up. That's.
Oh, I mean that's the stuff.
I just sent you the breakdown.
I saw it.
I did the breakdown of those two.
It's
so.
sweet.
And I put it in the YouTube chat as
And
well.
we were talking about B.J. Ojolari, who I like a lot too. Like he held B.J. Ojolari, so he's got good stuff. I just have worries about him, man, with some foot stuff.
Oh yeah.
Some of the ways he wins, just like
Is this Levis?
A little bit weird.
So this could be Levis. This could be Christian Gonzalez. This could be Broderick Jones.
It could be.
I guess it could be Skoronski too.
The
but-
tackles should go fast.
well, that's what you were saying earlier, that you view all the tackles are pretty close.
Very close.
Yeah, so
That's
we
the
could
thing.
see the run happen right now.
I'm also a huge believer that everybody keeps talking about how guard, tackle, both can switch sides whenever they want to. I don't think it's that easy.
No,
like,
it's not.
I think in a world where Andrew Thomas doesn't exist, which sad world, right? But if that's the case,
I don't
it
wanna
wouldn't.
live in that
It's
world.
not,
It's not a world
I
any
wanna
of us
live in.
want to live in. But it wouldn't surprise me if Evan Neal might have had a more graceful transition to the NFL had he not had to move. Now, Bobby, you're the offensive line expert. You can dispute that immediately, and I will just solemnly nod my head and take that on the chin. But I always feel like shifting muscle memory from one side to another imparts risk. That's it.
Oh yeah, I think Jeff Schwartz attributed the move back and forth from left to right side and to his injury and just not being acclimated to
Right.
it. I don't think anyone really likes
I'm
him.
pinning
anyway,
a comment.
Yeah, I literally just typed the same thing, and I was going to pin it as well. Do not spoil picks, because I'm not really looking at it. I'm not really taking it into consideration. But other people,
Yeah, the people that are here, the people
Come
that are watching the Talking Giants stream, don't want the pick spoiled.
So gun to your head: is this Levis? Is this Gonzalez? Who is this?
Could we also include
Gonzalez.
Julian and Audio Jack? Can we also include the positions of the players that have been taken so far? I think that'll help people that, like, if it were me just watching this, I wouldn't be watching the draft. I wouldn't be knowing draft prospects. So knowing the positions that were taken would be helpful. Thank you,
Yeah, we need to make some moderators that you can.
Tweet that.
Mr. Brownstone is a moderator. Renato's a
Jesse
moderator.
Chimino is so.
I don't want to ban people for
No, but you can
leaking picks, though.
you can put them in timeout for 5 minutes. All right, Titans selection.
Titans.
Yeah, but let's just leave it in the top.
Peter
Peter
All
Skoronski.
Skoronski.
right, so
on
here it goes.
Northwestern.
This is the run, right? Now we go back to Houston at 12.
I really love these
Detroit.
NFL Network these
Oh,
NFL
sorry,
Network
yes, you're right.
notes. Balanced, powerful. Elijah Vera Tucker. Long. Tyreek
Yeah,
goes long.
if he's Elijah Vera Tucker, that's a great pick for the Titans. We loved Elijah Vera Tucker.
We loved
Did.
him.
We wanted him over Devontae Smith at pick 11.
Yeah.
It was so fun. 2021 reaction, like us compared to the chat, is just such a big disparity. Where like the chat was
Everybody
losing.
wanted Micah Parsons.
Well, no, and wanted Micah Parsons and Devontae Smith. The chat's losing their mind, and we were celebrating it. We're just like freaking Slater's on the board, Micah, and then they traded down. Evan Hull, our Senior Bowl guy.
Run on tackles, eh? All right, we got anything in Bleacher?
I don't think this is going to be a
Oh,
tackle, right?
Skoronski. Oh, nice. I'm catching up.
Okay.
Sorry.
You all right?
So now what is this? Is this the Lions?
Yes.
This is the Lions. How do we feel about that for Tennessee?
So then, is this Christian Gonzalez for Detroit?
I don't know.
Dude, if
Maybe.
Detroit could get Christian
sick.
Gonzalez right here,
Be
that's
sick.
sick.
12? That's pretty. I mean,
And they need
or
secondary
are we
help.
starting to think that Christian Gonzalez is going to fall behind Joey Porter? Because there were rumors that he was going to slip. There were rumors that Devin Witherspoon was going to be the first corner off the board.
I thought Witherspoon would be the first over the board.
Yeah.
Well, like let's go through like all these picks. Who would have been like? They probably should have taken Gonzalez.
Who would have been like they should have taken Gonzalez?
Atlanta.
Like so far?
Yeah, but Atlanta, you could say
They should have taken
Yeah.
anybody else.
Atlanta, somebody could like come back and argue Chicago another day because they've got Jalen
Would you
Johnson.
rather have Christian Gonzalez or
Houston.
Darnell Wright?
I mean, if you made me pick between the two, tackle. But that's because I lean offense in all things.
Houston traded up to get.
I'm like a guns up air raid fiend. Like I am the problem
Lions
with football
pick is in.
analysis.
So like apparently Houston could have not taken Stroud,
know what I
taken
mean?
Anderson
I hate
at
that
2
I
and
can't
still
tell
gotten
if that's
Gonzalez.
Levis or Van Ness.
That's Levis.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think Van Ness has longer
That's
hair.
mayonnaise, man.
I think Van Ness does have longer hair. If I'm remembering that matchup thumbnail on JM Football. What was that?
mayonnaise. Oh, the mayonnaise thing.
That's the mayonnaise. That's the mayonnaise guy. That's the mayonnaise guy.
So planning out the Giants pick right now.
That's what we're doing at 12. We're
No,
going to talk about 25.
No, I'm talking about because we clipped it. We clipped the reaction for YouTube. So me and Justin will lead it off, and then
Oh shoot!
Oh,
Oh, they took Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a beast.
didn't I say
He's a
like,
beast.
Wouldn't they?
You said they hated Swift. You were like, don't they hate this guy? Like, what? Wouldn't they take Gibbs? Yeah, I didn't think they'd do it at 12. The first pick of the Lions draft is a sweet weapon that's going to
They
be a
love
part-time player.
They love number one from Alabama.
They do. They do. Didn't they
I mean,
learn
you know
their
what? This
lesson?
is going to be exciting in the Detroit offense, though.
I mean,
And they also
Oh,
just
yeah.
signed David Montgomery.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not a huge David Montgomery guy either, and he's my team. Like, I think David Montgomery's a third down.
Yeah, Khalil Herbert's better than David
back.
Montgomery.
I mean, David Montgomery's slow. Like, it's hard to run modern outside zone offenses with pin and pull action and all the other stuff that
what was
Brian
the contract
Johnson
that they
likes
gave
to
David
do.
Montgomery? I mean, I know it wasn't
318.
great.
It's 318. It's nothing huge.
That Lions offensive line is
It's
so good. I was actually hoping they would get Skoronski, just because just hey, make that offensive line even freaking better. But yeah, Gibbs is going to eat in this. I mean, they hate DeAndre Swift, and DeAndre Swift averaged like 6 yards per carry for them. But for when the Giants are they make the pick, me and Justin will lead it off for the reaction, and then we'll throw it to you, Grump, and then clip it, and then we'll go back to normal.
Yep.
okay.
I see how it is.
I mean,
Well, yeah,
I'm
it's
not-
the Giants.
I'm not at the point yet where I'm really like Robert said. Are we really talking about pick 25
I
and
was
pick
kidding.
13?
I was
No,
kidding.
but
It's a
I'm
Giants
just giving my thoughts on pick 20. Like
We're
my-
close to creating a new big board.
my pregame pre-draft mentality was I'm not going to start really thinking and worrying about pick 25 in terms of the guys that I think will come off the board until I think after Washington.
Dude, 2 running backs going before us is sick.
Yep, that's
Did you
great.
see
That is
Peter
true.
Schrager mocked us taking Jamar Gibbs?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
I've seen
Yeah,
people
Jahmyr Gibbs.
mock him to us a long time ago in the second round, and I was like, oh, I could be down for that. I could see that happening, but first round, that would be. God, I don't know if this fan base can take us taking a first round running back for like another 5 years.
Oh,
Like, we
Saquon
have to-
Barkley's still on the roster.
we have to
Yeah.
win a Super Bowl before we can ever do that again. I think.
The roster.
But
just
I mean,
needs to
like,
be better.
okay, so just briefly speaking about 25 and how I'm viewing this. Oh,
Oh,
It's
Devils.
over.
anyway, speaking about this, this whole game is going to be watching how this draft falls. So I'm just kind of keeping notes, be like, okay, all right, I see Christian Gonzalez.
Was
still
there a
on the board.
trade?
we just got a question. JSN or Levis first. I think JSN's going to go here. We took him in the JM football mock draft, right? We took him
yeah.
with the Packers.
It's
I
Smith
think
Jigba.
JSN is going to go here.
I think this could be Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
I think this could be Zay Flowers too. I think this
You
is,
need a guy you can trust to always be in the right spot for your
Yeah.
brand new quarterback, even though he's been in the league for a
It's
couple
gonna
years.
it's gonna break my heart that the Bears didn't. Okay, so again, whenever I talk about mourning the Jalen Carter pick, it's not even that I think that the Bears should have selected Carter. It's that I wish they had gotten along. Does that make sense? Like, I want to exist in the world where my questions in the dark got answered in the affirmative and not in the negative. You know what I mean, Justin?
Yeah, and
Like,
especially that you're
what happened?
You know, well, no commercial.
Smith and Jigba could be a surprise. I mean, he did deal with injury issues. He is a
Missed
slot
all of
only type
2021,
guy.
too.
He's not the
22.
fastest guy in the world. Like, he could be a surprise fall type guy.
could Green Bay also
Ooh.
take an edge here? Who's
So,
Miles Murphy or
can
Nolan
I
Smith?
answer this one?
Which one do you want to talk about?
What Triangle 54 just asked?
Yeah, Triangle 54. How are running backs going over wide receivers at this point?
That's a great question, and it's because these two specific running backs have skills that nobody else in the NFL has. Now, okay, nobody is a little bit of a stretch, but it's more to say that these receivers, in many cases, they project to niche roles, heavy projections, or outright wide receiver 2 roles. So Jackson Smith-Jigba could be a wide receiver 1 in the same way that Amon-Ra St. Brown is a wide receiver 1, which is a superstar possession receiver, but that's not the sexy pick that's going to take you over somebody like Jahmyr Gibbs, who translates 4.36 40 speed to almost every single running play. Bijan Robinson is one of the most complete backs that we've seen since Saquon Barkley got picked by the Giants, and the NFL values clear star talent like that. To use Madden ratings, which is a silly way to talk about this, we're talking about a 90 overall and an 89 overall, or like a 92 overall and an 89 overall prospect, whereas the best receiver is going to clock in at a solid 86, in my opinion.
So you think it is silly to ever like equate real life football to Madden, but those are not silly terms to use
Right.
because at the end of the day, yes, we get very locked into the positional value, and you can't take a running back or whatever. Think of them less as running backs and more as offensive weapons. They are more than just running backs, these particular guys. And remember, you are not drafting a running back. You're drafting a person. People are different.
Yeah.
Players are all different from each other. So there's general rules.
I think the best argument for taking a running back I'm like, I don't like this pick for the Lions, by the way. Or the Falcons, really, even though I love Bijan and I think it'll be fun there. Like, I don't like it for either one of them. I think the best argument for picking a running back is like, hey, we know we're going to get a great player, where with the other guys we don't feel we're not confident in that. That's if that's the argument you want to make, because the weapon thing, it's like even with Saquon, it gets over you. Like, well, he's a dynamic weapon. It's like, well, yeah, if you throw him to the ball in space, he's not a great receiver though. Like Christian McCaffrey fits that a little bit.
Yeah.
But like Saquon's not a great route runner, right? Like.
I don't
When
know
he's
that
running-
any coaching staff has really forced it on him. Like, I mean, you look at the
Shermer did a fairly good, not as a route runner, but using him in the receiving game with both Eli in more check down fashion. But like,
All right, we have a
it's a
pick.
Daniel
penalty
Jones.
shot too.
We have a pick. I kind of hope it's not Jackson Smith and Jigba. I want these wide receivers to fall a little bit more.
Lucas
Van
Van
Ness,
Ness.
and I've seen him mocked here
That
a
is
lot.
that is a horrible pick.
I
oh my
said it
gosh, I
could
am
be an edge
so
rusher, right?
excited. You did. You're totally right. But like as a Bears fan, this excites me. JSN would have done so much more for this offense than I think Lucas Van Ness does for this defense. He slots in to basically take over Preston Smith and Zadarius Smith as one of their edge rushers that collapses the pocket and features Kenny Clark and Devontae Wyatt, who they just spent a first-round pick on last year. To use Bobby's terms, they are trying to make a strength, but what they didn't do is help Jordan Love throw the ball any better and run a decent offense, and you can lose a lot of games where your defense allows 22 and only 22 points.
So you're in the division.
Yeah.
Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
I think Jordan Love, a lot of people want to make him out to be awful, and the words that I would use is he looked okay. I mean, the problem is that the Green Bay created a world where Love hit the field and nobody had a decent scouting report on him. And we see this weird trend in the NFL where if somebody waits a little while to where they acclimate to the NFL and then they get their first action a year or like 2 years in, that they do decently because they can move the ball a little bit. But then there's tape on them. So I'm not about to say that the walls are closing in per se, but with Love, I think he's on trajectory to be like a Garoppolo level player.
Well,
And
do you think also that Green Bay was being elevated by Aaron just as
Yes.
a roster? They're being elevated by Aaron Rodgers, just not there anymore.
you tell me if you think that the Giants would have had some of the most successful offenses in the NFL if I gave them Jordy Nelson, Greg Jennings, what is his name? Oh my gosh, Jermichael Finley. Let me see.
An early Randall Cobb.
Like all the
Donald Driver.
A lot of the players that the Packers have had and made household names out of over the last couple of years. Pitt traded up.
Pittsburgh just traded up with New England.
They're going to get Joey Porter Jr.
They're going to get Joey Porter.
Tyjae Spears at 25. Wesley.
Wes Steinberg.
It's Wes Steinberg. Who put that up there?
Wes.
Raise your hand in there.
Wes.
Not every.
Is it Julian?
Of course,
Do
it's
you know
Julian.
Wes.
do you know
All
who
right.
Wes Steinberg is?
No, is he a troll?
That was
Yes.
that was for credit. Yeah.
For this, there's some
Okay.
people on YouTube who may not be.
I'm not.
I don't like that we just put this up on the screen.
Yeah,
by the way.
that's fake for everyone
This
in the
is
chat.
this is fake. If you see Wes Steinberg, he
But
is
also
not
follow
a real
him.
person. Follow him if you want to laugh, and then you want to see a bunch of no longer blue checkmark people, but if you want to see a bunch
Yeah,
of media people,
that
lose
is
their
fake.
minds.
So anyone
Did
who
he?
doesn't
Did he
realize
have a
that-
blue check mark?
No,
No, he didn't. But
but he still fooled
he
people.
fooled a lot of people. It was what was the big one?
It was
Kelvin
hot dog?
Benjamin eating
Kelvin
was
Benjamin.
stealing food from the
Man,
cafeteria.
Yes.
While we're on the subject of great
And he
Giants
got
moments,
Odell to reply to him too.
I don't know if there's anything better than that video with Saquon about Soldier Field, Bobby. That was
Wes
still to this
Steinberg asked
day-
that question.
That was funny. That
All right, I'm gonna. Anybody
Do
want
you- do-
anything to
do you
drink?
ever-
water.
Water.
I'm okay, thank you.
Everybody wants water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Do you ever think that sometimes the throwaway 5-second thing you did for fun ends up being the funniest tweet that you have, or gets way more engagement than you ever thought?
I knew within 15 minutes, I was like, oh, this is going big. Because you know what happened is once someone from big in the Mets, it got into them and it started hitting Mets fans, and then it got in. It just blew up. So. All right, so Lucas Van Ness. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Lucas Van Ness, but I can see why people would be big fans of Lucas Van Ness.
He's in that boom or bust category where I honestly think, Bobby, that okay, so the Packers seem like they drafted and played defensive end, right? Because they've got decent three
Okay,
techniques.
this is okay. I'm interested. Go on.
But I think he could be a better three technique than a defensive end at the end of the day. They just traded, or they didn't trade up, but
17 in the fourth rounder.
they just took 13 and they drafted probably a pretty good edge rusher, but he doesn't have a second pass rush move yet, which is a little concerning. But he's strong as hail.
This is high for him for me, but I can see the appeal here just the way you said. I think this allows them. I think Green Bay needs defensive line. I think they need edge rusher, and I think this allows them to just keep him on the field for all 3 downs.
I think they needed an offensive lineman or an offensive or a wide receiver.
Oh, they need a wide receiver really bad. I'm just specifically
I
speaking
get
about
it.
their defense. This allows them to
Dude.
fake cover 2 holes.
You know what could be a
Right.
surprise pick here?
Tackle.
Reunite him with Kenny Pickett, Jordan Addison.
Jordan
Oh
Addison.
my gosh.
That would not be that actually makes a lot of sense.
That would
Back-to-back
be-
pick, guys.
That would be red hot sexy. But
Imagine they just take Pitt guys every year. Like they go Kalijah Cansey. Every year, the Steelers take someone from the
I
University
feel like
of
I
Pittsburgh.
feel like I'd just stare at you for a couple seconds and watch you die inside.
Oh, look-
Oh, I know. I'm
Thank you.
expecting it. I'd almost rather Kalijah Cansey go before pick 25 because I know the Giants aren't going to pick him.
Oh, that would be heartbreaking if he went to 20 set. The cow. Oh no,
He
not
could.
that. He-
that wouldn't bother me that much.
It would
honestly.
bother Bobby to watch him
Yeah,
win
it would.
Dallas. Because he'd fit. Thank you.
It's royalty.
Oh my gosh, the service.
Thank you.
Where do I tip?
Venmo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
17 and a fourth
All right, here's the
rounder.
Here's the
Steelers.
Steelers.
Am I crazy or are these trade ups pretty cheap?
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that from pitch. I would have just taken the guy I wanted.
New
It's
England moving back.
Got to be Broderick.
Pittsburgh Steelers select.
That's it.
It's it.
I got it.
Broderick Jones. All right, that's a good pick for them. I mean, he needs to grow.
They said the Jets are not taking a tackle from us. And good on them because they would have, you know? Sucks for New
I
York.
like Broderick Jones. I think he's going to grow. Obviously,
Oops.
if he's got the work ethic, I think he is someone who's going to grow. He's got again, not an elite athlete, but a really good athlete. He has that balance and core strength that you want. Like you see in these reps are shown, once he gets hands on guys, it's over. But his pass pro, I think he doesn't get to his landmarks consistently. He is over punchy. He lunges, and then his feet don't follow with it, and it just kind of gets him out of whack. But in the run game, my man can freaking move dudes and move in space. So, yeah, I mean, I would have, like, I don't want to poo-poo on Darnell Wright too much, but I like Broderick Jones a good amount, a bit more than Darnell.
So the big thing, Bobby, jumping in there that I've seen, like, okay, so Wright versus Jones will be a really interesting case study to follow, Bobby, in what translates more, the athletic ability that Broderick has. Because, I mean, can we call a spade a spade? Broderick Jones, Bobby, is a brick house, like stacked bottom to top. Like, he is strong as it gets. I haven't seen anybody bull rush him with pretty much any success. Like, he's an immovable object over there until you get around him, which can happen, and then you'll turn the corner on him without really much issue because the feet aren't perfect. The hand placement isn't quite there. He's winning off of raw athletic ability, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Darnell Wright showed the big difference is that, like, Darnell Wright showed some of the most technical prowess as a pass protector at right tackle. That was what really stuck out to me at the very least, Bobby. And I'm not trying to sit here and just stab
Darnell
one way or
Wright
the
is
other.
a better pass protector right now.
Right. And obviously that's what the Bears probably value because having a right tackle that would be raw as a pass protector, they need somebody that's going to protect Justin Fields as soon as possible because let's be blunt, man. The Bears need to make a decision on whether Justin Fields is worth an extension and worth future commitment or not. And I'm not going to sit here and just beat the drum as if Justin Fields is the absolute man without any question or doubt, right? So they need somebody that's going to be able to hold up a pocket so that Justin Fields can prove whether or not he'll throw the daggum football. I don't know if Broderick Jones is going to be that guy year one, right?
No, he's not going to be that guy year one. Like, he's going to take some time to develop, but I think 2-3 years from now he may end up being I think he might even end up being
I think he might be better than Paris.
Harris, yeah. So we'll see how it goes, but you know, I am expecting Broderick to struggle as a rookie. That's without a doubt. So, you know,
He'll be a kick-ass run blocker. Like, I think he will melee some people in the run game.
Oh, my God.
All right. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets are working the phone right now because if I'm them, Grump, I'm mad. Like, we were taking a tackle. We were sure a tackle was going to fall to us. A tackle did not fall to us. Now what? What do you do?
Well, what tackles are on the board?
Anton Harrison,
yeah.
Matt Bergeron. If you really wanted to reach, there's a 5-star from Oklahoma named Wanya Morris, played at the Senior Bowl.
I do like Wanya Morris. This is way too early for everybody you just said.
Way
too early. It's not even
way
close.
too early.
So who's the best guy on your board? I still have Christian Gonzalez is sitting there. Doesn't
Christian
really make
Gonzalez,
any
yeah.
sense, does it?
for the Giants.
For the Jets.
Oh, for the Jets.
With
They like some of their corners they have outside of Sauce. Smith and Jigba, that would be kind of.
Zay Flowers, Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy would be fun here. Cansey could realistically go here.
Torrance?
Torrance, I think it's too early.
It is too early, but
I think his feet, his foot speed worries me with Torrance.
But I mean,
there's so much I love about him, but so I think Torrance is gonna. Woo, what a save!
Jesus Christ.
I think Torrance is gonna struggle as a rook, which most guards do, right?
But with
John
Jets,
Smeal, half the picks so far have been from either Georgia, Ohio State, or Alabama.
Whatever. Congratulations. With Breece Hall in the Jets, that would give them another element to help Aaron Rodgers out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it, and I think where would you put Osiris Torrance in terms of a number value, like 21 or beyond 25?
I'll just go through.
Because I was going to say, if they're reaching 6 picks, is that really that much of a reach at this point with nothing kind of sitting out there?
19.
Do they have decent guards in New York?
They had Vera Tucker, right?
Vera Tucker. They signed Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah, he's a good pass protector.
If they were going to draft offensive lineman, it'd be a tackle.
Yes, definitely.
Also, I wish Mekhi Becton could just get healthy because he's so
Right.
freaking good, man.
I'm sure they wish that too.
Yeah. This is I don't know where this team is going to go. And they've drafted a lot of offensive linemen.
The best guys on the board right now are
I
corners
hate that
and
the
wide
Jets
receivers.
signed Alan Lazard.
Why?
Because he's not a great player, and they signed him for the same amount as Jacoby Myers and Juju got, who I think are clearly better players than him. And I think he's like a big wide receiver who again could get downfield a little bit, but he's not like you play against him twice a year. Do you think Alan Lazard's like a you got to get this guy for Aaron Rodgers guy?
Not necessarily, but at the same time, I do think quarterback-receiver chemistry obviously matters. Like, when a quarterback can trust the receiver's going to break when he knows he's going to break, he's able to release the ball about a half second sooner.
We saw that
when
with
he-
David Sills.
Exactly. Like, no,
I'm just kidding.
maybe not.
No, I would say that did show up with Sterling Shepard and Daniel Jones. Darius Slayton and Daniel Jones, I
Right.
think, as well. They developed that chemistry very early in camp. in
Chemistry's a
his
big
first year.
deal.
Yeah, I think so, too. This is just insane because the Jets have Sauce Gardner at corner. They like their other corners, I guess. They have more wide receivers than they know what to do with, and that's the two best positions on the board right now.
Now Gonzalez would make sense here, but I do know the Jets do like the other corners they have outside of Sauce Gardner. But yeah, Gonzalez at this point, yeah, hell yeah.
Miles Murphy, Brian Bresee, make any sense?
Miles
here?
Murphy, they drafted Jermaine Johnson last year, who obviously I think Miles Murphy's better, but,
But it's also kind of a different edge guy.
yeah. I think they're both work on speed though, or sorry, power. No, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
I'll end up. I'll want to pee if I drink more. It makes me realize how much water I drink when you take this cup and dump it in here, and it's a third of it. All right. Once this Jets pick is in, I'm tweeting out my 10-man big board. Christian Gonzalez is going to be on. That's going to be sick.
So who was 14?
14 was Broderick Jones.
And that's the only pick that I missed. Okay.
Yeah. Took
This
that
is an interesting pick here. This is
Yes.
a very interesting
Yeah,
pick.
it's they could
Very.
go a lot of different ways.
Very.
I mean,
Weren't you just listening?
I feel like they were almost
Is
stuck.
Nolan Smith an outrageous pick
No.
here?
Ooh, I don't think
I
so.
don't think so. We were saying Miles Murphy, but yeah, Nolan Smith makes sense. I have him right
Miles
after.
Murphy kind of reminds me of like Jermaine Johnson, just kind of like that ball of clay, stronger guy. But I mean, if they really want to go the opposite route, it's Nolan Smith and just betting on that athleticism and being another freak on that defense. So what tackles are left on the board? Because that's obviously
That's
like
basically none of
Anton
them.
Really-
Harrison.
yeah.
and- yeah.
okay.
You'd be reaching like crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you'd be
they're- so they're
reaching
kind
about
of-
a round.
So they're kind of screwed. They're kind of screwed up a little bit here.
I think so.
Well, their pick is. I mean, they could go Brian Branch. This is early.
Oh, goal!
This game's over.
Yeah.
All right, all right, Devils.
Paula gets his second.
All right, Devils. It is fully dark in Kansas City now. Nice little. That's a nice looking city in the background.
I bet it is great there.
That's a nice looking little city that we got.
Never
back there.
really been to Missouri, I don't think.
Thanks for everybody watching. This is kind of cool.
This is really cool.
This
This
is
is
kind of
really
cool
cool.
that we got like 1,400 people in here. The Giants aren't picking for
Y'all
another
are
10
awesome.
picks. This is really
I'm sure
awesome.
there's Jets fans in here, though, right?
Thank you to Bleacher Report if you're watching on Bleacher Report as I yank the cord.
The Jets have been like my favorite draft the last couple years outside of Zach Wilson, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited to see what they do here.
AVT, Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
You weren't the biggest fan of Garrett Wilson, but obviously kind of works out.
Jets pick is in.
So let's get to it. Jets pick is in, so let's get to it. Seeing the Giants, I'm like seeing the Giants creep up closer and closer, and I'm getting more nervous. I had a thought. I was just taking a piss.
We're about to be 10-man big boards.
I just had a thought, and I'm thinking Jalen Hyatt. That was the thought.
One cool thing, Will Levis is still falling. Like, he's still there.
That's cool.
Tampa
for
Bay.
somebody.
He's going to Tampa or the Commanders.
That'd be
Who
wild.
are we, the Commanders?
All right, kid, chill
I'm sorry. Does this kid think he's Sam Prince?
Yeah.
I know this
Is this the kid they put on social media?
I don't know. I will say that's a great
Let's
tie.
not make fun of him until
It's
we
a
see
great
what
tie.
disease he has.
He's
It's
got
a great
He's got
tie.
a sweet look.
I'm
And
not
what-
even making fun of him.
what
Just
is that,
telling him to knock it off.
Is that a pocket? Is that a pocket? What is that called? A
kerchief?
pocket square?
A pocket square.
A handkerchief?
This
he
looks like a kid
fantastic.
that is on Twitter, 13 years old, with a Sauce Gardner profile picture, and be like, "You don't know ball." That's what this kid looks like.
Oh, come on now.
That's what he says.
Come on now.
Like, he's got this one move.
He's like, "You take a defensive tackle in the first round, you fucking idiot."
Let's go. The Jets forgot to hand in their card.
A lot of Jets fans there. I saw somebody with the New York Jets 8 jersey on. Elijah Moore.
All right, I'm actually really happy for this kid and jealous of him. Guess I make this pick.
Stickles. Come on.
You would you make this pick? if it was the Jets, not the Giants?
Oh yeah, I do.
What are they gonna do? Who do they take?
He didn't say it yet.
Make the pick, kid.
Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Take Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith,
What?
Miles Murphy.
Did he just say?
He's not saying it.
Jets.
Jets.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
there it is.
Who's
Okay,
the selection? Who's the pick?
Will McDonald.
This is a little early.
That's
I had the right position.
Yeah.
I hate this pick. I like and
Look,
I,
Robert
and
Saleh's a defensive guy, so what do I know?
I've loved what the Jets have done in the past.
I agree.
This guy is not a first-round pick.
Yeah, I was going to say
This is a
not
guy
my
who has
top
a
32.
good highlight tape. He loves the spin move. A lot of this guy's production comes on working on the interior, and he is not an interior guy. He's kind of like a beat guards who are slow merchant. Does not play with power. Now he's a good athlete, right? But he's not. I don't think he's great at anything. Now that spin move is awesome, but to me he's honestly a little late to it sometimes, even though it is very effective. It's fast. He's pick 15 to me. This guy here is insane. Old take exposed me in a couple years, sure, but this I hate this pick for the Jets. I really do.
So I remember we were in Mobile, Bobby, and me and Justin were talking about how this crazy guy from Iowa State was dunking on everybody. I mean, if it was Darnell Wright, if it was any other tackle at the Senior Bowl, Will McDonald was spinning, ripping, getting through everybody. Maybe the Jets are obsessed with all the bend, but I agree with you. I mean, guys like Nolan Smith.
He's a guy who's going to look great in a one-on-one drill.
Yeah, and he did.
Which that is where Will McDonald really stood out. And I'm going to be honest, like even the way in which he won at the Senior Bowl, I don't think it was saying much. Also because Will McDonald looks so good at the Senior Bowl because all of the other edge rushers look so bad at the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Like I'm working hard to justify this. I think that they got caught up with the bend. You know, everybody loves a bendy edge rusher.
I mean, if you're going to get caught up in the bend, then take Nolan Smith.
Okay, here is yes.
They
Take Nolan
really
Smith.
made this Make-A-Wish kid like hype up a bad pick.
Oh man,
couldn't be Sam Prince.
Had to go there.
All right, so here's my write-up on Will McDonald. Small frame edge who has good pass rush ability and tools. Strength is just not there. Good overall athlete who moves really well. Get off is good, not great. Doesn't consistently test offensive tackles. Good bend and ability to dip, although will lose footing occasionally. Has a killer spin move that he likes to go to, but sometimes late to it. Good lateral ability. Rush plane is segmented and not smooth. A lot of pass rush production comes from the interior. No power in his rush, and hands don't land or work well. Gets worked in the run game, especially with angles. Can't set an edge. Moved off the spot. That is not the 15th overall pick in any NFL draft. And like you said, you want to take a guy with tools he traits. Take Nolan Smith, right? If Miles Murphy isn't your type, take Nolan Smith. He's right there.
I wonder if there's an injury. Like, obviously, Nolan Smith tore his pec. Like, I wonder if there's anything like, I don't know, kind of sitting in that, right? Like, I don't know. I'm sitting here trying to find a justification for it, and the tools are neat. He's got some things that other guys don't have to him, but it's probably not the pick I would have made. But hey, the pick's in for Washington, so we'll see who enters the division. Am I right?
So what is this? So this is Sam Howell's Washington Commanders?
We'll see. We're about to find out.
I honestly think it's Jacoby Brissett's. Like, let's.
Okay.
That's true.
Oh, did he get bumped over?
He's a pro's pro. I mean, he did I think he did a really nice, fine job for maybe what he was expected to do with Cleveland last year. So I any reasonable coach, I think, is gonna just look at Jacoby Brissett and be like, yeah, you're our starter in the NFL if there is not the starter on a team. Maybe I'm not wording that right, but yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so
I meant for the future though. I know Brissett is this year's guy, but is Sam Howell, who they drafted, just last year?
Yeah.
Is that the future still, or?
Okay, so Grump, what I've been trying to figure out is there's gonna be a team. I'm convinced Los Angeles is one of these teams, but Washington in the middle of an ownership change might be another. Somebody's is gonna tank directly for Caleb Williams. Like, they're going to try to lose.
Is Washington going to be that bad, though?
Washington saying Sam Howell is our dude and making it out as if the whole year is some rookie trial.
But still, man, I mean,
That's the thing. They are great
They had
defense.
Carson Wentz, and I know Taylor Heineke, is fine as a backup.
He's
but
not there anymore.
He's not there anymore. But my argument is
They still weren't that bad.
Washington still found a way. What did they win? 7 games last year? 8.
They're well coached. Ron Rivera's a good coach.
Right.
Yeah, so they're going
Right.
to win as long as Ron Rivera is still the head coach. I think they're going to win enough games. They
Yeah.
could be. You could look at them and be like, Washington's a bad football team, but they're still going to squeak out 6 wins, which will be enough for them to not be in a Caleb Williams situation unless they really want to trade up. What team is going to be like, yes, here's enough picks that if you don't want Caleb Williams, that will convince me to not want them. I will say they do need corner help.
They do, very
kind of
badly.
looking at their depth chart. I thought honestly that this would be a landing spot for Bijan, just because that's what they kind of like to do. They kind of maybe like to do some funky stuff sometimes, like Dotson as a first-round pick last year, Brian Robinson as a third-round pick last year. Even though not a lot, I think people liked him, but I didn't see the hype. Bobby didn't see the hype. But they do need corner help here, and they do need some defense help here. And
Christian Gonzalez is there.
Christian Gonzalez, Emmanuel Forbes,
Deontay
Banks, yeah.
Joey Porter, still there. The other thing, too, is they just declined the 5th-year option on Chase Young, who has not really even played the last couple years.
2-3 years, yeah.
And I think they're probably – I think it would be conceivable to anticipate him in his final year with Washington doing enough to command a contract they don't want to have to honor on the free agent market. So
Here they are.
I think edge could be a thing here, maybe.
Yeah. All right,
But I think corner is way more.
So this
They
is
also
where
desperately need a tackle. All right, here we go. What do we
this is
got?
where I
There's none
start
of that.
really
What do we
paying
got?
attention for the Giants.
Commanders.
A new owner.
Emmanuel
Forbes.
Forbes.
Thank God! Yes! Let's go! Get him off the board.
You didn't like Forbes.
I know.
Oh, I'm asking. You didn't like Forbes.
No,
Talk
I
to me
did
about
not.
it.
I did not
Can we
like
mute
Forbes.
the Devils game? Do we have a remote for that?
Um,
Every time we go silent, I'm hearing that TV.
It's
Yeah,
right
can
there.
Can we mute the TV? Thank you. Yeah. So Emmanuel Forbes, talk to me.
Skinny frame. Forget the number you see in there. Look at his legs. Look at him.
Oh my
Just
God.
look at him.
Oh my God.
And
Just
this
look
is
at it.
another one where you're going to see the highlight tape is going to show stuff that you love, but I don't know all the things that he's really going to do. I mean, this is against Kentucky with a really predictable offense. That's a great tackle, but it's not a highlight play. You know what I mean? Like,
Jonathan Mingo bullied his ass.
Emmanuel Forbes to me is a top of the second round guy, and there's a lot of risk involved in that.
So I agree with that. I do think this is high. I mean, over
16 is
over
high.
Christian Gonzalez and Joey Porter Jr. I don't agree with that. Now, here's the thing with Forbes is nobody in this class moves like him, right?
Very
Right.
true.
And no one can close a cushion like Emmanuel Forbes.
Right.
But I would much rather have Christian Gonzalez or Joey Porter Jr.
He also hits like he's 240 pounds.
Wow, Pat's
which
pick
could
is
mean
in
something to
quick.
Coaches.
They're going
Yes.
Zay Flowers or JSN.
This could be
We didn't expect JSN to be able
Okay.
to.
this could be Addison.
Has there been a receiver taken yet?
No receivers taken. Looks like the Giants are getting a receiver.
Wow.
This is such a corner pick. Or it
I
could be
think this is
JSN.
Joey Porter,
This could
actually.
easily be JSN, but this feels like
Didn't they just let Jackson go?
I don't know. I wish I could tell you I was a Patriots expert.
I was like so in draft stuff that like other teams' free agency moves, I was not paying attention, man. I'm not gonna lie.
It feels like okay, so draft nicks like us can focus on something we think is important, like can a corner cover?
This-
Right? I feel like coaches right now are prioritizing the corners that we see fit the run really well and show a little bit of coverage. Because Christian Gonzalez, sometimes he'll get blocked by the invisible man. Anyways, we got a Patriots.
Roger Goodell back on the stage already. Very quick.
This draft is going amazing for us.
It is.
No, it's not.
Don't-
Jalen Carter is
We're
bad.
not close yet.
Yeah, that's easy. That's
Yeah,
easy.
that's-
Christian Gonzalez
Just
off the
takes
board.
the
Smart
falls to you,
pick.
man.
All right, well, so we didn't expect him to fall to us anyway, so we still have all so this was the Zay Flowers is going to be this pick guy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Zay Flowers is still available, man. I mean, so we have 18.
I'm
19.
telling you right now, I think Detroit may be in play for Kalijah Cansey. Seen a lot of mocks taking Kalijah Cansey with that 18th pick in Detroit. I could see it here.
Tampa would be a good fit for him too. So there's 7 more picks before the Giants, and there's 4 wide receivers that we're all okay with taking. Are you okay with taking Quentin Johnson? if the other guys are off the board? Like,
I'm gonna say yes, but it'll be a meh pick for me, and it has less to do with him and more to do with just his scheme fit with the offense. I don't know that they're really looking for that guy. I don't know. It's just not as exciting to me, but I'd be okay with it. Yeah. What about you?
well, now that this board is going this way, I wouldn't want it because you have Joey Porter Jr., you have Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Kansas.
As of right now.
But, like, if it didn't go this way that it's going right now for the Giants, yeah, I would be okay with Johnston at 25. But you got to think one of the three receivers of
no wonder he fell in the
JSN,
draft. He's wearing that suit.
Flowers, and Addison's going to be there.
Research Rick just tweeted this out. I can't wait for the national television camera to jump to the Giants war room and everybody be like, whoa.
Oh, because it's brand new.
Because it's like new and awesome.
You see
can't
the Jets
wait.
one? That looked like they were in like a hotel.
I can't wait until after the draft because I think if I know the Giants like social media team and like their YouTube stuff and what they do now, I can't wait for the video after the draft where hopefully and maybe we'll get into the why of why the draft room looks the way that it does. Maybe they'll go into it, maybe they don't. But I can understand why before the draft and they're just showing everything, like what everything. They said that they had stuff, but I don't I want to know not just, okay, you have the nice TVs, you have all these TVs, you have all this technical stuff.
You have the big binder.
I want to know why. Like what is the reason for this? What is the reason for that? Why is this an advantage? Why is that not an advantage? So hopefully there'll be a video like after the draft where there's some like behind the scenes stuff where maybe we'll see some of the stuff in use and stuff like that. So it was really, really cool seeing, Joe Shane literally got in the building 2 years ago and was like, he like joked on it on like WFA and he's like, this building is like bad. Really like in the kind of Stone Age is a strong word, but really behind the modern, where modern NFL buildings and facilities should be, at least the advanced ones. Especially let's compare it to what they had in Buffalo, I guess. So it's cool to see the transformation of the building over the last 2 years. And the fact that they couldn't do it last year just because so much shit was happening. You hire the head coach, Joe Shane comes in, you got to go to the Senior Bowl, you got to go to the Combine.
Still hiring all the other coaches.
Yeah. So they couldn't even do it last year. They didn't even have the full team together. He didn't even have like his quote-unquote pick of director of college scouting and and everything like that. So everybody's here now, and they got the building all together. Excited to see how they'll use it this year. That's the main thing. Nice blazer, Christian Gonzalez.
I did not know the inside was cool.
A lot of players' observation. A lot of players with nose rings. Just an
That's a
observation.
stud.
Excuse me. That's a
saying.
stud.
Cool guys
You
have
have a
face
nose
jewelry.
ring. That's a stud.
Jury.
Kurt Warner really sporting the gray beard.
Yeah, I was
Kurt
about to
Warner
say
might be my
earlier.
favorite.
He looks like old
quarterback
Ben.
now. Kurt Warner might be my favorite quarterback analyst right now.
He's good. He's real good.
He's not afraid to rip dudes, which I like,
You're right.
which a lot of guys are because they're worried about Twitter backlash.
All right, this is a pick. This Lions pick is a pick that scares me because they could take a guy that possibly the Giants like, especially on the defensive
Joey
side
Porter?
of the ball.
Well, they just did take a running back, so
Right. A good running
the
back.
second running back in the class.
Could they get Jack Campbell here? It's very early in my opinion.
Very early.
But is that? I mean,
I hope so. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
Like,
But I mean, is that forget the pick?
I'm biased.
The guy, he fits, right?
Yeah, he fits a lot. I think honestly. So let's say that they wanted Witherspoon as badly as we think they do. There are a lot of good corners right here.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, you go with the obvious
Joey
names.
Porter Jr. is still there.
Porter Jr. and Banks are the obvious names. I still think Carolina's Cam Smith could sneak in if teams like him because he's more that physical style that I don't know. I'm shocked that people don't like his film more, and it's okay if they don't. But we'll see. You got to think it's corner. I mean,
I mean, that's my assumption, right? Here, is that Joey Porter is screaming at me on this board.
Dude,
yeah,
Joey
let me,
Porter Jr.,
ooh,
man.
it
let
could
me,
be Brissie. Like
It could be Brissie.
Let me
Not impossible.
get some Bleacher Report stuff before the kind of like the Giants are picking and stuff like that. So Jesse asked, corner and edge are looking strong for us, and wide receiver also. Yeah, I mean the board.
Basically everything is
Everything's
right now.
falling our way. a
You know,
little bit.
hey,
I'm getting nervous.
we're
man.
6 picks away, 7 picks away. It's still a long time. That's a lot of players that can come off the board. The mood can be very different 10 minutes from now. So, out of all mock drafts, this is Burner Alex asking this, Alex Wilson. Out of all mock drafts, who don't we want that they said we would get. I guess maybe like John Michael Schmitz and really force that need.
Jalen Hyatt.
Jalen
I'm
Hyatt.
going to say
is a
Jalen
great
Hyatt.
one.
That is the one that I keep seeing that will make that.
I was taking a
bummed.
piss thinking about him. Like, what would I say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what you were thinking? You're in.
I was taking a piss thinking about.
Yeah.
What am I going to say if we pick Jalen Hyatt? That was literally what was going through my head. Just
Jalen
15
Hyatt's
minutes
the
ago.
guy that would bust on like 30 teams, but if he went to Kansas City, he's like an all-pro.
What did
you
I say?
say literally
What did
that?
I say? And I said it. I've said it multiple times that I kind of want Jalen Hyatt to go to Kansas City just to see what will happen. He was in a track meet. That's what Tennessee's offense is,
Oh,
just
yeah.
a big track meet. So get him in an offense where I think that offense is really searching for a vertical threat. And if Patrick Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes, don't just be patient. You can go out and beat Patrick Mahomes if a defense really maybe wants to test you every once in a while if they want to blitz you, even though you're on a do not blitz list, and even though you're on even though you're on a list of you should be playing too high against him at all times. I would like Jalen Hyatt to see if he can really stretch the field for that offense because Mahomes has the arm, and I think that offense needs it. That's like the one team that I'm kind of rooting for Hyatt to go.
We need to create an NFL do not blitz list.
Yeah.
That is the coolest idea.
Josh
of like,
Allen?
like a running list, like
Lamar?
almost like a terrorist watch list
Yeah.
of just like don't blitz this guy.
Do not. The two guys that are at the top are Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Those are the two guys that are at the top.
Oh, yeah.
Just don't blitz them. I mean, really, the only choice that you got when you're playing guys like that is see if they can run 12, 11, 12, 13, 14 play drives against you and wait for somebody to commit a hold, wait for somebody to drop a pass, false start. You got to wait for them to make a mistake because that's really the only way that you're going to beat them.
Smelly O, or what is this? Smelly 04 asks, should we try to move it up at all or stick to 25? I know the chat has been talking a lot about the Giants trading up. Bobby, do you feel like the Giants need a trade up, or are things working out for you right now?
Oh, I'm not trading up. This board is going exactly how I want it.
Honestly, better. Like, with guys like McDonald jumping up, like much further Forbes than I think we expected,
Yeah, it's like
I feel like it's pushing guys that we've been talking about
It's
all
like
week
positions
now.
that we want. The guys that we don't want are going. You know?
I've seen Zay Flowers in the top 10, and he's
Yeah.
still there. No wide receivers.
All right, Lions selection. The Detroit Lions select.
It's got to be a corner.
Yeah.
Somebody that we don't want.
I would be.
Take a tight end. Take Michael Mayer. Take Dalton
That's
Kincaid.
that's not silly.
They may
replace
TJ
Henderson. What was that guy? Hawkinson. Thank you.
Replace Hawkinson with.
What, Michael Mayer?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Lions select.
Give us the news, Goodell.
Jack Campbell.
What?
All right, we got to stop reading.
He
lips.
did.
I read his lips.
He did. That was a great call,
Wow.
Grump knows ball.
You have to clip that.
dude. This is a
The
draft.
football grump predicted that.
This is a draft day moment. The Lions have now traded down in the first round, and they picked a running back and a linebacker. Very good players.
Both
at
of
running
which I
back
had
and
at day
linebacker.
2 guys, though.
Oh,
Both
that's
of
the
which.
thing. That's the thing. I mean, Bobby, you and I were walking up the streets in New York just this week talking about how Jack Campbell is exactly the kind of guy who could have won you 8 All-Pros in 2002. He is a phenomenal linebacker. It's just a matter of whether he'll fit into the modern passing game of like
I think he
what
does.
happens
I mean,
these days.
he understands coverage as good as any of these linebackers, which I think is more than half the battle as a linebacker. I mean, go look at him pick off C.J. Stroud. Find me a linebacker coverage play that is more impressive than Campbell intercepting Stroud.
Right.
And then obviously is really one of the only linebackers in this class who can just play in the box, keep his shoulders square, and stack and shed.
Yep.
Like there's very few. Damn near every single one I've watched cannot do it anywhere near the level that Jack Campbell can. Obviously, he's not the best mover in space.
He's pretty
But
fast, though.
But he can hit, but he can also get like broken, like, Michigan, they finished that game versus Iowa in the hole, breaks them down, and then touchdown Michigan. So you see some of that stuff, but he's a great tackler. But pick 18, man, this is going well for the New York Giants.
But tell me, would you, for all that, because I agree. I think Jack Campbell's a phenomenal football player. Do you see a linebacker as worth pick 18, passing on edge rushers like Miles Murphy or Nolan Smith, passing on corners like Joey Porter Jr.
man, and they need secondary
Yeah,
help.
they should have taken Joey
So
Porter
listen,
Jr.
here's where I want to talk about
Or
Joey
Banks.
Porter Jr. a little bit because I think all 3 of you have him a little bit higher than me. I had him as my 3rd highest corner, and I had him as a late day 1 guy.
Oh,
I
wow.
had him as around 19, 20, 21, around there. I wasn't sure he would get to us, but I thought he was the most likely. I think that he struggled with Purdue's Charlie Jones.
The
The
that's what I wrote
underneath
down.
shifty stuff, he's a little bit late to react. He's got the length to help. He's got speed to help. He's also a lot grabbier than Christian Gonzalez. And Devin Witherspoon's pretty grabby, but he's like quick on and off. Joey will yank a bit.
But I think Porter Jr.
He can get away with it. But
he's going to do it within that 5 yards and not get pass interference. Like Deontay Banks got a lot of pass interference. What was the other? Cam Smith.
Cam Smith got a lot of
Smith is going to get a lot of those,
Super
those
grabby.
holding penalties. I don't see Joey Porter getting a ton of those.
I just think that might have been a
And he
consideration.
plays with that alpha mode on the sideline. I mean, he's long, he's fast, and he's a perfect scheme fit for Wink Martindale. I would be thrilled with Joey.
Yo, what
Porter
is
Jr.
this crazy artwork they're throwing up on the side of the building? Is it lights? Have you ever seen that version of the logo before?
I think it's kind of sick.
Yes.
It's sick as hell.
It's sick.
I think it's kind of sick.
All the logos were like grittier.
Do we finally get Will Levis off the board?
Yeah, but Samaj asked, do you guys think JSN
Maybe.
falls to 25? There's
At this
been
point?
no
At this point.
At this point, one of those wide receivers has got to not mathematically, but very likely.
There's
You're
still been no
you're-
wide receivers taken yet.
You're really close to the math zone.
Very
Of
close.
like what Zay, QJ, JSN, like
I feel like if
Addison.
one is taken,
4, and
I
we're
feel like it's
6
going to
picks out.
start. It's going to start like a
4 in a row?
snowball.
All right,
will
Bucks
it though?
selection.
The
I-
the
no
Chargers-
more reading lips
Sorry, yeah.
with the picks.
what?
Yeah.
I will announce them.
All right, Bobby will announce them.
Commissioner.
The Buccaneers select.
This
There
is
we go.
huge. Ah, shit.
Kalijah Cansey.
Shit.
Bobby, I couldn't read his lips. Would you mind announcing?
Kalijah Cansey to the 10. I said he was a good fit there, man.
Shit.
He gets to play next to Vita Vea.
He takes over for Nacho.
That's a really sweet pick.
Takes
Okay.
over for Raheem Nuchos.
I can't remember whether Tampa runs a 3-4 or a 4-3, and I would assume, frankly, that it's a
Shit.
that it's a 3-4 because Vita Vea is more of like a common space-eating one tech. But man, Bobby, this is your guy for a reason. One gap penetrator that's going to play next to a run-consuming, pass-pressuring machine in Vita Vea. I feel like Tampa's got a really nice 1-2 punch on the interior. I know we're Giants fans. We're not here to talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're completely unrelated to what happens in New York.
Look at that.
But
Look at that. Look at how tight that is. The swim move.
yeah,
Gets
your,
by. Yeah.
your guy's going to shine there, Bobby.
Look at how
He's
good he
great.
is.
I'm telling you, we are going to I'm keeping receipts, and if I'm wrong, I will not gladly, I will angrily admit that I was wrong. But I'm telling you, I really believe we are going to come back in this draft and look in 3 years, and we're gonna be like, Will McDonald, who's went over Kalijah Cansey? You're talking about Pro Ball, All Pro Kalijah Cansey? I really think we're going to get that type of player out of this guy, man. Like he has the third best film in this class outside of Jalen Carter and Will Anderson Jr. Yeah. And you talk about the size and stuff. Okay, Aaron Donald, same school. Now Aaron Donald had a little longer arms. John Randall, same size. You know, so I think this guy's going to be a stud, and I'm going to post his breakdown. And my friend Tim, the origins of Tim from Florida is going to be very, very happy. I'm gonna text him.
I mean, Cansey's trump card. That's like that's a phrase that I've kind of adopted from the PFF. They have the Forecast podcast. They talk about a guy's trump card. What is the thing that they do best, and how does that compare to the rest of the class? And Kalijah Cansey's trump card of athleticism, lateral movement, athleticism from the interior. Those are things that guys in this class don't have. And his trump card of athleticism is better than 95, maybe even 99% of guys in this draft class. And that is a guy that
he has 5 different trump cards.
Yeah.
Right? Like he is – we talk about, oh, he's not big. Who has the best bull rush reps in this class for the defensive tackles outside of Jalen Carter? Kalijah Cansey. Now, does Mozzie Smith play with more strength on a consistent basis? Yeah. But Mozzie Smith cannot do anywhere near the stuff that Kalijah Cansey is able to do as a pass rusher.
They're just totally different tackles.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. And I love Mozzie Smith. It's not to put him down, but I'm comparing him to a guy I really like in Mozzie. So I really think this guy's
I would say so. His big knockback is the size, right? And
Yeah.
you look at the defensive tackles in this class, the best size guys are Jalen Carter, and Gervon Dexter, right?
Sorry, I'm
for,
tweeting out
for,
the
for
breakdown.
non-nose tackle, zero
Yeah.
technique guys. Gervon Dexter at 6'6", 310.
Yeah.
He looks the part.
Mm-hmm.
The difference, and why I like Kalijah Kancey a lot, is there is an intangible of just motor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like you'd see,
It's
like
not just- he's not just
just
a high
kind
motor
of
guy.
banging his way through there. Whereas Gervon Dexter, he looks the part. I
Gervon
think
Dexter
he's
doesn't know how to
stronger.
play football.
He
Gervon
doesn't. He
Dexter
doesn't know how to get off the ball.
snap.
Yeah.
And with Kancey, it's not just a high motor. Yeah, he has a high
It's not
motor.
just
He
that.
works every pass rush move, right? Well, like what type of pass rush move does Kalijah Kancey not work?
Yeah.
No one can tell me. So to tell me that guy is not going to fucking succeed in the NFL because he's 6'1", 283 pounds, and has short arms, sorry, I'm not buying it.
And also to tell me
Again,
that
this,
he can't
this will
add,
go down
you know,
if he doesn't become good. This will be my biggest L of all time. But I am like Andrew Thomas convicted on this guy. That
Ooh,
he's
yeah,
gonna
I am
be-
not.
And to
he's
tell
gonna
me
be a stud.
And to tell me that he can't gain 10 to 15 pounds
He could,
over
yeah.
the course of his
Yes.
NFL career, over the course of the first
Well,
2
first
to
of all,
3 years.
most
which
of these guys need to.
Yeah, yeah. And also, I'm now on a different timeline. This is also thanks to Dexter Lawrence as well. I'm on a different timeline with interior defensive alignment sometimes where, I think people expect like a year 2 jump. I think it's fair to expect, maybe it takes you 3, especially for these younger guys, maybe 3 years to kind of work your way up in the NFL to really get used to it, to really build that NFL strength. And also it's such a technical game as well. And that's kind of like, to compare it to the Giants, that's what Dexter Lawrence needed. He needed to add the technical element and using his hands like that. And Kalijah Kancey, I think he already uses his hands kind of well.
So I want to talk about this as we get closer. What's your reaction if we take Zay Flowers over JSN? Because I don't think I'm that.
I'm happy with either one. I like Zay Flowers more, but honestly, I have them rated. I don't know. I like Zay Flowers.
What
more
is
than
your
JSN.
what is your yeah? I
No,
was
Zay Flowers
very-
is way above.
I was
JSN to
very
me is a second round
surprised.
pick
Yeah,
to me.
I was very surprised to see that's how low you had JSN.
the
I
very
liked it,
top of
though.
the second round.
So
Stop,
come get that shit off the
please,
screen, Julian.
please. I don't need this, Julian.
This
I
will-
don't need this. How long was it up there for? It was up there for too long.
It was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. So let's talk it out with JSN while you're not as high on him as everybody else seems to be.
All right, let me pull up my stuff here. I do like JSN a lot. I am worried about the missed time for starters. I'm worried about.
Don't you think that's kind of now? I understand he suffered an injury
Mm-hmm.
versus Jamar Chase. He opted out, so that was like on purpose. There have been guys that have opted out in the past, like Micah Parsons. They opted out. Slater, missed the year. It's worked out for guys that have seemingly missed an entire year, and then they declare for the NFL draft, and then they come in and they be studs. Now, I understand this was an injury, and that's different situations compared to those other guys, but that was a point that I heard, and I'm going to spew it for my narrative.
What do we think of his long speed?
It's not great,
It's not good.
Yeah,
but he gets open
he got open where?
at Ohio State.
Correct.
But that has been a school, rather than like when we're talking about quarterbacks for Ohio State, that has been a position that has been extremely transferable to the NFL. If you have success there, and especially, there were times where he has had more success than like Garrett Wilson. And you see how well Garrett Wilson's kind of transferred over to the NFL as well. So I think JSN is one of those guys. And even think about this. Is Amon-Ra St. Brown the best athlete? No, that was a guy that in college.
But do you draft Amon-Ra St. Brown here?
If you were to do a redraft, you would, because Amon-Ra St. Brown has turned into one of the best players in the league. And I think the NFL is kind of trending in a direction of, and I think even the Giants are too now with Joe Shane, of they're going to prioritize guys. Yeah, they want athletes, but also at the receiver spot, separation is so important. And a guy that can fit their offense of kind of like what Isaiah Hodgins did last year, kind of coming in Richie James, understanding where you need to be sitting in zones, how to get open, where you can get open. I think a guy like JSN is going to do that better than Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers will bring you more yards after the catch.
Oh,
He
definitely.
He will bring you more pop, and Zay Flowers will definitely bring you more of a vertical threat down the field. But in terms of a QB's best friend, a reliable target, and a guy that naturally knows how to get open, I think JSN is your guy there.
Okay, but why would you prioritize that over the other? Are the Giants
Simply,
not?
can I tell you why?
Sure,
I mean, because
absolutely.
and this
The
is just
Eagles post is blowing up 138 quote tweets. Fucking Eagles fans.
and this is
That's why I
simply
didn't want to do that.
and it's simply because Zay Flowers is 5'9". I mean, it's a bad guy, and I understand your point of the league is transitioning, and I even feel bad as like I'm like an analytics guy, and I'm like a trends guy, right? And I understand that's where the league is trending towards, but until I guess I maybe see more. I'm not fully convinced yet, and that's my thing that I have against it right now.
I'll say this: I think like the highlight tape for JSN is way more fun to not more fun to watch, but I think it's more impressive than Zay Flowers. But I think also Zay worked in
played in an amazing offense.
I was
where
gonna
Zay
say,
Flowers
was with
the
a
QB
garbage
sucked,
Corbett. Yeah.
offensive line was worse.
Yeah.
They run these vertical routes. Zay Flowers is open a ton. He can sell routes vertically beautifully, yet the ball just can't be delivered since the QB's getting hit all the time.
So I mean,
Seahawks have 19 people up to announce their pick.
my knocks on JSN were his inability to break tackles, and create more after the catch.
I think he's slippery, but you're right. You're right.
I have him as he's a super smooth route runner,
Yeah.
but the burst that Zay Flower has, I think, is just. And we're talking this like
yeah.
so
we are pulling hairs, but you got to pull hairs.
yeah, and I would be
Here's the
happy
thing
with
is I would
JSN
take
too.
Joey Porter Jr. ball over. We'll see. Let's see what the Seahawks
Well,
are selecting.
I would do that too, and I'll say that because I think there's plenty of wide receivers in the second round as well.
Yeah, and I kind of have a feeling like I think the Seahawks could go with like a receiver here, like a JSN. They to add a slot receiver to what they're doing over there. Like I think I think we could be debating, and I think the debate could end right now.
This could be Miles Murphy.
Seahawks. Miles Murphy will be a good pick here for the Seahawks. The Seahawks select
Yep,
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yep. So the
And here
debate
it comes.
is over. And here comes the run. And I
The
think
Chargers could do it.
Chargers could select a
The
receiver
Ravens,
right now too.
the Vikings, we got the next three teams could take wide receivers.
Yeah.
Which is good for which I think.
But then we still get like guys like Joey Porter
Joey
Jr.
Porter,
you know?
exactly. So we're now at 21. The Chargers could also take Brian Branch. That would not shock me. I think this is right where we start entering the Brian Branch conversation myself. They need some edge help, maybe, but who's left now? Nolan Smith is still there.
I view Brian Branch as I like Brian Branch better than Joey Porter.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
I have them pretty close, actually.
Joey Porter has the length and if you want to check a box of what you're looking for out of a NFL cornerback, he checks the box. But I'm with you, Grump. The first game that I watched of Joey Porter, and it wasn't on purpose. I was watching Charlie Jones for the Senior Bowl. I don't think Charlie Jones wound up in the Senior Bowl, but he was supposed to. First game I watched of Joey Porter accidentally was Charlie Jones, and he had some good plays against him. And I was with you, and I was like, that was my first impression. Like, this is not an awesome first impression. So I'm happy with Joey Porter.
Let's talk about JSN with the Seahawks, though. This is a great fit. When you have DK and Tyler Lockett, you put him in the slot. This is a great fit for the Seahawks.
You got your slot.
And then, so who did they get earlier? Was it Witherspoon? So
yeah.
Seattle getting better.
So JSN to the Seahawks. That's a great fit for him.
We literally had a very awesome conversation, by the way. I really liked how we were going back and forth on it, on like Zay Flowers versus JSN. And I said, you know what? And we even talked about this during our JM football mock draft today. We were like, you know what? We kind of mocked a slot receiver to the Seahawks. And I'm like, you know what? I have a feeling that this could be JSN, and we're having this discussion for no reason. And then lo and behold, 10 seconds later, JSN is the Seahawk.
Man, that is a really good pick for him. He is a really, really good receiver. He's going to work great with Geno Smith and DK Metcalf, especially because Tyler Lockett isn't, he's not forever young, right? But bummer to see him not go to the Giants, to get this far and not somehow end up a New York Giant. But got to remember, we're going to skip pick 21 because Miami forfeited it.
Well, the Giants have the 25th pick now.
I know. But it's more to say that means that we are one pick. Am I counting correctly? One, or is it 2 picks away from receiver being for it being mathematically impossible for there to not be a good receiver available when the Giants pick, such that it will be their choice.
We are 2 picks away from
2,000 live on stream right now.
It's crazy.
Oh my god!
Let me see if I can get a Bleacher Report question here. Do we get Flowers if they're or go corner? Yeah, I mean hey, 5 picks is still an eternity. Like,
yes,
I'm thinking like at pick 13. Oh, we're getting close, and now we're at pick 20, and it's like now the run on wide receivers can start. So hey, if there is a little run on wide receivers, I'm pretty cool with Joey Porter. I'm pretty cool with Brian Branch. That was a guy that I selected.
All right, so I'll wait for this pick to be over, but. It is over. So we have my 5-man big board right now. Let's go through it. It's Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. And I'll tell you what, I did not think there was any chance that we would get to pick 21 and Zay Flowers would be 4th on my big board. Didn't think there'd be any chance.
Can I get a review? Can I see it? I want to see it with my eyes.
I'm going to tweet it out right now.
See it with your eyes.
Can we put it on the screen, Julian?
Throw that up there.
5-man big board for the Giants. Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Zay Flowers,
Nolan Smith is a sleeper in there that I'd like. If they went Deontay Banks, you couldn't be mad at it. But even though I wouldn't be my favorite pick. So, all right, Chargers pick is in. What's up, Joel Klatt?
Zay Flowers. How much
this
you want
is could be Zay Flowers, could be Brian Branch.
Please don't be Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
I'm wanting Zay. I told myself defensive player, best player available, and now I'm sitting here wanting Zay Flowers.
I really didn't think Zay was going to fall this far at all.
Son of a bitch.
This could be Kincaid. Like, I'm not saying it is, but I've been wondering about whether the Chargers would want a tight end to go with him.
Charger it up.
Do they have a parade?
Yeah, what the hell is this shit? Why does this have to be a spectacle? Do we have to waste time?
Because it's the NFL.
Money.
Because it's the NFL. Because it's 10:36 and over 2,000 people are watching a stream.
I get it, but they're watching us get frustrated.
Because it's the NFL. 10 million people watched night 1 of the NFL draft last year, and that was the lowest it's been in 5 years, and it's probably because only one quarterback was taken in the first round.
And he was boring.
10 million people. 10 million people watched night 1 of the NFL draft last year. Lowest it's been in 5 years. 11 million.
Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Kincaid, Levis. You don't really believe Levis. You're just putting him as their quarterback. Nolan Smith, Addison, Mayer, Murphy, Flowers, Porter Jr., Banks, Keon White.
Where is Brian Branch?
He has Keon White very high.
He had him at 12th because he thought he was going to blow up at the combine. Everyone would love him, and then that didn't happen. So he's like, "Oh, just kidding, 30-something."
Yeah.
Was he not at the Senior Bowl?
Keon
He
White.
was.
Yeah,
he was, right? He was invisible.
He was dominant.
Yeah, he was voted best practice player of the year, of the week. This is what I was told.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
Well,
I didn't see that.
Then I'll defer to you guys because I was watching receivers the whole time. I just know he got voted or whatever as the guy.
We clipped up.
So
we
were
every
Jake
single
Haener,
one-on-one.
so
I was going in there hoping to come
That's
out
darn
excited
true.
about Keon White, and all right, Chargers selection.
That lady.
Let's see.
That lady.
She looks like she'd be.
She's already pissed.
Yeah.
She must have got it spoiled looked at Twitter or
Jolina
something.
Bosa.
All right, now I'm super nervous.
All right.
Now I'm
Here we go here,
nervous.
Chargers.
Say it to me, Raj.
The Los Angeles Chargers
It's going
select.
to be Zay Flowers.
Come on, man.
They select Quentin Johnston, wide receiver. So that was all of our third wide receiver. Well, you liked him over Zay. Okay.
That's a beast.
Good for Quentin Johnston getting to go play with Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of like how
I like Johnston, but it's like we
initial
like the
thoughts-
other receivers, you know.
Well,
Yes.
well, also our initial thoughts on Quentin Johnston was that I think I have felt what is the victim to the media not liking Quentin Johnston, and that is why I have kind of put Addison and Flowers. I do think Addison is better than him for sure. I would have Addison as my number 2 wide receiver in this class over Zay Flowers too. But I mean, Johnson just has that NFL size. He has the NFL speed. TCU used him weird. Max Duggan was, say what you want about the Heisman candidate, but did not use Quentin Johnston that great.
I'll give you my favorite thing about him and my least favorite thing about him. My favorite thing about him is that he is very quarterback friendly. He works his way back to the ball a lot. He knows
had to do it a lot with Duggan.
Yes. My least favorite thing is that forget his size. he plays like not nearly as big as he is
Yeah.
in the air. He will jump and catch things at his nuts. I don't understand it.
But he can leap, and there is times where he does make some catches. And Max Duggan, I thought, put him in a lot of bad situations.
Yes, but I also felt that he
those-
was jumping for fun sometimes.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fair.
I feel like
But he's able to win vertically, where
Yes.
it's like
He's
it's
a very
like
good-
he doesn't need to be a contested catcher. Like he'll run past your ass too.
Yep.
Now you didn't see him get pressed up a bunch,
Mm-hmm.
which is how does he handle it? But he's obviously got the size that you hope he can deal with it. So yeah, I like Quentin Johnson. I like Addison and Flowers both more. So.
I feel like Johnson's the kind of player that the Chargers are drafting, hoping that his floor is like Buffalo Sammy Watkins, right? And that maybe he blossoms into a more physical version of himself with NFL coaching. There's always a question in the Big 12. Look, okay, I'm from Texas. This Big 12 is home turf. Big 12 receivers are not taught to play big, right? It's a spread-heavy system. They're not going to line up. It's not Big 10 SEC football where they're going to line up and they're going to try to throw the ball over somebody and you just got to post somebody up and go get it.
Right.
Like, running and getting open is the way. And Sonny Dykes comes from a, like, Bryles-style system where that's what they do. So it's not to say that we know he's an Alpha X receiver. It's to say my hope would be, especially in interviews, that they've answered whether or not he can play bigger than he did. Like we saw at the Combine. He can sky up there. But I'm
Yes.
with you, Bobby. I feel like, especially for the Giants, that's pretty good news. I would have liked Johnston on the Giants, but Zay and Addison, really
I
good
think they
receiver
fit better.
talents. Really good receiver talents.
Now that being said, I want Joey Porter Jr.
So we have Baltimore, Minnesota, Jacksonville, Giants, and we have
So Jackson,
Brian Branch,
I could
Joey
see
Porter,
Jackson
Joey,
going a DB.
Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, right?
Yeah.
So those are the four. Those are the.
Now
I don't know.
let's just say this though, things have gone different than what we've expected. Giants could fall in that category too, so we'll see. We'll see.
What would you do if we trade out?
I'll be fine with that.
Yeah.
You got plenty of guys on the board.
I think they kind of want to.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Apparently,
We
trade
could
ups are
take my
cheap these
5-man
days.
board off the screen now.
Yeah, Lawrence Taylor, 56 on Bleacher Report. Late first round pick is just torture. Here's the big. It's torture, kind of just sitting here, sure, but the big rebuttal to that is the good teams in the NFL. They are picking back here every single year, and they still find a way to have the best drafts every single year.
So
I want to pick back here every single year.
Yep.
Every single year, that's what I want.
The key here is being good at understanding talent, drafting without taking too many risks. When you're here consistently, you have a good team. That
Yeah.
means you can take some swings, or you can play it safe and get a fifth-year option on a guy that you know is good. Maybe he's not first-round great. He's probably second-round good, but you got him for 5 years on your own wage scale.
Or you can be like the Eagles and find a way to get 17 top 100 picks. Top 75 picks. excuse
Just
me.
throw a tantrum and you get
trade.
picks apparently.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Spliff Meningo. I actually want Addison over Flowers. I'm with you. I think I'm the lone person here that would prefer that. I think the Giants also disagree with me too. I kind of know the Giants disagree with me there.
We'll see if that source holds up. That's a good test for it. See out of those two.
This is a good test for my source. My source has also been texting me pictures of Hendon Hooker today, and I don't know if he's joking or if that's like
Gotta be
serious.
messing
They
with
brought
you,
him in for a
right?
top 30
Gotta
visit,
be
which is
messing
very
with you.
annoying.
I'm like, and I
It is-
keep
and
I
Max
keep
Duggan,
texting
too.
I keep texting this person. I'm like, I'm really fucking glad Hendon Hooker has impressed the Giants. I'm really glad.
I think this is interesting. It has nothing to do with the first round, though. The Giants brought in 2 tight ends, and I've talked about this probably with you guys before, but Daniel Bellinger is that guy who's just good at blocking, good as a receiver. He can do either at a good NFL level. He's not great at either. And that allows them to pick a tight end to complement him however they want. I mean, they can make him the receiver and get the blocking guy. They can make him the blocking guy and get the receiver. I'm leaving Darren Waller out of this conversation. But I do think it's interesting that the Giants had 2 top 30 tight end visits, and they're polar opposite tight ends in Luke Musgrave and Payne Durham.
Yeah.
I find that very interesting.
Those are hilariously different.
Yes.
tight end visits.
Ravens really taking their time here.
All right, so while this is on my mind, chat, when the Giants get on the clock, I would put your YouTube in full screen because there's someone that's going to spoil it in the chat.
Yeah, do not look at the
yes.
chat.
So if you don't want to get it spoiled, put when the Giants are on the clock, put the YouTube on full screen so you don't have to deal with that because we can't stop it from happening.
This has to be Nolan Smith, right?
Ravens?
No,
Right.
this could be. I mean, this could be
I
a
can
wide
see it being
receiver.
This could be Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be Zay. Well, I mean,
Nolan
isn't Zay-
Smith fits what Ravens like to draft, though.
That's
so.
what I'm thinking. Plus, wouldn't Zay kind of fit right in with what Odell is going to do? Like both
For
of
a
them-
year, yeah.
Well, I mean, yes, but
For maybe 4 games.
I don't know. That's a good point.
Yeah, who's going to replace
not trying
Odell
to-
when he's injured?
Yeah, I'm not trying to prop up Odell too much,
Yeah,
but an
Julian.
$18 million investment
I mean, you-
seems like I don't know, because like you're saying, a 1-year deal
brain dead.
shouldn't affect your draft strategy, but
If you're good, but I see what you're saying. You're making an all-in kind of move. Are you going to back him up with your first overall pick?
because Bateman can play X for you, and then Odell would theoretically be like he could be a Z, he could be a slot, and then if you added Smith, you've got 2 Smiths like in Roquan and Nolan that would make nightmares
fucking
happen
giggling
on
it.
defense. I don't know.
So Eagles fans have found the
They found
the
it.
Eagles the Jalen
They
so
found
they're
it.
they're quote tweeting us to hell, but I was looking through the replies and one of our favorite listeners, Ronnie Swanson 69, just bust, criminal, lazy, fat.
Oh boy. The pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. They took a long time on it.
Yeah, I like how they take it all the way down to the wire, and then they're all hugging like they got their fucking guy. It's like, what took you so long then?
I'm gonna be. I don't know if the Giants did that last year. I kind of like not doing that.
Get Thibodeau ready.
Go about your business.
Yeah,
Don't fucking hug.
I don't get it. Like,
You're not
all
getting
of our
married.
work is done. Like, the draft fell how it fell.
You can hug when you're done.
All right,
You can
Ravens,
hug when they do
Ravens
stuff.
selection. The Baltimore Ravens select
Fuck.
Yep.
Zay Flowers, wide receiver
Sure.
out of Boston College.
Naturally.
So right now it's Jordan Addison or bust at wide receiver.
Yeah, you
That's.
were
I mean,
right.
it's okay. I just as soon as it was
I mean,
impossible to
I
not
knew.
read
I
those
mean,
lips.
come on. And I told you the run on wide receivers would come as soon as one was selected. You doubted me.
No.
You said
You were right.
4?
Brian
You were
Branch,
right.
dude.
Yeah.
You were
Justin, your
absolutely
boy
right.
Brian Branch
Give me
is
a high
still
five.
here.
You were
Joey Porter's still
absolutely
here.
Right.
I know ball.
Oh, you
So
know
I took-
ball.
so
you
I-
know ball.
I took Joey Porter Jr. in that
The first one of the first
that mock
picks
draft,
you
and
did.
I got a couple comments being like, "Man, I wish you would have taken someone that was realistic. Like, I wanted to hear your thoughts." And look, here we are. Here we are once again. I remember taking Evan Neal in the midseason, and I'm like, "Oh, we're not going to be able to."
Minnesota
Where's Evan
Vikings are
Neal?
taking Will Levis.
You know what?
That would
was
be
that
wild.
was like a rumor that was floating around, and I mean, there's not a pick that I'm rooting for more here.
That would be
Like,
wild.
come on, super analytics GM of the Vikings. Let's do it. Let's fucking take Will Levis.
And then who's 24?
How are they not going to take Nolan
Jacksonville.
Smith?
They're gonna take Joe Tittman. My ideal scenario is Will Levis and then Joe Tittman, since Jacksonville likes to take like weird
Oh, man.
athletic profile guys.
I got to be honest with you, man. I would be very afraid this is going to go Joey Porter and Brian Branch.
I'm
Think
gonna punch you in the
Osiris
face.
Torrance thoughts.
I'm gonna punch you in the face.
I just did a Odell dig, but not really.
I mean, that
Just
would- that would
Ravens
put
really
Addison
need a
to
wide
us.
receiver. Good pick, Zay Flowers.
I'll tell you what.
I want to
good-
see how well. I do a Zay Flowers breakdown on the Talking Giants channel, and they historically Ravens fans don't watch film breakdowns.
Oh, do they not?
All right,
No.
well that's a fine thing to put it on the Talking Giants show. Why would Ravens wanna?
Good day for Lamar
Well,
Jackson.
it's good to get the video up at least.
Yeah.
I guess if there's one, yeah, we found out that breakdowns do well by fan base.
Who did the
That's
Raiders
interesting.
take this year?
Tyree Wilson, I should
You
have
did
done
not do
one.
a film breakdown on Tyree Wilson.
He's a
'cause
beast.
The Raiders, the Cowboys.
Really?
Yeah. Did you do a film breakdown on somebody that the Falcons drafted? No. They took Bijan
Bijan
Robinson.
and
Because
yeah.
the Falcon fans, you've like done film
I did an
breakdowns.
Ebiketie one and it did shitty.
Yeah, well, that's because
And that was-
Falcon fans don't care. They're like distraught. They have been run. They are run through the mill,
Yeah.
bamboozled, run
Some of-
amok.
Some of their best Twitter personalities are just depressed all the time. Like Charles McDonald. Like,
Yeah.
seems like a good dude. He
All right,
seems
Super depressed.
Zay Flowers isn't a Giant now. Short, never gonna be good.
Yep.
too small. I told you so.
Drop problem, dude. Can't catch the damn ball.
I just
What's good if you can't? What's good getting open if you can't catch the ball?
That's a great point.
Can he block? got to be a two-way receiver in the NFL
Yeah.
these days.
So
Zay Flowers has 0 SEC championships.
yeah.
All right, coach. 3-year Letterman. One
All
of the
right, man.
top,
We are almost there.
top 2 on Twitter.
Yeah, what are we on?
Hoodie.
What's our live count?
Ooh, I don't know.
We got
Hoodie.
we got like 22. We got
My
24
God.
When,
2,400 people. in there.
Versus the
Go
world.
tweet the video when they go on the clock, saying like we're on the clock.
Do it after I read the Manscaped ad. Don't do it now.
No, not now. I'm saying when the Giants go on the clock.
when the Giants
just
go on the
quote
clock.
tweet the video that has the YouTube link, and just say, "Well, Giants are on the clock."
Yep.
Man, Bobby, you want to talk about good news? I feel like for the Giants right now, if they somehow land Joey Porter Jr., like that immediately becomes like in contention for one of those like everybody else overthought it picks of the
And
draft.
that's a
I
wink.
would
That's a
agree with
wink dream corner.
Yeah, it really is.
It really is.
34-inch arms, man. 34-inch arms.
Joey has 34-inch arms?
It's like
Yeah.
99th percentile.
Yeah, it's
I
up there
think
with
Julius
Brent's.
Brent's
Offensive
is
tackle
34 and a
arms.
half, I think.
yeah.
Which is like that's like an edge rusher.
68 yards on 106 snaps in press coverage all season.
Okay, so Minnesota,
Quessy
their
wouldn't think.
defense stinks.
Awful.
They actually need a corner.
They
Not
need
that
a
I'm trying
corner,
to
but I
curse
mean, they
anybody.
also need Nolan Smith is still sitting there too. They need all the defensive help they can get. Brian Branch is still there. I could see that on the other side of Harrison Smith. And I mean, not that this is going to happen, but they do have to eventually start thinking about quarterback.
Will
Yeah,
Levis
but-
is having a very bad time.
I feel like the tough thing,
Why
Grump,
is he there?
Geno Smith went. He had the same bad time.
Levis got told things, you know.
Geno Smith had to watch EJ Manuel go ahead of him.
Yeah, that was
That's rough.
It's rough living.
Jimbo Fisher wouldn't even talk good about EJ Manuel.
he was terrible.
He was like telling coaches like in the NFL like no,
I
you
feel
don't
like
want him.
okay. So here's my
Why
question for
did
the
you
Vikings.
find that out?
I just remember it being a thing back then.
What were you saying, Rob?
Like players might not want to play with Jimbo because he was
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh, that is crazy,
I mean, that I wouldn't want to play for a coach like that. He's supposed to be helping you, man.
right? I feel like how many regimes get to pick 2 first-round quarterbacks, like regardless of where, right? The question for me with Minnesota is like, would they take Levis? Because they're not going to get another one. You'd think, right? If they take Levis, their wagon is tied to some extent. At
Yeah.
the very
They've been
least.
specifically not working Kirk Cousins' contract around though, which makes you think.
right.
Now everyone
Maybe Kirk Cousins doesn't like that.
which everyone connected that to Hendon Hooker. Imagine Hendon Hooker goes before Levis.
Oh man.
If
Oh,
anyone
man.
takes Hendon Hooker in the first round, they're dumb.
Hendon Hooker, I think, is a lot worse than people realize.
Yes, thank you.
You know, Chris Collinsworth thinks he's going to go 31.
Did you
That's
see
cool.
that Collinsworth said he should go to the Chiefs, and one of the big reasons was because he had the 5th-year option that is $30 million for a backup quarterback.
Well, how old is he going to be on that fifth
This
year?
guy runs an
30.
He runs an analytics company. He runs an analytics
yes.
company, and that was his
Oh,
take.
I'm well aware.
They're the always take quarterbacks people. So
You know what? He's Chris Collinsworth should stick to the booth where he is very good at diagnosing what I just saw before
here's a
I
guy.
even knew what the hell just happened.
Going, wow.
I mean, I get it,
here's a guy.
but he does only see a play once, and he knows everything that fucking happened, like no other commentator can do. And I can't stand him, but at least he is good at it. Hendon Hooker stinks.
Vikings. What are we doing, guys?
Quarterback, please.
yes, that would be. Please God, take a
Quarterback, please. They're
I mean,
thinking about it.
It could be Nolan Smith. I would not be totally sure.
And I'd be okay with that.
I'd be very okay with that.
Would you honestly like is Nolan Smith like one of maybe not Nolan Smith higher than Joey Porter Jr. like on your boards? Yes or no?
No, but it's not crazy to have him over him.
Yeah.
The size worries me a little bit. But
I'm
if
always
anyone
weird
told
about
me, if
corners in the
someone
first
said Nolan
round.
Smith was over Joey Porter Jr., I would not be like, what? I just be like, okay.
Yeah, I just remembered that I'm super scared of corners in the first round.
Yeah.
Like super scared.
You just
too.
remembered this?
Yeah.
We're big signed corners and free agents.
I want 40
Big ti-
I want
oh, you guys too?
40%. 40% of your cap space should be on cornerbacks.
I agree. Just buy them. You know what they're like
Yeah.
now. There's so many of them
Just
bust.
spend money.
yeah, but that's like that's like the only position that I'm like put premium money in.
No, totally. I
All right,
get you.
Pick is in. After this pick,
I'm there.
I'm
I
going to
mean,
read something.
first
like
round corners have really
the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the
Bible.
clock in purple and yellow.
The Bible.
I'm going to read Esther 3:7.
What is SR37? Do you know?
Hey, what's that
No,
about?
I don't.
What's that story?
I just figured I'd pick like a book that most people don't know off the top of their head.
Titus.
All right, announce the fucking pick. I can't do this.
Who do
What
you
is
want?
taking so long?
All right, so who were you nervous about losing, Justin? Right now.
Joey Porter, Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
Even though
What about your boy Brian Branch?
I was about to say, like, I kind of like Brian Branch more, but now that I'm in the spot, I'm thinking like cornerback premium position, wide receiver premium position.
Yeah.
Even though I think I think Brian Branch, like in my clear-headed brain, I like Brian Branch more than I like Joey Porter and more than I like Jordan Addison. But
Really?
again, this is just my. I don't
Totally.
have like a
Totally.
scout brain, Robert.
Don't do that.
It's like a.
You've got
it's
a
just,
great brain.
It's just like
You've
a.
got a great brain.
It's a fun scale.
Oh, I forgot to.
Brian Branch, I have more fun watching, which I like watching the other two too. Please announce this pick.
Wow, yeah, they're really dragging it out.
Please announce this pick.
So the Jags are definitely not taking a wide receiver.
No.
Could definitely see the Porter Jr. being a spot or Branch being the spot for them.
Could you
They're
see a
not gonna-
tackle there too? We are at the end of the first round.
They could take Anton.
Yeah.
I think Anton's better than the other ones.
I
right?
think they do want to give Walker Little a shot, though.
I was
and then
not a
I
big
know
fan
Cam
of him.
Robinson got suspended, but I mean, I think it's only like a 6-game suspension. They're not going to draft someone. All right, here we go. Minnesota Vikings.
I'm going to close my eyes.
The Minnesota Vikings select football player named playing a position of wide receiver Jordan Addison, USC. We are not getting a wide receiver, boys
Wow.
and girls.
I mean, they went 1, 2, 3, 4. I think.
They did.
They did.
I told you that the run on wide receiver
That
would
is-
start. You told me no.
I thought there was no way that there were going to be 4 wide receivers. What is that? That really is. That was Seahawks. That was Chargers. That was
Let's look
Seahawks, Chargers,
1, 2, 3,
Ravens,
4.
Vikings.
That's
Yes,
1, 2, 3, 4.
It was, and it went in Jigba, Johnston, Flowers, Addison, which I think was the original order that people agreed upon before the whole start of the thing.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. All right, so as we prepare for this Giants draft pick, I'm snapping my fingers at the booth because it's time. It's time to talk about Manscaped. They are on board for the 3rd year in a row for our draft streams. They're going, I mean, we're talking about 3rd year in a row. Remember 3 years ago where we're pissing in bottles day 3 over the 2020 draft? That was the COVID draft. What are
Sponsored
we
by Manscaped.
doing?
Manscaped.
Sponsored by Manscaped. That
Didn't
is
have
what
any
they
hair in the
say.
way.
Your balls will thank you. This is the shirt. This is an old shirt, but I love it and I wear it all the time because I love Manscaped. And the draft is here. The most exciting prospect is the prospect of being Giants just traded up to where?
Finish the ad.
I mean,
to
they
now.
can only move up to
one
one.
spot.
Great. The prospect of being perfectly groomed head to toe with our friends at Manscaped. They have the
All
lawnmower
right, handle
4.0.
socials, tweet out per whatever, do all that, please. You know, like you guys do the Yankees.
They have the beard hedger to ensure your
Instagram, too.
face of your franchise is a pretty one. That's right, the beard hedger and lawnmower 4.0. They're a franchise-changing combo that will have you looking at your roster with pride. So, if you haven't upgraded your grooming tools already, head to Manscaped for a champion-worthy roster reset. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code GIANTS at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com when you use code GIANTS. Go from Mr. Irrelevant to a first-round pick with Manscaped. You'll be glad you did.
So
Boom.
why would the Giants draft up? It has to be for Joey Porter Jr., right?
If they're
Because the Jags need DBs. So
Yes.
it has to
But
be
I was
for
going to
Joey
say,
Porter
or
Jr.
Brian Branch.
But would they trade up one spot
I mean,
for a safety?
I don't think so. No. But
And what are they trading away? Can we get us the details as soon as you can, please?
are they screwing
Oh,
with us?
the details are it's for 160 and 240.
Oh, okay.
So we got rid of a 7th, and we got rid of our first 5th.
24 for 25, 160 and 240.
That's
Please put that on Instagram and stuff too.
that stinks. We moved up one spot and gave up more than who just moved up one spot and gave up a
I don't
a
like
fourth.
doing that.
That was the
I
Eagles.
don't like doing that trade. Obviously, it's a 5th round and the 7th round. I don't give a shit.
Are
about.
we on the clock right now?
But
Yes.
I don't like
Right
trading
now.
up to move up one spot.
I don't.
really
I don't agree with this.
Like obviously the 5th and 7th probably aren't going to turn in, but I don't like giving away assets
What
to
did we give
trade
up?
up one spot.
A fifth and a 7th.
Oh my goodness.
We have 2 5s. So.
Yeah, I don't really.
I mean,
not-
It's not like you're losing your mind, but I would rather just.
But we moved
stay
up
put.
one spot.
They
That's what I'm
must
saying.
clear.
The
and the
Giants
pick
pick is in. All right, so remember to be clipping this when we get going.
It had better not be the only wide receiver theoretically left in the first round.
Jalen Hyatt.
No, please no.
Because that's the only reason I can envision needing a trade is saying, "Oh
But
my
why,
gosh,
but why
Ford
would you
just
need?
went."
Why would you need to jump Jacksonville to pick a wide receiver that
don't.
Jacksonville's not
I don't
going
know.
to pick?
I don't know.
This can't be
Fear?
a wide receiver. This
Brian,
is not a wide.
Brian
The
Branch.
Jags are
No
not
way.
taking a wide receiver. This is not a wide receiver.
It's not a wide receiver.
I think they're going. This could be Brian Branch, Joey Porter
Got to
Jr.
be. I think it's Joey Porter Jr.
It's got to be Joey.
Brian Branch, Joey Porter Jr.
What if they surprise us and go Deontay Banks?
I mean, that just feels like Joey Porter Jr. just feels like a very, very natural fit for Wink Martindale.
Yeah. But
Coming
Banks,
up.
Banks kind of is too.
Banks is faster.
All right, so chat, put your video on full screen because I'm going to change the pinned comment to please subscribe to the podcast and leave a 5-star a review and rating on the app. So please do that. Subscribe right now because we're gonna have a full podcast out in the morning for you guys recapping this. If it's not a player we've done a film breakdown on, we will have a film breakdown out tomorrow at 11 a.m. So make sure to subscribe to everything so you get your fill on this New York Giants draft and like the stream.
Stop spoiling. Don't spoil, please.
Yeah, don't look at the chat if you don't want to spoil because someone's gonna spoil it. In fact, I'm gonna put mine in full screen
Branch,
'cause I don't even
Porter
wanna see it.
Jr., Banks.
Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith. I don't know. Banks worries me. I like Porter Jr. more than Banks.
I mean, Porter Jr. just
Banks has the ability to be the best, right?
Yeah,
Right.
And Porter Jr. was one of the 15 guys that when we made our hypothetical big board right for who's available at 25. Joey Porter Jr. I think is one of the only guys that is available here that we didn't think that he would be.
I think it's just him and
Yeah,
Levis.
no way.
And he fits at he fits, and it's at a premium position as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised Joey Porter Jr. is here. I want Joey Porter Jr. Deontay Banks would be fine. Obviously, I like Joey Porter Jr. Banks has all the ability. He's got to put it together a little more.
Brian Branch is the wild card. Now, I know he's not the premium position like cornerback is.
Right.
Brian Branch is who I want it to be after Joey Porter Jr. Miles Murphy, I'm still very high on him, even though it's not the biggest position to need. They kind of do need a two-way edge, right? Like Kayvon's can become a better run defender. Aziz never going to be a great one. They need a good run defender who's not dog shit as a pass rusher like Jahad Ward. So we'll see. It's here. We've been doing all this work.
Nolan Smith is not happening, right?
I don't think it's happening, but it's
No way.
But Nolan Smith would be sick too. So.
And Brissy is. I mean, if this weren't a trade up, Brissy would be in play, probably, maybe, but.
Brazil would be in play. I feel like if a lot of other guys were kind of off
if
the
Miles
board.
Murphy wasn't there, yeah. All right, let's get this thing up.
This is about where I had Joey Porter going, by the way. I had him about this low.
Wow.
I'm willing to bet on guys with freakishly long arms. Now he's not an the thing is that he's not the best athlete. That is the thing.
Porter?
He's
All
not
right,
like
so
the
just
best athlete.
Order of operations here. I will announce it. Me and Justin are going to do our spiel for YouTube. Grump, obviously, we're going to throw it to you, see what get your thoughts on it. Rob, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
we gotta push you out on
That's
this
okay.
one.
That's
And
okay.
then we will be back where we'll do social clips, get all that stuff, and finish this draft off.
Oh boy, come on! This has taken way longer
This
than a lot of
commercial's
other
taking
picks.
way too long.
This has taken way longer than the pick has been in for 10 minutes. Oh man!
I want to pick up my phone to distract myself
No.
and play myself, but I
No.
know
Yeah,
I
you
can't
can't.
do
You
that.
got to sit in this. You got
So
to
I'm just sitting here. I'm
sit in
holding
the filth.
pee and
I'm just gonna type out is a New York Giant so I can get the easy likes on whoever
sit in
it
the
is.
filth. Oh, here he goes.
All right, here comes Roger Goodell.
I'm not even going to try to read lips.
All right, 25th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The second year under GM Joe Shane, the New York Giants are selecting Deontay Banks,
Banks.
quarterback out of
Interesting.
Minnesota. So Deontay Banks obviously is basically the best athlete. He had a 9.99 RAS score. In the combine, ran. I think he had the fastest 40 time for the corners outside of DJ Turner. Had a 42-inch vertical jump. So he is scheme independent. You can move him in man and zone, and he has that speed you want to play that press man. Now, the reason why I like Joey Porter Jr. a little more than Deontay Banks is that Banks he will lose reps in man coverage, and even though he has the speed, there is times where he gets beat vertically, or if he gets beat off the line of scrimmage, I think there's times where he's not able to recover, and obviously those are things you can grow on, and that's what the New York Giants are banking, no pun intended, are banking on. But the Giants go ahead and get themselves a corner with all the wide receivers off the board and Deontay Banks.
Yeah, and Deontay Banks, 6 foot, 197 pounds, 31 and 3/8-inch arms. Now, I will say, what was a big theme of last year's draft class with Joe Shane? Age. Age was a big theme. He is 23 right now, turning 24 next March. So it's not old, but it's also not young like we saw last year where guys are 21, 20, 21 turning 22 during the season. I do think he is one of the best kind of technical players that, in this class in terms of corners. He did test very well. Change of direction and the speed is there. I think that's kind of like the trump card of his game. Banks just kind of feels like he's not as flashy as Porter because Porter has those long 34-inch arms. Banks, he does kind of check that, that benchmark of having arms that are longer than 30 inches. But overall, he's not a flashy player, but I think that's kind of on purpose. I think Banks is going to be
one, though.
Yeah,
he's got the athleticism to become that. But again, I think there's times where he struggles at the release and is able, to lose the rep and not be able to recover despite having the speeds and the ability to jump and leap to recover.
But do you know what I feel really good about this? And Grump, I'll let you go after this. I feel good that Jerome Henderson is our secondaries coach here. And that is the main difference of taking a cornerback in the first round, what we've done in previous regimes, and that's the difference of doing it now. We got a guy that has tested well. We have a guy that his natural ability as a football player and as an athlete, it's already there. That's checked off. You can't teach that, but what you can teach is the technique and actually being a good football player.
Yeah, and like you said, the natural ability is right there. The 4.35 speed is insane. He's got the quickness too on top of it. I have a special note on here that he does make mistakes, but he does have the quickness to make up for it, at least at the college level. Now remember, he played at Maryland, which is a crappier team than Penn State, although they were a good team this year. He still plays against Big Ten talent all the time, too. So it's not like we're talking about a guy who's making mistakes and recovering against the Pac-12 teams or a non-Power 5 school. On top of that, the other thing you can't teach with him, and it's a trait he shares with Joey Porter, is aggressiveness. He's incredibly physical as a corner. And I don't just mean like press man or just sticky in coverage. I mean, he likes to hit people. It's part of him. He's a football player. You know what I mean?
Good against the run?
I don't have any special notes.
I don't think he's a great run defender. I mean, that's one of the notes I have on him. So he has the ability to be a really good man corner. Right now, he is a better zone corner facing the quarterback, being able to try and bait into some of those plays. And again, part of that is the release. Trying to get into that. Like once he's in phase, he's great.
Right.
But it's that release where he can struggle and only gave up 43% completion percentage against. But unlike some of the other first-round corners, he gave up 4 touchdowns this past season, which isn't always the best stat to look at. But in college, it is. And that gives you where, I remember Ronnie Bell from Michigan beating him on a crosser. And there's other times where he got beat vertically, but he didn't have to pay because of a bad throw by the quarterback. So,
yep.
All right, Deontay Banks is a New York Giant. We're going to get a whole podcast out, film breakdown out. We appreciate you guys. Like and subscribe to the channel. If you are a New York Giants fan watching this for the first time, no one covers the New York Giants more in depth than we do. We're going to hit this from every single angle, get the rest of the draft for you. We appreciate you guys. Welcome to the New York Giants, Deontay Banks. We're banking on you. Let's go, Big Blue. Bam, that's a video.
That's a video.
All right.
So can I talk about what sucks? Why did we trade up for this?
Yeah, I agree. Why you could have had Joey Porter Jr.
or
Brian Branch.
Branch.
There's a lot of guys. I agree. I don't like trading up for this.
The guy himself, Deontay Banks, I like. I have him at the very top of my day 2. Very top. So he's in that 32 to 35 range. So taking him here at 24, I don't have a problem with. I just don't understand the move. I don't get it.
Outsider's perspective, obviously I'm not a Giants fan. I don't know Wink Martindale's defense like you guys do. But we've seen 2 guys fall that we had really high grades on. I think a lot of us anyways. Christian Gonzalez, who I would have said should have been in that Witherspoon category.
Right.
And now Joey Porter Jr., who has yet to be picked. Both of these guys share a trait that isn't a positive one, and that's that they do not want to stick their head into the run game. And I wonder if coaches have a bigger issue with that than we at least prioritized originally.
So,
Because Deontay Banks will put his head down and go fill a gap. Like, he's competitive in both phases of the ball. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of defensive coaches. Again, envision you're in the coach room. You're on the whiteboard, right? That when they're thinking about the draft board, they're looking at these corners saying to themselves, yeah, if we pick him, we're going to stick him on the right side, and they're going to run at him the entire game, and there's nothing we can do about it. I think Joey Porter is a sweet player. I think his coverage ability in zones and man, it gives you more value than you lose in the run game. Maybe these coaches don't see it that way, you know?
I think one of the things that I've wondered, though, is with the Giants selecting a corner, they obviously need one day one to start opposite of Dory Jackson.
Right.
But the future of Dory Jackson has always been a question for this team anyway. And while I think Adoree has I don't know if it was like a trait of his before being with Wink Martindale, but I don't remember him being a big come up and play the run guy. But this past year, and you guys can correct me if you disagree, I thought he was pretty good at that.
Adoree, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great.
Yeah,
coming up
absolutely.
I don't remember that being a trait of his.
Now the nice
so
thing
I think
about
that speaks to what you're saying.
now the nice thing about, like, let's just say, you know, the Giants take Brian Branch here, and they envision him as this chess piece, as this versatile piece that can go at slot, corner, and safety. He's starting right away, and he's starting day one, and he's starting full time. If they
Dalton Kincaid to the Bills.
If they take DJ Turner
Look at all the
in
hats.
the second round, right, that's where I mocked DJ Turner to go. Second round, pick 57 of the Giants. He's starting at slot corner.
Yeah.
Like, you know, for most of the snaps, majority of the snaps, we're at a point now where it's a camp competition between Deontay Banks and Cordell Flott. I think the Giants
Let's
envision
put Flott back in the slot, man.
put Flott
You
back in
think
the
so?
slot. I think they envision him as an outside corner.
I think so
You
too.
just drafted Deontay Banks.
Well,
He played
Like I
slot
said-
corner in college.
out of necessity,
I
they
don't
moved him there when
kinda
what's-his-face
like- I
got
kinda
hurt.
like
but,
the
but he's
idea-
capable of being why not let's have an advantage of a guy who's capable of playing outside, playing in the slot.
Kind of, sort of, almost locked down A.J. Brown.
So what are you going to put Deontay Banks in the slot? We just
No,
drafted
I'm
a
not
slot-
saying
we
that.
just
I'm
drafted
saying
a slot corner
what
25th
I'm saying
overall.
is Adoree Jackson's future is
Right.
in question.
And I'm
Maybe
simply-
Cordell Flott's spot is waiting.
Yeah, and I'm simply talking about 2023, where this is clearly. I mean, we know the Giants are picking guys. They're picking players not just based on what 2023 needs are, but they're looking at the projection of the roster. Adoree Jackson's contract is expiring after this year. His future is uncertain. His future kind of looks certain right now, post 2023, with Cordell Flott and with Deontay Banks for sure. But I like having that room year one. Specifically, if you want to use Cordell Flott on the outside, I like that room because that doesn't force Deontay Banks into a situation where he needs to play 90% of the snaps. He can come off the field. He can be a rotational player. He can go in specific packages. He can go in specific weeks where it feels like this works best. You can have a week, Bobby, where Deontay Banks can start on the outside. Cordell Flott could start in the slot against a bigger slot wide receiver if you feel the need.
And I think they are very scheme matching this coaching staff.
Yes, this coach,
So, yeah,
especially, I mean, you saw it on the offensive side of the ball last year. But on the defensive side of the ball, sure. I mean, you saw there were weeks where they would run with, 5 down linemen where they wanted to use guys like Nick Williams, and they wanted to put Justin Ellis out there for a lot of snaps with Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence. And then there were weeks where you see that they want to put more linebackers on the field.
Right, yeah.
And forgive me, Bobby, I may be getting my corners confused, but am I remembering that Deontay Banks did a decent amount of blitzing at Maryland, or is that a different corner?
I can't. I didn't
don't-
put a note down on it.
I
so
don't
can't
remember Maryland being a really attack-heavy.
They
I
may
can
not
check.
have.
Well,
Like,
PFF tracks that, so
Goodness knows
I
you
can track
watch
that.
enough corners and they all start to blend together at some point.
Dude, I mean, like
But-
a lot of my evaluations happen between the hours of like 11:30 and 2 a.m.
Yeah.
So after a while, I'm like waking up on the keyboard. So
Right.
Let
Sorry,
me
I'm putting
check.
together the
Yeah, let's
highlights
see.
right now.
Pressure. Do they track blitzes?
Let's see
He
if
didn't
we
have any
a-
pressures. He didn't have any sacks, hits, hurry. So
Yeah, then they probably didn't.
probably didn't.
He's
no.
athletic
but he
enough
can
to run on
yeah,
the
I mean,
blitz.
4.35 speed.
sure,
I mean, he can
exactly.
get there in a blink.
7
so.
run stops. He had a good. I mean, I hate that I'm bringing this up. Good tackling grade on PFF. All right, I'm done. I can't look at this anymore.
No, that's a good thing, though. I mean, with corners especially, like, I want to know if you do give up that catch that you're at least making the friggin' tackle. And also playing up in the running game. So this is Will Levis to Dallas, right?
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring us back in the draft here for a second, babe. Yeah.
Outsider's perspective, I think it's a really good choice, guys. I mean, the trade up is a little funky.
That's
but
what I'm more worried
you
about.
get a really good defensive back, and like I love a good
Dude,
athlete.
they must have just really loved Deontay Banks, and they just wanted to make sure
I
they
just
got him.
don't understand.
So what is it with Joey Porter? I mean, really?
Well,
that's
does
where-
he go
that's-
right here?
That's where my brain goes to. Like, what is the deal with Joey Porter? Because again, Robert, you talk about this a lot. We aren't interviewing these guys.
Right.
We don't know these guys as people. We don't know how they work.
NFL player's son, though. You feel like there'd be.
You
I
would.
don't know. Yeah, I don't get it.
So what-
I just don't get the trade up.
Yeah, I understand not wanting Brian Branch, not necessarily a premium position, but I mean, kind of like you're in a very remember the spot that they were in last year where they had Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal highest on their board, or no, excuse me, when they had Ikem Ekwonu and Evan Neal 1A, 1B on their
Right.
tackle board, and they were going to be okay with either alternative.
Right.
You would think that Deontay Banks versus Joey Porter, if Jacksonville was going to take a defensive if they were going to take a corner, that you would be okay with either, but they clearly were not okay with taking in my brain, they were not okay with taking Joey Porter.
The Giants run a pretty man-heavy, cover 3 blitz-based defense, right?
Which Joey Porter's 34-inch arms would make me think that that's the fit.
It'd make you think that. I know I felt like
And we've
Porter.
seen them in the past be willing to bet on guys who aren't the speediest guys in the world, but are long and have ball skills like Joey Porter.
Oh, absolutely. I know. I guess in my mind, I saw Porter as more of a cover 2, cover 4, in that 3-4 zone-heavy blended defense. That's at least how I saw it. But I'm not the Giants guy here. I totally defer to what you're going for. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, I'm tweeting out highlights.
That's okay.
No worries.
That's okay.
This is the worst thing about doing a stream is it makes us really bad at Twitter.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't even this is going to be my second tweet of the night.
Okay.
All
What
right, I'm going to
pick?
do the clickbait thing and tweet out his RAS score from Talking Giants.
Oh, there you go.
What pick would you guys like to see the least in Dallas right now?
Joey Porter,
Brian Branch.
Brian Branch.
Hey, Branch would suck.
I think they're fine. I think they're fine on safeties though.
Yo, could this be Torrance?
Yeah, they do need offensive line.
They're hurting on
I
offense.
can see them loving John Michaels,
I
too.
wonder if it's how are their tackles these days?
Tyler Smith and
Yeah,
you have
they just took Tyler
They
Smith.
just took Smith. You're absolutely
then
right.
they have Tyron Smith too, who's still around, but I have a feeling they may start to tell him listen, your time's kind of up here.
Who's at right tackle for them? Is it still Terrence Steele or whatever?
It could be, but I know they were moving Tyron Smith around
Yes, they were.
Right.
last year.
But also that Tyler Smith pick, we all were kind of like, really?
He was all right.
Yeah, he was. I
Yeah.
mean, he got started getting he started out really well and then got a little bit figured out. But I think he's gonna be. Tyler Smith was the most intriguing guy in last year's draft because this guy could be the best tackle in the class, or this guy could never play a good game in his life.
Yeah, I was surprised they traded up. I mean, hey, all the reporters were right. They were expect the Giants to trade up, and they gave because they don't need the guys on their roster. You know,
Right.
they have enough guys on their
We
roster.
were talking about the
I'm
March
pretty
to,
annoyed by
March to
people
90.
being like, "Well, they know how to get their guy." It's okay.
That's
There's a lot of guys.
different. You go up and get your guy when it's oh, he's falling. I don't think he's going to survive 3 more picks.
Well, the idea is that the Cowboys
Might hop them? Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear their rationale on that.
So does that mean that this is going to be Joey Porter?
That would
Senior?
be that would be something. Senior.
I don't know. They're pretty decent at corner.
With Diggs and Anthony Brown?
And they run the world's most boring 4-3. They got
Yeah.
dudes, but
That's
I
what I
don't think
mean,
they want Porter.
It's just weird because
Drew Sanders.
What?
No.
Mozzie
Oh,
Smith.
that's,
wow.
that's kind of intelligent.
Kind of a
actually.
dog.
I love Mozzie.
Yeah, that's a.
That's
Nothing,
gonna
You
be
know what? Fucking, they like their strong ass motherfuckers in Dallas. They do.
man, nothing worse than seeing a divisional opponent draft a defensive lineman.
I mean, it's
you know what I mean?
Jalen Carter. I mean, hey, if the Giants didn't need interior offensive line before tonight, they certainly fucking
Yeah,
need it now.
yeesh. Goodness gracious.
Oh my gosh.
Division getting dangerous. More like the NFC eats.
Interior D line, it's making a comeback. The position's making a comeback.
Mazzy Smith is awesome. Like, I know this is like mournful analysis at this point, but he's a 1 tech that moves like a 3 tech, which, to use words, he's like 325 pounds, but he moves like he's 290. Awesome hand usage. Really wonderful burst. Like, I hope. I don't know what he would need to not work out in Dallas, but it does kind of feel like interior offensive line becomes a focal point for the Giants if it's not all together right now.
I mean, I don't know if you want to. It's like you can't think about it that way, but also you can't not think about it. You know what I mean?
Let's talk about this for a second. Wide receivers for the Giants. We couldn't get Addison. We couldn't get Flowers. None of the top 4, all gone.
Yeah.
Who's your next highest rated guy?
I have to look.
Mine's Tyler Scott.
Okay.
Scott
I could
Rock.
see
Tyler
that
Scott is
fit.
someone I have to watch literally tomorrow.
He's
too.
a boss.
Yeah. I could see him fitting in really well. I have Raheem Jarrett is a weird one. Another Maryland guy. That would be weird. If we took 2 guys from Maryland back to back in the draft, that'd be wild.
That would be like a Joe Shane last year thing is, I'm behind on watching guys because I don't trust my staff. So I'm just going to take guys from the same school because I just watched them together. That's what he did with North Carolina last year with Marcus McKeithen and Azudu.
I mean, to be
like, yeah, I
fair,
just watched the
UNC
same
moved guys a little bit on that offensive line.
Yeah. They like versatility athletes, blah, blah, blah.
But yeah, Raheem Jarrett's somebody I could see fitting in as kind of that weird screwdriver in the offense where, I don't know, I guess you just kind of have him do whatever. He's probably the hardest guy for me to place, and I ended up, just because it's the Giants, I moved him up a little bit further than I normally would have. And I have
where's
Charlie
Mingo?
Jones up kind of high.
Yeah.
And Mingo too.
Yeah. Mingo would be a guy that I would look at. I consider. I mean, I definitely feel more comfortable at 89. But I mean, if there's a run on these interior offensive linemen, the Steve Avila's of the world, Osiris Torrance is definitely going to go before then. But John Michael Schmitz, of course.
Yeah, I mean that one's so they can't, in my opinion, they can't leave tomorrow night without figuring out who the center is. Do you not agree with that?
In their head, I think it's Ben Bredesen.
And the general consensus on this couch is
I don't know
quiet.
a dang thing about Ben Bredesen.
that says it all.
That says it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Ben Bredesen is good, but the biggest red flag with Ben Bredesen is not what he's done on the field. It's that he can't stay healthy.
Also, has he snapped?
In training camp, he did last year.
Okay, so that's his experience snapping the ball.
I mean, and Nick Gates made a transition. It was, you could say it was not maybe necessarily a seamless transition, but it was a good transition to center.
But I also think that
Ben
was like
Bredesen-
a middle of the year move, was it not?
Nick Gates?
Yeah.
No, he was snapping the ball all offseason because remember
Right,
Bobby
but he
Skinner-
wasn't the penciled-in starter at center, was he?
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't necessarily a competition for it during the 2020. It was the 2019 offseason where
He got the
where he was told start snapping the ball. It's honestly it's like similar vibes to Ben Bredesen right now. Let's see this. Joe Shane says it got pretty tense as the wide receivers were coming off the board. We had a lot of irons in the fire. Said Giants had a deal with Jaguars in place after discussions earlier in the day. Also had some things to consider about a move back. So what does that mean? Exactly?
It means that they were anticipating this, so they were able to handle it when the wide receivers came off the board and they were panicking. They had the deal in place already with Jacksonville. They also had a trade back scenario in their back pocket. So that's what that says.
They must have liked they just like Deontay Banks.
I mean,
Well,
athletic.
they moved up, yeah.
Athletic machine, man. Yeah. Like, he's the kind of guy that you can blitz without him having to take creeper steps from, like, a small split. You know what I'm talking about, Justin, where, like, the outside receiver isn't all the way at the numbers. They're, like, halfway between the numbers and the formation. Like, you could theoretically do an outside corner blitz from there with a guy as fast as Deontay Banks without him needing to break normal formation.
Yeah.
So, true disguise. The more I stew on it, the more I think he fits this Wink Martindale defense really, really well.
I think I'm getting caught up on the arms.
Right.
You know, he checks the box. Are they over
Banks?
30 inches?
He's
Yes.
31 3/4 inch.
Yeah, but I'm getting on the arms in terms of like thinking Joey Porter. Like Joey
Right.
Porter 34. Like that's a freak. But I mean, we know that it's not just Wink Martindale in the room, it's also Joe Shane. And Joe Shane, this more or less feels like maybe a move that Buffalo would make, a guy that Buffalo would draft, where the athlete.
He does remind you a little bit of Kyer Elam, where it's like got all the ability to be. Yeah, I mean, different.
And you got the best secondary coach in the NFL, which that is what I'm telling myself and I'm talking myself into that. You know, this. But seriously, like this is only like a Giants fan thing, and it sounds so, you know, kind of crazy. But Jerome Henderson has been able to do magic with really not great players. He has been able to, you know, he was able to take Nick McLeod, who was cut from the Buffalo Bills on practice squads, and you're like, okay, you could be a number 2 for us for
He was
a little
a
bit.
functional starter.
Fabian Moreau. Remember there was a stretch where next gen stats, Fabian Moreau, top 5 lockdown corner in the National Football League.
Yeah.
You know, that was a, you know, from the player tracking data and
Right.
and average separation to the nearest receiver. Fabian Moreau for a stretch of time, and I think teams started to pick on him a little bit, you know, kind of as the year went on. And I think that Seattle game. But there was a stretch of time where Fabian Moreau, another guy that was claimed in the month of September, was functional. And I think that is part of Jerome Henderson, a guy that has lasted 2 coaching staffs. We even saw it in 2020, you know, him kind of coming in with Joe Judge and what he was able to do with that secondary. Even remember, what was his face? He went to Green Bay. We traded him for nothing. Who was the number 2 corner in 2020 that people loved?
Oh, Isaac Yadam.
Isaac Yadam. Who the hell is that? What has he done since he's
Did
left the
people
Giants?
really like him that much?
They did.
They did.
I think people liked him because he
got-
was there and he was around and he was the number 2 corner
Anton
and a defense that was
Harrison.
good.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Did the
I like
Jags
it.
trade back again?
Yeah, so I was going to say Joey Porter is flying down the draft board now because I was going to say Jacksonville traded back one spot, then traded back again with Buffalo just to get Joey Porter anyway, but they still didn't do that. They
Why-
went for a
So,
second
all right, so
day
let's-
tackle.
Let's get the N'Kobe Dean stuff on Joey Porter Jr. What's wrong with them?
Is there a gas mask video?
I think people just think he's soft.
Weed is fine.
Like, doesn't play the run. Like, again, that's not Robert Schmidt's opinion. That's like, based on the film, I wonder if coaches have an issue with the way that he plays a game.
Well, Cincinnati's up next, and they very badly need to move on from Eli Apple. So I could see him going there.
I really like the Anton Harrison selection. Protect your investment in Trevor Lawrence.
Sure, yeah.
Like,
Especially with Doug Peterson there, too. You could see the
Oh, yeah.
turnaround midway through the year was remarkable.
man, somebody in the chat mentioned Levis is sick right now. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
feel like he
he
should have
is.
known that this might happen.
I don't understand why he's there.
I can't believe his
I gotta agree
agent
with you.
didn't know. You know what I mean?
I mean, you do feel bad for the guy, but if you're like that 4th quarterback on the, you know, kind of like that fringe guy, I don't know why he's there.
All right, so we started last draft with 9 picks, ended with 11. This year we started with 11 and with 9.
Well, no,
We'll
we had
see.
10. We had 10 coming into
All right.
today.
But we
Oh,
started
10,
with
10.
11.
So we only have 8 picks now.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, started with then Darren Waller. You know,
Yeah.
do we still have the Kadarius Toney pick?
No, that's what we got rid of.
So did we get rid of
Oh.
160 or 172?
160.
Then we have the Kadarius Toney pick. So yeah, we have the Kadarius Toney one.
Okay, it's still alive.
Okay.
Kadarius Toney still alive in our hearts somehow.
I was gonna fucking say something. Damn. Oh well. Probably wasn't good.
Okay.
So we gotta find. Someone tell us what's wrong with Joey Porter Jr. What's going on here?
What's going on here? What's up? What's up? I watched Scary Movie for the first time like a couple months ago. What's up?
The Eagles are gonna get Joey Porter Jr.
Of course.
That would
Sure.
be an Eagles move.
Naturally.
Just like they got N'Kobe, even though N'Kobe didn't play.
Naturally.
He totally fits what they do, too.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
extremely thirsty.
Thirsty for Porter Jr.
Mm.
on the Giants.
Thirsty for Porter Jr.
Nice tall Porter.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy in the Bengals blazer. Tony pick went for Waller. No, I mean yes, but there's still one
There's a
pick left.
six-round
There's a
pick,
6th-round pick left. Let's get in Bleacher Report here for a hot sec. Let's get in Bleacher Report here. I don't want to talk about that. There's
Yo, could this be Nolan Smith?
I don't
Would
wanna-
that be nuts?
there's a certain chat that's like, I don't want to talk about that right now.
Is it from Bleacher Report or the YouTube?
It's from Bleacher Report. Let's get some
No
comments in
way.
here.
We should
Miles
have paid
Murphy.
Barkley over Jones.
Yeah, that's what I.
Miles Murphy. I was close. I said Nolan
Bengals.
Smith.
I love this for the Bengals.
Yeah, this is smart. I still. I mean, whatever. I don't know why Joey Porter's falling.
Deontay Banks.
Man,
It was right there in front of us. There was a lot of rumors that leaked. Oh, Giants like Deontay Banks. Giants like Deontay Banks.
Man, they've already got a good defensive line, and now they're going to give Lou another
Mm-hmm.
really solid defensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at that power. Ooh.
Like if you were
One arm.
gonna big board these guys, Bobby, would you have had Miles in your like top 25 dudes?
Oh yeah. I mean, he was in.
Same.
I think he was third for me for the Giants pick at the time.
Totally.
Or yeah.
I feel like it's great value at 28.
This may actually be a great question from Bleacher Report. Porter or Levis first?
Wow.
Like your brain says Joey Porter.
Oh man,
Yeesh.
Your brain.
Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows at this point?
I think if
I
Porter,
was just hoping Hendon Hooker go in the first round, so we didn't have to deal with like Joe Shane for some reason wants to bring this guy in to be a backup.
Well, somebody's going to ask Joe Shane about Hendon Hooker and Will Levis tonight. So
oh man,
that's just how that goes.
if Porter doesn't go at 30,
I'm glad the NFL's figuring quarterback back out a little bit.
right?
Yeah, just don't have one until you have one. Until boom.
Yeah, basically.
Ugh.
I feel like if
Everybody's crying.
Porter doesn't go, who's 29? Who's after the Bengals?
The Saints.
Man,
The New Orleans Saints. What the fuck do they do? What are they? They're such a. I feel like the Saints now that Drew Brees is gone and Sean
kind of a
Payton is
mess.
gone, they're like the most irrelevant team that will still win 7 games every year.
well they signed Carr, so
7 wins. Look at that. I was
Right.
right.
It's a,
I
it's a
know
bit of
ball.
a mess.
Okay. Somebody I don't follow called
Sure.
the Goat House.
Yeah,
I believe this is why Porter Jr. is sliding. Really struggled versus in breakers, which is what we were saying with Charlie Jones.
Yeah.
Needs a specific scheme, but can be dominant in that scheme. I like Joey Porter in a zone scheme.
In a zone.
Yeah, I don't. Never mind that last sentence. Just
In a zone
forget I
scheme.
said any of that.
That's funny. So let me.
But
this is
the
a
Penn State scheme kind of allowed the inbreakers a little bit too with him though.
Yeah. I have a question about Deontay Banks, and this is a question I'm going to ask you on the pod. Remember how last year Wink Martindale showed, like, okay, I'm not going to be totally committed to playing man, press man. Does the Deontay Banks draft pick signal Wink Martindale is still very open and willing to evolve?
No, because I think Banks is right now he's going to be safer in zone than man, but he has like his best plays are in man coverage.
Yeah.
His highlight plays are in man coverage, but he gets beat at the release. There's double moves, he gets penalties. So there's a lot of bad. There's a lot of bad that matches some really great stuff with Banks in man coverage. So the goal, like you said, Jerome Henderson, coach the bad out of him. He's picked 25. He's the 4th corner taken in the class. So if he was some perfect prospect, he would be taken in the top 10. So there's the goal is like he has all the ability. Obviously, freaking runs a 9.99 relative athletic score, all the ability to be a great man cover corner. But right now, there's going to be issues. Like he's going to go through some rookie struggles in man coverage.
Yeah.
So right now it's where it's like he's smart, like he understands coverages and stuff. So right now, I'm better in zone. Even though there's more highlight plays in man, but zone he's not getting beat on. He's not having bad plays in zone.
Right.
Where right now in man coverage, he has his fair share of bad plays.
Jordan Ronan, I think he kind of says what Art's saying in the tweet above, except it makes more sense in my brain. Joe Shane said the Giants went through scenarios and team needs and thought someone might take Banks at pick 24. So they didn't want to get greedy and use their capital to assure they landed their player. Why? At first, I agreed with you where it's like, why are we giving up 2 picks, especially when there was a pick that was early in the first round where they only gave up 1 to move up, right?
And I think
that
it was a next
and that was
year
a
pick.
2024 4th-round pick.
Right.
Why, if the Giants have all this capital, and they still have 8 picks. It's not like they had 8 picks and now we're down to 6. And
The
it's
seventh
like,
I
oh,
don't
shit.
give a shit about, but
Yeah, the
whatever.
7th I don't care about. But it's the fact that it's added in with the 5th.
And the first 5th. Too.
They
I mean, it's nothing.
So I'm having this conversation now. Like, a lot of the, I guess Joey Porter might have been a little bit more media hype than the NFL.
Yeah, because clearly not only did they want Deontay Banks, they did not want Joey Porter.
But they also didn't want. Yeah, exactly. So the trade up was like, oh, well, why would you do this? Because if someone does trade up and take Banks,
they know-
you do get Joey Porter. But if you don't want him, then it makes sense.
And they know they have the capital, which is from last year's standpoint, and Joe Shane said this. Last year's standpoint, they needed to have autism acceptance. I actually really like that. My sister has autism. Anyway, last year, they had the picks, and they needed every single one because the roster was nowhere near close to 90. They had no cap space to do anything last year. They had to make cuts of players that maybe they didn't want to let go, like a James Bradbury. So, and even they needed a full UDFA class. Like, how many UDFAs to fill out the 90 guys of the roster? Now that's a different story. They don't need all of these 10 players in this class to fill out 90 because what they are around right now is I think they're around like 75. So this is another 8 players are going to be added. You're already over 80 after this draft class. You're going to get you may cut some guys on like futures deals, whatever, on after the draft, and
you have UDFAs as well.
to make room for UDFAs, and then that's how you'll get to 90. So I think simply because the Giants and I said this at the top of the stream. So this is where I don't mind. Now that I'm going to plant my flag in the ground, I don't mind trading up because they had the capital and they recognize that the roster is in a different spot this year than what it was last year. If they did this last year, yeah, like what are we doing? We need as many bullets as possible.
I guess I'm just being thrown on the fact that they only moved up one spot. I'm not really used to that.
Yeah. Not ideal that they gave up 2 picks, but especially if the fact that they had this agreed earlier in the afternoon. Is that what this? Is that what
they
this,
they had something in place. Yeah.
that like this was already in place earlier this afternoon. Then maybe you can maybe say, oh, you can give Jacksonville a call and say, well, why am I giving you 2 picks when this team earlier in the first round only gave up 1? That phone call maybe could have been made.
Yeah.
And that's the critique. That's the critique.
To your point, the Jalen Carter trade is I don't even have to look at it. It's a borderline historic underpay. Like a 2020 or a future year 4th rounder, I believe, to move up from 10 to 9, which
For
is
that
not
player.
a teeny tiny jump. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
And when you think about it, like the risk with him, the reason he's even available, they have 2 first-round picks. So it's like even if he isn't ever in the NFL, goes the way of Randy Gregory, it's really not the hugest loss for Philadelphia.
right. It's massive reward. It's the Bijan reasoning,
Yeah.
but probably turned up to 11, right?
Brian Bruzzi goes to
Huge.
New Orleans.
That's a solid pick for New
Yeah.
Orleans.
Bruzzi, excuse me.
I agree with you that the Eagles trade
fits their mold of wanting big D linemen. So
But you were saying something.
the Eagles trade makes the Giants trade look expensive, but you guys tell me if you feel like the Giants special teamers and role players are in a solid spot. Like I could understand Joe Shane thinking that losing out on a priority UDFA in the 7th and a probable special teamer that you're hoping develops into a depth role in the 5th.
Yeah.
That's worth locking down what they think is apparently a tier 1 corner compared to all the other options, but they obviously need Banks to prove them right because anytime you trade up for somebody, it's just a little more emphasis on them working out.
all right, so we got 2 more picks left. I just want to, because we're about to finish up here in a bit, pin comment is subscribe and leave a 5-star rating review to the podcast. It'll be out, when you're taking your morning commute. It will be out on the podcast apps. It'll be 8 a.m. on YouTube. I'll have a film breakdown out 11 a.m. tomorrow, so make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. But again, please would appreciate some 5-star ratings and reviews as the Giants get a corner to go outside of Dory Jackson. I'm excited to talk about him and Cordell Flaw in the future, and we'll break it down. We'll talk about how the Giants are going to attack the second round. So we'll spend a good amount of time.
I'm about to download all 3 games that I have of Deontay Banks.
Good idea.
Michigan, Michigan State, and SMU, which honestly, those are 3 good games to watch. Where
Yeah.
Michigan, you have Ronnie Bell. Michigan State, you have Jaden Reed, maybe, and then SMU. Where was Rasheed Rice only a slot wide receiver at SMU?
Nah, he played outside.
All right, so then we have an SMU Rasheed Rice versus Deontay Banks game to watch, and I think the first game that I'm going to watch is that SMU game. That's what I'm going to watch, and I'm going to clip up hopefully some Deontay Banks highlights versus.
So what games?
Rasheed
We have
Rice.
SMU.
We have Michigan State, Michigan, SMU. Those are the 3 games that we have.
He smokes Jaden Reed a couple times. Like,
Yep.
Jaden gets him back once or twice, but he's I don't know.
I'm excited.
I love Deontay Banks.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, hey Robert. So do me a favor.
Yeah.
What I want to do right now, while the Eagles are probably going to bank this fucking clock, I want both of you to give plugs for whatever you're a part of, whatever you want people to check out, your Twitters, your socials, YouTube, whatever. Please.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you guys can find me at Robert K. Schmitz on Twitter. That's RobertKSchmitz. I'm doing film breakdowns on Second City Gridiron. So this website's Windy City Gridiron. The YouTube is Second City Gridiron, where I mostly cover the Bears, but we're looking to open things up. Justin, we've talked about a whole bunch of other stuff. And I mean, obviously with great friends like this in New York, it is fun to watch a team within the division of the team that I know I grew up in with Dallas Cowboys, and if I could see the Giants get a couple over on my friends from Dallas, I think that'd be awfully fun. Grump, what about you?
You can find me usually on Twitter at @football_grump. My real name is Mike, but don't call me that. I'm also kind of almost on
never
Instagram at @football_grump as well. But I've part of the Just Giants podcast, which runs 2 times a week on YouTube and like all audio channels throughout the regular season. Now that it's the off season, we just go once a week, Tuesday mornings. And I've just started in like the last couple of weeks a YouTube channel that I'm going to grow for specifically draft content, and then I guess on top of that, whatever I feel like. But that is YouTube Football Grump, just straight up. It's really, really small. It's only like 50 subscribers right now. So that's something I'm looking to grow throughout. If you're those kind of people who, as soon as this draft is over, you're like, oh, who do we draft next year? That's the channel you would want to subscribe to.
And Grump is awesome at. I mean, you've been joining us now for the draft streams the last couple of years. You've been joining. Both of you guys have been joining us down in the Senior Bowl for the last couple of years.
Grump came on us live. We broke down Aaron Robinson film live on stream.
Live on stream.
It was
2021. Yeah.
That was, I was walking around my apartment with the sound on your stream.
All right,
and I came out of the bathroom and I heard like Bobby going, Grump, get on here, man. We don't know what we're talking about here. I was like, what's happening? So, yeah.
All right, so Deontay Banks is a New York Giant.
Apparently, there's a video of Wink Martindale hugging, going against everything that I said, by the way. No hugs after first-round picks.
If we could get that video on socials, that'd be sick.
We need to find Wink Martindale and the video of Wink Martindale and Joe Shane hugging after the pick.
Oh, I actually saw it. Yeah.
Where was it? Was it from the Giants account?
Oh, no, I saw it on the screen.
Oh,
it was in the
on
war
TV?
room. I think it was like off to the corner.
Okay. All right, we gotta see if we can find that. Yeah, please follow.
All right, the
follow them
Eagles
on
are going to
Twitter.
get Nolan Smith. Didn't get drafted, right?
No,
No, not yet.
Eagles are going to get Nolan
Brian
Smith.
Branch is still there.
Man,
True.
They just lost Gardner
They
They're
would
Johnson.
going to get Hassan Reddick 2.0.
they would have a disgusting amount of defensive line talent if they really got Carter and Smith in the same draft.
They
I
just
mean,
get the entire Georgia front.
look, I hate to be this guy, Bobby. They've got Slay on a 1-year deal, right? Or did he sign a multi-year deal?
No, it was Bradbury that signed a multi-year deal.
But
Yeah.
Slade, I think Slade might have signed a multi-year deal, but it's a kind of fake multi-year
Yeah, it's like
deal.
it is a 1-year deal, but it's like a 2-year deal.
Remember they cut him and then brought him back because that's how the Eagles just manipulate everything.
Yeah, kind of bullish Darius Slay. All right,
Man.
pick is in the Philadelphia Eagles.
Who's it going to be?
If Wink is excited about this pick, I'm excited. How about that?
So I feel like what have been picks I disagree with in the first round. Will McDonald.
That's the big one that sticks out.
Bijan.
I really hate the rain on
Gibbs?
Roberts Parade. I didn't love the Darnell Wright
That's
one,
okay.
but I understand it. I mean, the Gibbs one, yeah, I didn't like that. Yeah, see, I can't even hate on the Bijan one too
What
much.
about Stroud? I mean, I don't
You at
hate
least-
it. I get it.
You
but
get it. Like, and I agree. You understand taking a quarterback, and he has all the tools. So it's, wouldn't be shocking. So.
All right.
So I
Time
think
for-
So I think Will McDonald was the only one I just flat out did not like.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Time for part 3 on how the Philadelphia Eagles are going to piss me the fuck off tonight.
I don't.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah,
three-parter.
I guess I get it, so it's not worth bringing
Yeah,
up.
who are these?
Yeah, who are
twins?
these guys?
Look at Are they twins? They're like doing the same thing with their hands too.
Are those like
These look like those
Oh,
HGTV guys.
those
that,
are the
like, flip
guys
houses
from?
or whatever.
Are they those twins on? Oh my gosh, these are the Dude Perfect guys.
Sure. No, they're not. Yes, they are. That guy, in the purple blazer.
Both of them are. The twins are on it too.
Oh wow. YouTube creators, Dude Perfect. You are correct.
Someone just tagged us and it's on the Giant. It's on the Giants Twitter page.
On the Giants Twitter page,
What?
The Wink Martindale.
he's got it.
Dude, perfect guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A little late on that, but we got
okay.
it.
Oh my God, with this shit.
All right.
Yo, it's like
There's
11:45.
There's 2 fucking picks left.
I
Can
gotta
we
make a
fucking go?
train.
I hate these
Like,
guys.
what is this gimmick? Like, stop with this shit.
Robbie 815. I'm with you. These guys are from Texas.
Is
They
that
went to
what is
A&M.
that? What is
What
that?
are they doing here in
It's
Philly?
like a big fake
Or
coin
for
with Jason
Philly.
Kelsey's face on it.
Oh, I thought it was a Danny Dime or something.
Somebody's on the other side of it. I don't know what it is. I don't care.
The Eagles select Brian Branch. That's my guess. Nolan Smith.
I
Wow,
told
they
you.
really
I
fucking-
freaking told you they would get
Wow.
Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's such a great pick for the
Jalen
Eagles.
Carter and Nolan Smith.
That's nasty.
All right, I'm a head out.
And Jordan Davis.
I'm a head out. And they have Josh Sweat. Not fair.
So then
Brandon Graham just re-signed a deal.
Not fair.
not fair at all, man.
It ain't right.
So is Jalen Hyatt redundant with Marquez Valdez-Scantling, or is that
No.
a thought?
No. Does Marquez Valdez-Scantling have
What are these
does
notes
he have that
this year?
game-changing-
Juice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Juice.
Length? Yeah, I talked about that before.
I know, but it's like they keep doing it.
Long.
Juice.
Juice. Big.
My friend who's a Cowboys fan just said I love that. No, he just said we're fucked, and I'm like I love the Mozzie Smith pick.
Yeah, it's not flashy, but he's strong as shit, man.
I think Cowboys fans, at least the Cowboys fans back in Dallas that I know, are bemoaning the lack of offense. They're really upset they only put up 15 against San Fran.
Told you they should have gotten Will Levis,
Didn't they have,
man.
like, the number
Problems.
one
Dak
scoring
Prescott
offense?
sucks.
Whoa. They've had like the number 1 scoring offense the last couple of years.
That's
it
what
was,
I'm
It was turnovers that were like the issue.
Right. When's Giants' first pick in the second round?
57.
57. We all got a long wait.
Yeah.
You're 53.
Day
right?
2 is my favorite.
I love day 2.
Day
Right.
2 is a lot of fun. Day 3 is really close because I like those like guys. It's like, oh, if you just develop this thing, he could be amazing. But day
right.
2 is crazy because it's like, it feels like there's so many options.
I-
and you're like,
I-
I could go this way or this way.
Right.
I like the board at there are more guys that's like, ooh, those are fun guys at like 50 to 100 than when you get to this range of like 25 to where we are kind of now, like 35, 40, right?
Right.
I like Jaden Reed a lot. I'm just going to say that out
Yeah.
loud.
Stud.
I would like Jaden Reed on the Giants.
Where would you take him?
I mean, I have him rated as a day 2 guy. I would think he's a second round guy. I think nobody else seems to have him listed that high. Like if you look at every mock drafts, and
Right.
I don't really do mock drafts a lot. I do them when people want me to, but he's like stupid low, and I
Right.
think it's just because he's not flashy, but he does everything pretty well, especially block.
All right,
Right.
so what are the Chiefs going to do?
Wink.
This is it. This is the moment.
Take Jalen Hyatt so we don't have to worry about him in the second.
Dude, Wink was like super.
Yeah, he's like
happy.
shaking Joe Shane.
Oh my god! And first of all, first time I've ever seen Wink Martindale's like arms and forearms.
Michael Mayer is a second round pick. Not that I'm, like,
I'm not
omnipotent.
shocked by that.
That it should have been that way.
Yeah.
Like, especially because Mayer really struggles to block. But at least in my opinion, big, strong dude, but his technique when he goes to block is not great.
Does he have like really short arms too?
Yes, and he's not a particularly special athlete
No.
with a couple of other really special athletes. But let's see.
Like I don't have him rated higher, but I would be happier with like a Luke Musgrave over him.
Right. I think that at least Luke Musgrave does more for you. Or
Right.
a Laporta.
Yeah.
Than somebody like that. But I almost feel like people just see like Golden Dome tight end. Golden Dome tight end
Yes.
good. Golden Dome tight end good.
Especially when they're the producer on an offense too.
Right.
Yeah.
He's got good feet. Like
He's not garbage, but I mean, like, I did not view him as a day one guy.
Right.
Does Bobby not like Jalen Hyatt?
One thing that
Can you run routes?
No, yeah, I don't like Jalen Hyatt.
One thing that the Athletic talked about a little while ago that got me thinking, because watching tape of everybody is tough enough, and then people go, yeah, but did you watch the 2021 tape? And I'm like, no, I didn't watch said Tillman's 2021 tape.
I
where
did a
apparently
bunch
he
of
was
work
better.
on guys that didn't declare.
There you go. Don't you love that?
Yeah.
Like, what I heard, at least, Justin, is that Tennessee's Cedric Tillman is a big, tall X receiver that looked even better in
People like
2021.
him more. Yeah.
And it makes me wonder if the Chiefs would consider a
Yeah.
guy like him, because there's not really another X receiver that I can envision being taken in this region. But I don't know. I mean, maybe they just go best player available. Bobby, who would be your best player available at this point?
Let me look at my big board.
125,000 people attended.
I mean,
Crazy.
Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
obviously.
They
but-
need corner,
but
too.
let's see what the deal is with him.
The Chiefs are always that team that seems to take the player that is
BJ
kind of
Ojulari,
like
Luke
like
Musgrave.
consensus best, and they're not afraid to do it.
Michael Mayer didn't go, did he?
No,
No, we
he's a
just
second-round pick.
Musgrave, BJ
I could see
Ojulari,
Brent's here.
All the way 31.
Sanders.
That'd be huge.
You think so?
I
Well-
only think so
Turner.
because his technique is so
Yeah.
it needs improvement, and he's 23.
What if they go
Right.
Ringo?
Which is fine. I love the profile. I'm obsessed with Brent's. I'm just obsessed with him in like the 50s.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be like right there, him and Tyreek Stevenson for the Giants at 57.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought so too.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I'm just saying that's like my next highest corner at this point.
Right.
Is him and Keely Ringo behind Joey Porter. I'm assuming something is really wrong with Joey Porter here.
Gotta be right.
Yeah.
Which it's made me feel better. Like if Joey Porter went off
Sure.
the board within the first 2 picks, it's like, well, fuck, you know. But the fact it's kind of making me feel better that he's falling, because there's clearly something that we don't know, that they know.
Has it ever happened before that 4 wide receivers went in a row in the first round?
Probably.
Joe Shane
Ooh.
indicated he's prepared to trade up again.
I
in
want to
upcoming
hear
rounds.
the context, not take a Pat Leonard tweet, because I know that motherfucker. I'm sure he probably was asked if he's willing to trade up in the second round. He's like, yeah, we have all options open. And Pat Leonard said that.
That's probably exactly what happened.
Joe Shane and
That's
Pat
it.
Leonard's like reactions in the past have been very testy. Also,
All right, let's get this pick in.
was Pat Leonard the reflect on what I just said guy? Also,
Yes.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Even though he was right.
Yeah.
What did he say?
I think he was pushing the Tony trade rumors before the season had started. Like a
He
lot.
reported that the Tony trade rumors were there, and
And he was right.
was just like, so you are not shopping Kadarius Tony at all. And he's like, yeah, reflect on what I just said.
But he was like, you could like Joe Shane was like tired in that picture too. Like he was like just not having it.
Yeah. I would be tired, too, if Chris Pettit was my director of college scouting and I had to do all the fucking work because he sucked at his job. I'd be pretty tired, too. He definitely does seem more relaxed this year. Yeah, I actually got guys I could, like, trust.
Well, he's not assembling I feel like he's probably not on the phone literally every second of the day
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
He can like get some sleep.
He was on the road more this year, too, which he like, loves being on the road. That's, like, his thing. It was, like, his thing in Buffalo. He was on the road every week. He's not on the road every week now, but he was on the road a decent amount this year. I think he was at that Tennessee-Alabama game that was insane.
Oh, yeah. That was a crazy game.
Yeah.
Obviously, scouting backup quarterback Hendon Hooker.
Man, I do not see the value in watching people take selfie videos of them dancing.
I do.
I mean, I
Justin
would
does it all the time.
But watching other people do it, you mean
Justin's a big dance guy.
Well, I do.
your own?
I think it's whenever, like, if I'm at a tailgate, whenever I'm kind of, like, bored and I'm, like, moving around, I'll just like take selfie videos of me like doing stuff.
That's fine. I just wouldn't watch you take the video. Like
I think
put a
you
camera
would.
in
I think
your
you
face.
would. I think you watch me take the video. Like you're at a tailgate. You're like, Justin's taking a video right now.
Look at him go.
I can't wait for tailgates this year. By the
Yeah.
way, like,
I can't wait for FanFest.
There's
or
so
whatever.
many. There's so many things that I'm trying to work on. Maybe FanFest will be like the kickoff of like what I'm really trying to. And Bobby kind of really pushed me and inspired me to do this. There are so many things that I want to try out with tailgates this year. I don't even want to promise anything, but I mean, I want them to be like formal tailgates, and I want Talking Giants to be known as like not just obviously the best analysis. you
So
can
does
get.
that mean that Snacks will not have the aux cord finally?
Um,
We won't have
no,
to listen
that-
to the same
nope,
8 songs?
Nope, that will not change. We will be listening. There are some tailgate L16 things because L16 was something that existed way before Talking Giants came along. So I'm really excited for tailgates this year, and there's the Chiefs Super Bowl trophy. There it is, right there. What are you doing? I'm kidding.
Yeah, sorry about that.
We're 5 hours in. I don't think it matters all that much.
I was like, shoot, where'd the pop filter go? You know?
All right, let's finish the first round. The Chiefs are selecting.
Jalen Hyatt.
Yes, please be Jalen Hyatt. Who is this guy?
Just
Kind
the
of looks
owner?
like a goober.
Me.
Oh,
Clark Hunt.
It's
There you
it's.
go.
I told you, it's like the owner.
That's weird for him to announce a pick.
Oh.
ooh.
FAU,
Ooh,
Kansas State.
FAU.
Robert, you got some stuff on him, right?
Yeah, he's super bendy. I mean, you want to talk about your standard 3-4 edge rusher. He's good enough in run defense. I just like more competitive than he is like super strong or a nasty edge setter. But of course, the Chiefs are going to add another guy in the D Ford mold. You know what I mean, Bobby? That's going to rush the passer, bend the edge, and try to push you up in the pocket so that Chris Jones can eat your lunch. I like it. He's been mocked here. This is pretty much exactly where people had him. And now the Chiefs get the 2022 Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. I'm reading off the TV.
I got the school right.
Oh,
Kansas State.
yeah, Brent. Yeah. All right, that is round one. The Giants got Deontay Banks. The Bears got Darnell Wright for Robert Smith. We'll be back again, same crew tomorrow.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. I mean, we literally had almost 3,000 people here
It's crazy.
when the
Amazing.
Giants made their pick. So
And we probably had missing a few hundred because of the draft party.
so thank you to everybody. Giants got more picks tomorrow. You never know what can happen. Stay tuned with us. Podcasts, first round recap out tomorrow morning.
8 a.m.
Podcast apps, it'll be out if you're up till 3,
Subscribe
4
and leave a
a.m.
5-star rating and review.
That would be great. Tell your friends. Subscribe to Talking Giants on YouTube. Like that video tomorrow morning. We want that video to be out there and everywhere, and as many Giants fans as possible to see it. So, Robert, thank you for coming on.
Of course.
The Football Grump.
See you guys tomorrow.
Run it back tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Everybody go take a nap, and we'll be back tomorrow night. Peace.
Let's go, Big Blue. We live? We done?
All right. Good job, fellas.
I'm already getting annoyed because Deontay Banks' best highlight plays are man coverage. And so it's like, well, you think he's better? Anyways.
Is this table fucked, by the way? I've been staring at this for a while.
It's gotta be, right? Yeah, it definitely is.